everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Thank you all for the love and support you've shown me and the channel.
Lord of the Mysteries, but Naruto, Chapter 21 to 49, Investment, 4K, Sir, here are the newspapers delivered today. Did you subscribe to the newspapers from the major press agencies? Yes, they have all been subscribed to. Good, just leave them here. By the way, have the carriage prepared. I want to take a good look around Backland today, and won't be back for lunch. Have Yates get ready. Having arranged his itinerary for the day, Lewis began eating his breakfast. Oatmeal porridge slow-cooked in a copper pot, beef and ham pie, smoked herring roe, plus a cup of coffee with double milk. Lewis read the newspaper as he ate. He felt he couldn't truly rely on smelting gold coins to get by forever. He needed some industries in his hands. To be honest, Lewis did have some ideas, but he planned to conduct a proper inspection of Backland first to confirm their feasibility before investing. At that moment, Lewis suddenly sensed a message coming from his Gauchian ring. Lewis remained calm on the surface, continuing to read the paper while checking the message. Good morning, Mr. Six Paths. I have prayed to Mr. Fool as requested, but the other party did not respond. Lewis wasn't surprised by this. After all, Audrey herself hadn't consumed a potion, so she had no spirituality to use. It was only after Lewis analyzed the knowledge from the light gate that he confirmed spirituality was similar in nature to mental energy. It should be a variant of soul power leaking outward. Since he knew the essence of spirituality, things were easier. After all, besides being skilled in manipulating time and space, the Otsutsuki also had unique insights into the soul. After various attempts, Lewis had figured out how to use mental energy to mimic spirituality in just half a night. It was only thanks to Lewis's explanation that Audrey was able to successfully complete the magic ritual in the morning. Lewis replied saying he knew, then continued his breakfast. However, his mind began to ponder, since he could mimic spirituality with mental energy, could he directly drive magic rituals with mental energy? Furthermore, could chakra mixed with mental energy also drive them? Well, there's no rush for now. My understanding of this system is still incomplete. I'll save these experiments for later. Thinking of this potion system, Lewis felt that the redeemable rewards in his organization didn't necessarily have to be limited to chakra-related matters. If nothing else, he currently held 3 complete paths to godhood in his hands. He could eventually list all 3 pathways: the Fool, Door, and Error on the exchange. If someone wanted to follow the potion system, there was no need to restrict them completely, only to limit them from entering the high-level ranks of the organization. But immediately after, Lewis thought of another matter. After finishing breakfast, he took the opportunity to leave a clone behind while returning to his room to change clothes. This clone didn't have much power. Its main purpose was to enter the spirit world and keep watch outside the gray mist according to the coordinates found last time. The reason for this was that Lewis noticed something. Audrey hadn't received an immediate response after her prayer. If this were a normal god, not responding to a believer would be perfectly normal. But according to his analysis, that fool was actually building his group of believers from scratch, so he shouldn't be so dismissive at this stage. Moreover, just giving a response wasn't a troublesome thing in itself. Therefore, combining this with his guesses, Lewis suspected the other party might be unable to respond to believers at any time, but instead had to rely on that gray mist, or rather, that light gate. Lewis thought of this but felt something was wrong. This was the reason he hadn't executed the plan immediately despite thinking of it during breakfast. That was because, based on the knowledge he gained from the light gate, starting from sequence 2 and up, while they were currently called angels, they were directly called subsidiary gods in the past. Although the word subsidiary was added in front, the god behind it also proved their status. At this level, while they couldn't respond to prayers from any corner of the world at will like a true deity. For someone like Audrey who used a magic ritual with such clear direction for assistance, it would definitely be able to point to the other party. On this basis, since the other party was an angel of one of the 3 pathways skilled in utilizing the spirit world, using the spirit world to reverse locate and respond, though it would consume quite a bit of spirituality, was a difficult task at all. Then, the only thing that fits these current settings being able to respond to believers, but with great limitations, can only be a saint, the level below an angel. It was precisely because of this guess that Lewis sent a clone to keep watch in the spirit world. It would be perfect if he could see the other party entering that gray mist with his own eyes before responding to Audrey and the others. Then Lewis felt his inference should have no major problems. The other party should have just reached the saint level. While they possessed the basic ability to respond to believers, they were limited by their spirituality and status, restricted to short-distance point-to-point communication. Precisely because of this, the other party had to use that gray mist to break through their original shackles and respond to believers further away. Lewis was very interested in this. It wasn't that he truly had any ill intentions. Well, if he found out the other party really was just a saint, he might actually make a move to see if he could get that light gate into his hands. After all, the other party's level was extremely high. Despite looking like an ordinary person now, as a resurrection vessel for the Otsutsuki clan, he could to some extent be considered half an Otsutsuki. Furthermore, what was waiting to be resurrected inside Lewis wasn't an ordinary Otsutsuki, but a god nurtured by the power of the entire clan. In terms of life level alone, Lewis was actually already no weaker than the weakest Otsutsuki. But even so, just looking at that light gate caused him to undergo wormification, and even his spirit began to collapse along with it. In the end, if the karma inside him hadn't suddenly exerted its power, he probably would have truly died there. But correspondingly, Lewis didn't come away without benefits. Besides the knowledge passively crammed into his head, he was surprised to find that the unsealing speed of the karma in his body had actually been slowed. Despite this discovery, Lewis didn't immediately go to look at the light gate again. Mainly because that light gate was too dangerous, and he was afraid the karma in his body wouldn't save him in time. Although he knew Otsutsuki Shirbai would inevitably use karma to help him for his own safety, there was still the issue of timing. If the other party was a bit late, and he was truly turned into an idiot by that information, then even if the other party restored him, there was a high probability he'd be a vegetable. If that were the case, living a muddled life as an idiot for hundreds or thousands of years would be worse than a quick death. But regardless, Lewis remembered the effect of that light gate. Before any other discoveries, this was his only life-extending medicine. If there was a chance to hold it in his own hands, that would naturally be the best outcome for him. It was also for this reason that Lewis placed such importance on that fool. Otherwise, according to his nature, since this matter didn't have much to do with him, there was no need to interfere too much. Occasionally knowing some information to confirm the other party hadn't moved against him would be enough. With Reed's selection and help, Lewis changed into a dark three-piece suit, topped with a top hat, tie, and a cane. Alright, let's take a good look around Backland. We'll start from the West District, then follow a route through Cherwood Borough, Hillsdon District, Empress Borough, North District, East Borough, Bridge District, and south of the bridge. My main goal is first to find a suitable shop, and then buy a factory in the East Borough or the Dock District. Of course, today I'm mainly just looking and won't be making any decisions. Yes, sir. Please board the carriage. Sitting in this high four-wheeled carriage again, Lewis began to recall some details. The reason this carriage was four-wheeled was that two wheels were unstable. To stabilize it, these carriages all used double shafts. The so-called double shafts were like a sedan chair, with two long poles protruding from the front. Because the shafts used in carriages now were straight, the carriage had to be built high, otherwise, it would press on the horse's neck, which the horse couldn't bear. And another thing, although four wheels were more stable than two, because they were fixed wheels now, turning was quite difficult. When making sharp turns, not only was it easy for a four-wheeled carriage to flip, but the person inside was also very uncomfortable. With these things in mind, Lewis felt he had a general direction for investment. He wanted to acquire a carriage factory. The first step would be to replace the straight shafts with curved shafts. This would lower the height of the carriage, and correspondingly, the wheel size could be further reduced. Lewis believed he wasn't the only one who felt the carriage was too high while riding, even the coachman sat all the way up on the roof. Of course, besides the curved shaft issue, he could also try to make the front and rear wheels of the carriage independent, giving the front wheels steering capability. However, Lewis lacked knowledge in this area, and couldn't apply it directly. Of course, if there truly was a demand in the market, he could also fund research, but that would be a later version of the carriage he'd release. Similarly, there were two-wheeled carriages, these could all appear as modified versions. But before that, he needed to see if there were many carriages on the road, and whether it was necessary to invest in a factory. As it turned out, not long after the carriage set out, a loud noise was heard. Along with this sound, large currents of air and water vapor rose from the ground. Lewis looked closely and realized it was actually the subway, but then he thought of something. This subway uses iron railings on top to prevent people from falling in, but what happens when it rains or snows? Reed's voice was full of amusement. Indeed, sir, you truly have a keen eye. Whenever it rains or snows, being in that subway is worse than walking outside. When it's drizzling outside, it's raining moderately below. When it's raining hard outside, it's a downpour inside. I took it once on a rainy day, thinking I'd take the subway to avoid getting my clothes wet. As it turned out, the water inside was pouring down in torrents. Some debris from the road also flowed down with the rain and puddles. Even an umbrella couldn't stop it. Lewis didn't say anything to that. After all, the subway at this time still used steam engines and ran on coal. This meant the underground subway tunnels couldn't be enclosed, otherwise, after a train passed, it would leave behind a massive amount of smoke. People in the subway would likely be choked to death or die from oxygen deprivation or poisoning. Thinking of this, Lewis remembered a famous photo from before he crossed over the one of Marilyn Monroe holding her skirt. The reason her skirt flew up was that she was standing over a subway vent. With this discovery, Lewis was somewhat tongue-tied. The subway is already out. Although cars don't exist yet, it shouldn't be long. This carriage. Lewis hesitated for a moment, wondering if entering the carriage industry now was appropriate, lest he become a laughingstock for joining a losing side at the last minute. As they traveled, Reed introduced things to Lewis, like the gentlemen's clubs. Those weren't just places to eat, drink, and read the paper, but also hubs for political conspiracies, business negotiations, and literary exchanges. Then there were sports clubs for football, golf, archery, cricket, croquet, lawn tennis, shooting, and more. The most popular among these sports clubs was the archery club, because it was one of the few elegant social sports that allowed men and women to participate together. In addition, there were art clubs for actors, musicians, artists, authors, and so on to interact. Of course, enthusiasts would also find ways to join them. Oh right, there were also officer clubs and soldier clubs specifically for military personnel, where active and retired soldiers could gather with friends. Compared to these numerous clubs, under Reed's introduction, Lewis found there were also a small number of women's clubs and workers' clubs. Lewis took some interest in this. What do these women's clubs do? Isn't afternoon tea time already space reserved for women? It must be said that Reed was a professional. He knew about these too. The composition of these women's clubs is quite complex. Some are charity clubs. Ladies and young misses who want to do charity for society sometimes need an environment to exchange ideas, or meet others who are also interested in charity. Other women's clubs are like semi-hotels. Taking Backland as an example, sometimes ladies and young misses living in the suburbs or some distance from the city come to visit relatives and friends for parties or social interactions. After the initial visit, they might want to wander around the city alone. If they don't want to trouble their relatives or friends, they can choose to stay in these women's clubs. Besides basic reading, tea tasting, and meeting friends, they can also have meals or even stay overnight. I've heard of people staying there for up to 2 weeks. One could say this provides great convenience for noblewomen who need to travel between Backland and the countryside. However, the fees for such women's clubs are extremely high. Both the initiation fee and the annual fee are 5 gold pounds. No one but those wealthy noble ladies can afford it. Chapter 22, The Shooting Club for K. Under Reed's introduction, Lewis truly gained a more detailed and in-depth understanding of this era. Actually, when he passed by the shooting club and learned that anyone could go shooting as long as they paid the membership fee, he really wanted to have the coachman stop so he could go down and enjoy himself. After all, before he transmigrated, he had only touched a gun once during university military training, so he was truly curious about it. However, after learning from Reed that there was a shooting club in Westboro, he immediately stopped being in a hurry, planning to go to that club on his way home after finishing his work. Along the way, if nothing else, Lewis felt that the air quality was getting worse and worse. Especially after reaching Eastboro, the pungent smell of industrial chemicals lingered for a long time. And the further they went into Eastboro, the more severe the situation became. This was Backland's slum area, but what surprised Lewis was that even though the environment here was so harsh, the sanitary conditions were actually quite good. Reed clearly saw Lewis's confusion. "Sir, this is thanks to the King's mercy. I heard it happened over 100 years ago. It wasn't in Backland at the time, but in Golden Autumnwood Town in South Wales County. A plague broke out there because of poor sanitary conditions. Everyone in the town died back then, and because of the plague, the victims died in an exceptionally miserable state. It was after that the king issued an order requiring the entire country to maintain overall cleanliness." Lewis nodded upon hearing this, not forgetting to maintain his persona. As expected of Backland, this order has been implemented so thoroughly that even the slums are guaranteed. Sure enough, hearing Lewis say this, the slight doubt that had arisen in Reed's heart vanished instantly. Not only that, he felt a sense of pride for being a part of Backland. "Reed, do you think carriages will become fewer and fewer in Backland in the future?" "Oh sir, why would you think that? I see, you think the subway will squeeze out the position of carriages. But in reality, Backland's subway has been built for some years now. Not to mention that private carriages aren't affected at all, even the number of public carriages in the city hasn't decreased, instead, there are more than before." Lewis crossed his legs in the carriage, resting his hands half-folded on his knees, tapping his fingers rhythmically. "What you say makes sense. All right, that's it for now. Let's take a turn around the factory district, and then prepare to head back." Reed immediately poked his head out of the carriage and said to the coachman in front, "Wesley, the master said to take a look at the factory district, and then we'll head back." "No problem, mister. Tell the master to sit tight in the carriage, we're about to make a turn." With Lewis's hearing, he naturally didn't need anyone to relay the message, and the coachman's warning came too late anyway. Before Reed could even return to deliver the news, Lewis already felt the carriage begin to slow down and make a sharp turn. Reed, who had his head out of the carriage, already had an unstable center of gravity. Shaken like this, he was about to tumble off the carriage. Lewis was quick and agile, grabbing the other man's waistband and pulling him back into the carriage. "This carriage is too high, you must be careful." "Oh my God, Evernight Goddess above, thank you truly, sir." Lewis didn't say anything because he had already noticed that most of his servants were followers of the Evernight Goddess, while other faiths were in the minority here. After calming his racing heart, Reed focused his attention back on Lewis. "Sir, your physical skills are quite good. If you're interested, you could join a few fighting clubs in Westboro. One of them, the Jonas Club, is quite famous in Backland. Even the prince visits from time to time." Lewis thought seriously for a moment. "That's a good suggestion, but I'm more interested in those gentlemen's clubs." "Indeed, sir. If you want to integrate into Backland's high society, gentlemen's clubs are indispensable. But we are powerless in that regard. Those are all membership by invitation only. Outsiders like us don't even know how much the annual membership fee is." Lewis also had some understanding of this, so he didn't say anything and just sighed. By the time the carriage had truly circled around Backland and returned to Westboro, it was already afternoon. "Wesley, the master said to go to the Marksman Club." "All right, please sit tight." This Marksman Club was a shooting club Lewis had selected based on Reed's descriptions. The reason for choosing this place, besides its higher class and higher fees, was that compared to other shooting clubs in Westboro, this one had steam rifles. "Welcome to Marksman. Sir, you look a bit unfamiliar. Are you here to apply for membership? Lewis wasn't surprised that the receptionist saw at a glance that he had never been there before. I heard yours is the best shooting club in Westboro, but looking at it now, the venue doesn't seem very large. The smile on the receptionist's face remained unchanged as he approached Lewis and bowed slightly again. Yes, sir, we are the best shooting club in Westboro. As for the part you see here, it's just our city reception center for members. The actual range is in the outskirts of Westboro. At our suburban site, there's not only pigeon shooting but you can also play polo with friends. While it might not be the largest shooting range in Backland, it's definitely among the top. Following the receptionist's introduction, Lewis gained an understanding of the place. Fine, then I'll apply for membership here first. An entrance fee of £10 10 shillings, and an annual fee of £5 5 shillings. With a servant by his side, he naturally didn't have to pay himself. Lewis stood to the side and watched his valet step forward to pay. Although he didn't say anything, Lewis felt that this feeling was actually quite nice. Don't just look at the membership fee, in fact that wasn't all. Because Lewis also wanted to use a steam rifle, there was an additional fee of £1. Furthermore, the ammunition fee for revolvers was 5 shillings for 100 training rounds, and 5 shillings for 10 full-power rounds. Thus, Lewis simply had Reed pay £20, with the remaining money considered as a prepayment for ammunition, enough for him to fire 1,300 training rounds, or 130 full-power rounds. Actually, after Reed's introduction, if it weren't to fit into his persona, Lewis really wouldn't have wanted to come to this kind of high-end club. They really fleeced people for money. You see, in other districts of Backland, there were civilian shooting clubs and national defense shooting clubs. One of these two clubs was private, and the other was subsidized by the state. Although compared to the former, the latter was suspected of cultivating civilian shooting skills for the military, the common point was that they didn't require membership fees. That's right, these two types of shooting clubs required almost no entrance fee. Even if they did, it was just a symbolic charge of a few pence. Besides that, if you wanted to practice shooting, you only had to pay for ammunition and a small range fee. Calculating it this way, the cost-effectiveness immediately stood out. It was precisely because he knew the differences between these clubs that Lewis even entertained the idea of opening an aristocratic shooting club himself. It was just too much of a scam. But now that the money was paid, they wouldn't refund it even if he felt it was a loss, so Lewis signaled Reed to follow him to the lounge area to have some desserts and drinks first. After a short rest, Lewis handed over his overcoat, tie, top hat, and cane to Reed, telling him to wait in the waiting area. As for Lewis himself, he was going to enjoy some shooting. Bang 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 bang. The moment the revolver was in his hand, Lewis's body subconsciously adapted to its feel. By the time he actually aimed at the target, except for the first shot being slightly off, every subsequent shot hit the bullseye. Clearly his marksmanship was excellent, but Lewis felt a bit dissatisfied. After all, this wasn't his own true skill level, but the result of being modified by the wedge. But other people didn't know about Lewis's dissatisfaction. Hello, I'm Earl Sawyer, the owner of Vance Textiles. I come here often, but you look very unfamiliar. Looking at the hand extended from the side, Lewis first put away the revolver, ensuring it was safe before shaking hands with the other person. Hello, mister, I'm Lewis Hermite. It's perfectly normal that you haven't seen me, I just joined today. Hermite, I see your marksmanship is very good. Which club did you practice in before? Hellingham or Chalgens? These two names the other person mentioned were both famous shooting clubs in Backland, which he had heard about from Reed before. Lewis smiled and shook his head as he left the fixed-range shooting area with the other man. No, I lived in East Chester before and just purchased property in Westboro the day before yesterday. Today, I heard this shooting club is the best in Westboro. Although I haven't seen the suburban site yet, this place looks quite good. Ha ha ha, mister Hermite, you've made the right choice. I personally love shooting, so I've joined shooting clubs in Empress Borough, North Borough, Sherwood Borough, and West Borough. After comparing them, although Marksman's suburban site isn't the largest, their variety of moving targets is the most complete. Pigeons, wild geese, rabbits, deer, and so on. You'll see once you go there, choosing this place definitely won't be a mistake. Lewis had already learned about this from the receptionist, so he began to chat with the person in front of him. The two of them simply left the shooting area and went straight to the lounge, eating and drinking while they talked. I discovered a patent back in my hometown, and at the time, I felt it could make money. But although my family has some assets, the town we were in wasn't wealthy. Even with good ideas, you can't make money without the right place. So I thought, I might as well come to Backland. As it happens, I was checking out factory areas this morning and finally settled on a general location. Only then did I feel like finding a club to relax. Is that so? I wonder which direction you're planning to develop in. Although commerce is developed in Backland, it's actually full of competition. Lewis knew the other person was intentionally probing, and he didn't plan on hiding anything either. To tell you the truth, the industry I'm planning to enter actually has some connection with you, mister. But don't worry, we're not in competition, but in a cooperative relationship. I have several patents that can change the comfort of carriages. Not only can they lower the height of the carriage, but they can also make it more stable, and so on. When my carriage factory starts up, I'll need quite a bit of cloth and leather. That's wonderful. To be honest, I've long been fed up with current carriages. They're bumpy and inconvenient. They're fine on straight roads, but turning is a nightmare. As Lewis chatted with this Earl Sawyer, other club members nearby also joined in the fun. After some small talk, Lewis actually got to know quite a few people: cloth merchants, leather merchants, lumber merchants, steel merchants, and so on. Quite a lot. Once he truly opened the carriage factory, as long as he made good use of these people, he wouldn't have to worry about raw material issues. Oh, and there was also an editor from a newspaper here. His carriage factory's advertisements would also be taken care of. However, Lewis could only believe about 20% of what these people said, and those people likely didn't even have 1% trust in his words. After all, those people had known each other for a while Lewis was a complete newcomer, and an outsider who had arrived in Backland less than a week ago. Presumably, before Lewis's carriage factory was actually built, these people wouldn't have much trust in his words. But it didn't matter, this was already enough for the current Lewis. He had already made connections with the business circle here, and there would be more room for maneuvers later. It must be said, the annual membership fee of over £5 wasn't paid for nothing. The snacks provided during afternoon tea were quite good. The savory section had Briceburg pork pies, steak and snail sandwiches, and mini beef burgers. The bread section had plain scones with clotted cream, and corn muffins with bacon jam. The dessert section had chocolate brownies, treacle tarts, and fruit cake. The tea and drink section provided Lagavulin whiskey cocktails, champagne, ale, and black tea. After this meal, Lewis felt that if he were to buy this from outside, it would cost at least several shillings. With an annual membership fee of £5, 5 shillings, calculating it now, it seemed it really wasn't for making money. It might just barely cover the cost of the tea and snacks. As for whether they would lose money, Lewis wasn't too worried. After all, these wealthy people wouldn't always go to the same club. They often visited 4 or 5 different clubs in a week. Sometimes, they would only repeat a visit to a club once a month. Even Lewis was like this. After seeing this shooting club today, his interest had actually diminished significantly. He planned to try out what a steam rifle was like and then prepare to head home. Chapter 23 Roarsted Archipelago 4K. Lewis walked to the club's specific shooting area, where the fixed targets were much farther away than those in the previous revolver area. This actually wasn't the most obvious difference. The true difference was the different sounds in the two places. In the previous revolver shooting area, the air was filled with the sound of gunfire. But here, it was the rumbling sound of robot operation. SSSSO, right, and there was the occasional sound of high-pressure steam spraying. Not only that, the temperature in this area was significantly higher than elsewhere. It was somewhat inappropriate for this season, but it would likely be very popular in autumn and winter. Lewis walked to the shooting position and picked up the semi-fixed steam rifle, whose size was far beyond that of ordinary firearms, being almost thicker than a person's thigh. Under the guidance of an attendant, Lewis loaded the pellets for it. Aiming, he pulled the trigger. This steam rifle fired solid pellets, which shattered the target board opposite directly after flying out. Phew, the recoil of this gun is even greater than that of full-charge cartridges. After trying 5 more shots, Lewis finally put down the steam rifle in his hand. It wasn't that he couldn't handle the recoil of the firearm's discharge, but rather that a large amount of steam would spray from the weapon when it fired, making Lewis's face feel uncomfortable from the blast. This gun, although powerful, is just too inconvenient to use. It has absolutely no practical combat value. The attendant had clearly been asked this kind of question many times, and answered quite smoothly at this moment. Sir, the steam rifle we use in this club is, strictly speaking, a steam hand cannon, and it's not the latest model. Those latest steam firearms are non-sale items. Even in the name of the club, they cannot be purchased. And as far as I know, the latest steam rifles have long been miniaturized and personalized, requiring only an additional steam backpack for one person to use. After hearing the club's introduction, Lewis was clearly interested in that steam backpack. Although he had already made up his mind to build a carriage, that was because current technology couldn't yet produce the sedan he wanted. However, hearing the attendant say that technology now exists to miniaturize the steam engine to the size of a backpack, and that the power hasn't been significantly reduced, still being able to provide kinetic energy for a rifle. If he could get his hands on this technology, would he be able to produce steam cars? One must know that Lewis wasn't just wandering aimlessly on the streets today. He had confirmed that there were no cars of any form here. That's right, there are trains, subways, carriages, and rickshaws here, but no cars. Lewis blinked, thinking this might actually be a good idea. Lewis pulled a small notebook from the front breast pocket of his vest, and recorded his thoughts in it. Not only that, in addition to writing down information about steam cars, Lewis also conveniently wrote the names of electric cars and gasoline cars on it to avoid forgetting them in the future. Glancing at the club's clock, Lewis felt that the time was about right, and he should head home. Actually, he had a pocket watch in his pocket, but he always forgot it because he wasn't used to it. When Lewis went to the waiting room, he noticed that besides Reed, there were several other attendants waiting there, and beside them were food and new products provided by the club. Sir, are you ready to go home? Seeing Lewis arrive, Reed quickly stood up and approached him with his clothes. Yes, the time is about right. I still need to go to the study later to organize what I saw today. With Reed's assistance, Lewis put on his coat and top hat. As for the tie, since he was going straight home, he wouldn't wear it for now. How was your experience today, sir? Seeing Lewis come out, the front desk immediately greeted him with a smile. Not bad. When I have time later, I'll go to the outskirts to see how the club's outdoor field is. Take care, sir, watch your step. The front desk escorted Lewis all the way out of the club, and didn't return inside until the carriage was out of sight. Lewis was very satisfied with this. Reed, you really do know the West District well. This club also suits my taste. As long as you are satisfied, sir. After returning home, Lewis summoned the butler. Hayes, I have a few things to do tomorrow, please take note. First, around 10 a.m., I need to go back to the patent office. In addition, I need you to make some contacts to see which factories and shops in Backland are for rent or sale. These are the detailed requirements, take a good look at them later. Yes, sir, I've noted it all down. All right, I'm going to the study first. Call me when it's time for dinner. Looking at the bowing butler, Lewis nodded and went upstairs. Combining his conversations with Reed today and the merchants in the club, he had gained a certain understanding of the patents here. First of all, the patent office in Lone is jointly managed by the kingdom and the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery. Patents registered here must be respected even in other countries, because it's not just the state acting as a guarantor behind them, but the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery. Perhaps those countries don't care what the Lone Kingdom thinks, but as long as they don't want to offend the Church of the Seven Gods, they cannot use these certified patents without permission. And in the Lone Kingdom, I've heard them say that in some countries, the patent office is backed by the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom, with similar effects. Because the Church stands behind the patent office, Lewis had to go in person to register a patent instead of having the butler invite someone to his home. Unlike his disgust at his body being modified while at the club, Lewis was now very grateful that the karma had also enhanced his memory and thinking abilities. This allowed him to write 12 patents related to carriages in one breath over the course of an evening. In the evening, Lewis, who was just about to fall asleep in bed, suddenly opened his eyes. Because the clone he had left in the spirit world to monitor the gray fog sent a message. A crimson had abruptly appeared within it. Lewis immediately left a message for Audrey through the ring. I saw that fool enter the gray fog. Did he respond to your prayer? Gouchin on the other side, Audrey was unaware of this, she had already fallen into a dream. But in the next moment, Audrey suddenly sat up in bed, clutching her quilt. In the dream just now, she saw that magnificent and ancient palace and the fool sitting at the head. The other party nodded slightly to her, I know. Awakened by this message, Audrey then discovered the message in her ring. Ah yes, this is Mr. Fool's reply, but why did he have to wait so late to respond? Although puzzled, Audrey immediately conveyed the message to Lewis. 6 paths, I just received Mr. Fool's response in my dream. At this moment, Lewis himself had reappeared in the spirit world, at a position neither too far nor too close to the gray fog. From here, one could see the entirety of the gray fog without being so close as to be easily discovered by those inside. After receiving Audrey's response, Lewis was satisfied, feeling that he was one step closer to the truth. Now, let's see how you leave. As long as your spiritual body leaves a mark in this space, I will be able to find you. Previously, Lewis's clone hadn't been able to see when the other party's crimson light appeared. Now, to avoid missing it, Lewis created more than 40 clones at once to start monitoring from all directions. One of Lewis's clones suddenly sent a message, noticing a faint crimson thread flying in from a distance and finally falling into the gray fog. Lewis immediately dispatched a clone to follow that faint crimson thread to find its source. He suspected it might come from the Mr. Hanged Man Audrey had mentioned. But that crimson thread came too quickly, and Lewis's clone didn't have time to find its origin before it had completely vanished into the gray fog. But in the next moment, Lewis noticed a similar crimson thread flying out from the gray fog. Combining this with Audrey's experience, Lewis guessed that this might be the fool's response to the Hanged Man. That clone immediately followed behind the thread and disappeared into the spirit world. The thread flashed through the spirit world almost in an instant. Even though the clone was chasing very fast, it still couldn't keep up. However, although he didn't obtain a precise address, it wasn't a total lack of harvest. Indeed, that clone followed the thread to a vast sea. On Lewis's main body's side, he watched as a fluctuation abruptly appeared at the location of the palace within the gray fog. He immediately activated his Rinnegan, and after penetrating the gray fog, he saw that the crimson that was originally in the palace had simply vanished. Tisk, what a pity. It seems this light gate really is the other party's cheat, rather than them accidentally discovering this place while wandering the spirit world. Forget it, there will always be a chance. Lewis immediately dismissed most of his clones, leaving only a few to continue monitoring here. His attention now shifted to the sea he had been pursuing halfway. Lewis didn't think this was a big deal. Although this was the sea, he relied on his Byakugan and felt it shouldn't be difficult to find the other party's location. The distance Lewis's Byakugan could see was not just the 1 kilometer radius of an ordinary Byakugan, it could see over 10 kilometers as a starting point, and if he was willing to further consume chakra, he could see even farther. Indeed, as Lewis poured chakra into his Byakugan, the surrounding sea conditions all entered his sight. But at this sight, Lewis couldn't help but frown. Because he discovered many islands nearby, some large and some small, but the problem was that people lived on all of them. Originally, he thought the other party might be on a certain ship. In that case, the worst he would have to do was read everyone's memories one by one, and he should be able to find them. But to his surprise, the other party actually lived on an island. But at least he had made a discovery. He couldn't just give up so easily, so he immediately flew toward the general direction where the thread had been. The closer Lewis got to these islands, the more he could see, and the worse his expression became. Because among them was an island whose area was actually 3 or 4 times larger than Backland and its surrounding suburbs. Although the population density wasn't as high as Backland's, the number of people was still quite large. Helpless, Lewis sent out a clone to enter the island, while his main body returned to the study at home. He began to search through the books and maps in the study, finally roughly confirming that the island should be the Rörsted Archipelago, the largest archipelago between the northern and southern continents. One must know that the lone kingdom's strength at sea is quite formidable, to the extent that most of the large islands between the northern and southern continents have been seized by them. But this Rörsted Archipelago is an exception. It originally belonged to the Fanapotter Kingdom, but after the War of the Oathbreaker, the 3 countries of Lenneberg, Mason, and Seeger gained independence from the Fanapotter Kingdom. The Rörsted Archipelago was also incorporated into Seeger's control at about that time, which was definitely a huge blow to the Fanapotter Kingdom. Lewis couldn't find any more information in his study, so he could only temporarily drop the matter. He planned to tell the butler after dawn to buy more related books to fill his study. On the other side, Audrey, who had been awakened from her dream, was sitting there with a face full of confusion, for a moment unsure whether to sleep or not. She wanted to ask Lewis, but didn't dare, so she just lay in bed and fell into a dream amidst wild thoughts. Perhaps because of various imaginations before sleep, she didn't sleep soundly that night, and all sorts of strange things appeared in her dreams. The most crucial thing was that when she woke up the next morning, she couldn't remember what she had dreamed at all, only knowing that it had been a very bad night. On the other hand, Lewis had gained quite a lot, perhaps because the Rörsted Archipelago was far from the continent, the control of the 7 gods and various countries here was insufficient, or perhaps it was because Seeger was just that open. In short, on this Rörsted Archipelago, Lewis's clone learned a lot of information related to the extraordinary. For example, as long as you walk into a bar or come to the entrance of the security bureau, you can see bounty posters posted densely. Among these bounty posters, as long as you are willing to look, you can find a lot of information. For instance, King of the 5 Seas Nast has a huge bounty of up to 800,000 gold pounds. To be honest, after seeing this price, even Lewis was tempted. But then he thought, he had extracted nearly 10,000 pounds from the river in just 2 days, so 800,000 would only take 3 months. Thinking of this, Lewis's original excitement decreased a lot again. Yes, it only decreased a lot, rather than disappearing completely. Because in that information, Lewis noticed that the other party was suspected to be a Sequence 3 saint. Considering the other party's strength, and the fact that they had been sailing the seas for so many years, they must have a considerable understanding of the extraordinary system. Lewis felt that, for one, he could obtain a lot of high-value information from the other party, and for another, he might be able to invite them to join his own forces. However, looking closely, among the so-called 4 kings and 7 admirals of the pirates, what really interested him was not any of those 4 kings, but Vice Admiral Deep Sea Hal Constantine, who was among the 7 admirals. Chapter 24, Deep 1, 4K. The reason Lewis was interested in this Deep Sea Admiral Hal Constantine was mainly due to the description in the bounty, which had traces of the Church of the Lord of Storms in many places. This made Lewis very suspicious, wondering if this person was a nail planted at sea by the Church of the Lord of Storms. Compared to those purely wild pirates, someone backed by such a large force would surely have more resources and information. Another point was that, based on Audrey's description, it was very likely that the hangman was a member of the Church of the Lord of Storms. Combining the two, even if they weren't the same person, they should have some connection. The only problem was that this person's whereabouts were also uncertain, so encountering him at sea would just be a matter of luck. Apart from these famous pirates with bounties in the tens of thousands, other scattered small pirates were also emerging one after another. It was also at this time that it could be confirmed that the Rörsted Archipelago was truly unmasked, directly and openly making the potion system public. As long as you observed carefully, you could find clues from these bounties. Furthermore, just guarding the intersection leading to the island from the port, one could see various existences in strange attire and appearances that no longer looked human. But for these people, the island's residents were already accustomed to it. Besides these strange-looking people, the harvest they brought back from the sea was also equally bizarre. Among them, what caught Lewis's attention the most was a large iron cage he saw by chance. The top half of the cage was exposed to the air, while the bottom half was submerged in a huge water tank. Locked inside was a monster with a vague humanoid shape, but its head was that of a fish, with huge, bulging eyes that never closed. The monster had grayish-green, slippery skin, a scaled ridge on its back, and a delicate white belly. On both sides of its neck were gills that constantly twitched, and its long hands and feet with claws were webbed. At a glance, it was a weird aquatic existence. Especially that clone. When he learned from the passers-by that the monster they had caught was called a deep one, Lewis only felt a darkness before his eyes. No way, I thought it was just an illusion before, but is it really a Cthulhu-style world? Should I even look at that light gate? Don't end up getting myself contaminated. Lewis, who received the report from his clone, felt more and more that there was something wrong with this world. That potion, they say you'll lose control after drinking it, could it actually be contamination by outer gods or their kin? Those weird abilities are also just manifestations of humans being contaminated by outer gods and transforming towards their kin. Hisai said that light gate was so weird, with bubbles and bugs, and the three pathways it belongs to are door, fool, and error. Could it be Yog-Sothoth? The so-called Yog-Sothoth is the ruler of space-time, and the one who is all in the Cthulhu worldview. It has other aliases, such as the key in the gate, he who walks in the threshold, the lurker at the threshold, the beyond one, Ramashikupa. Plus, Lewis had only glanced at the other party, and had a brain full of knowledge stuffed into him, which was very consistent with its habit of instilling knowledge into its believers. The more he associated, the more Lewis felt the image fit, which inexplicably gave him a sense of urgency. No, it seems I can't keep slacking off. I really need to start vigorously spreading chakra to enhance my own strength. Don't wait until Otsutsuki Shirbai is resurrected in my body, only to be contaminated by these outer gods into a monster first. That wouldn't be worth it, even if it meant living a few years less. Thinking of this, Lewis couldn't care that it wasn't dawn yet. He got up from bed, and went to the study to start writing. Lava Octopus Blood 10 ml, Star Crystal 50 g, Devouring Gem Bug 1, Illusion Crystal 1, Blood Spotted Black Mosquito 1, Core of the Candle-Eating Spirit, 100 ml of another's blood, 9 fingernail fragments from different people, 1 sapphire, 10 g vervain powder, 10 drops of sheep's beard grass pure dew, 90 ml ancient well water, 1 flower grown from a corpse, 5 g soil contaminated by spirit world creatures, 100 ml pure water, 13 drops of night fragrant herb juice, 7 golden mint leaves, 3 drops of poison. Hemlock juice, 9 g dragon's blood grass powder. The above were the potion formulas for sequence 9 of the 3 pathways Lewis had previously obtained from the door. Although Lewis was ready to start speeding up the spread of chakra, he didn't intend to only exert effort from one side. He planned to try to analyze this power simultaneously. Attacking from 2 directions, he wanted to see if he could borrow the power of chakra to expel the contamination in the potions, and then use the power of the potions to slow down the unlocking speed of his own wedge. Fearing that someone would see through it at a glance, Lewis directly recorded the materials required for all 3 formulas together. That wasn't all. He planned to split it into 2 halves later, handing one part to Audrey for her to be responsible for purchasing, and the other part to the butler. In this way, even if the discoverer had one of these 3 formulas, they wouldn't be able to tell what Lewis was planning to do. Putting down his pen, Lewis, who was preparing to go back for a nap, felt his ears twitch and discovered that there seemed to be an argument in low voices at the front door downstairs. Lewis looked down through the window and found the butler arguing with someone dressed as a merchant over a painting. At first, he didn't think anything of it, as he had indeed told the butler before to buy more paintings, vases, photo frames, and the like, as he was planning to redecorate the house. But just as Lewis was about to turn back, he suddenly noticed that the painting below was a bit strange, and it seemed to have faint spirituality attached to it. After discovering this, Lewis walked down from upstairs in his pajamas. "Hayes, has something happened? I originally got up to drink some water, but I heard you arguing with someone downstairs. Who is this gentleman?" Seeing that it was Lewis who came down, the butler bowed quickly. "I am very sorry, sir, for disturbing your rest. This is William Walker, a famous oil painting merchant in the West Borough." Following the butler's introduction, this William Walker bowed to Lewis. After returning the salute, Lewis curiously leaned forward. "That makes me curious, what on earth could cause two gentlemen to argue here?" The butler took the initiative to step aside, revealing the oil painting placed on the ground. "Sir, it is because of this painting. Although it is indeed very eye-catching, it is really not suitable to be hung in the house." Lewis examined it carefully and felt that the butler was right, because the content of this painting was very strange. It was a bloody axe, a severed little finger, and a peeled-off scalp, with a long tuft of blonde hair still on the scalp. And the spirituality Lewis had sensed earlier was now attached to the axe and the severed little finger in the painting. At this moment, William Walker chimed in at the right time. "Mr. Hayes is right, this painting is indeed not suitable for hanging at home, but it is truly full of artistry. It only takes one glance to attract others' attention. It could completely become an artwork for the upper class, and even if not kept for personal collection, it could be taken out to serve as an exhibit in an art gallery." Lewis nodded. "All right, Mr. Walker, you have convinced me. Hayes, I think I might hold an art exhibition later." The butler immediately understood Lewis's meaning. "Yes, sir. Then I will have a good talk with Mr. Walker next." After looking at the other paintings William Walker had brought and confirming there were no other special ones, Lewis walked upstairs leisurely. Looking at the time, it was already 6:46, and he shook his head gently. "All right, I can still doze for another 2 hours." The main body started to sleep, but the clones were pulling an all-nighter. As for that painting, he was not in a hurry to check it. After all, it had already been bought, and he would have enough time after waking up. As a result, after he woke up, there was simply no time to check the painting. First, he went to the Patent Management Bureau to register a patent, then took a list of patents related to carriages. Afterwards, he went to check the locations of factories for sale and rent. Tossing about like this took up the better part of the day, and even though his body had been strengthened, he still felt exhausted after this whole routine. When he finally returned home, it was already past 6 in the evening, and it was almost time for dinner. Lewis was a bit speechless about this, but for the sake of his slacking life for the next few decades, or even hundreds or thousands of years, he couldn't help but do it. In fact, Lewis didn't really hate the day's activities. On the contrary, it allowed him to further understand this city. As the capital of 10,000 cities and the commercial pearl of the entire northern continent, behind the economic prosperity and development were the rising stars that stood out in various industries, as well as the losers who served as foils for those rising stars. And the factories Lewis had seen before were the ones left behind after those losers went bankrupt. They carried dreams and their first startup capital, then went to banks for loans, went to find upper-class investors, only to lose everything. Now, not only were they selling off the factories they had poured their heart and soul into, but they probably couldn't even keep their own properties. Such factories for sale were everywhere in the East Borough. Lewis had spent most of the day selecting, but he had barely seen less than 1/10 of them. This did not mean that in another 10 days, Lewis would be able to see all the factories for sale in the East Borough. In reality, he couldn't finish them at all. Because after seeing 1/10 today, maybe tomorrow there would be just as many factory owners going bankrupt and starting to sell their factories. As for the factories he had seen before, unless they were decided on the spot, it was very likely that in the time it took to turn around, they already belonged to new investors. In fact, after today's inspection, Lewis confirmed that the prices of these factories were not high. Cheap ones were even only £100 or so, and expensive ones were no more than £1,000. Since Lewis relatively preferred to get it done in one step, he wanted to buy a factory with a large enough area so that he wouldn't have to change locations later if he wanted to transform into making steam cars. Lewis had not failed to see such large area factories during the day. In fact, the number was quite large. According to Lewis's understanding, most of those failed and bankrupt foils had the same idea as him, wanting to prepare everything at once. Preparing large factories, ordering large amounts of materials, doing the best packaging, recruiting large numbers of workers, and producing large quantities of finished products. As a result, when it came time to sell, they could only sell a small amount of goods at once. This led to a large backlog of funds, but there were workers waiting for wages below, and banks or investors waiting for repayments above. These factories could last for at most half a year before they had to go bankrupt. And at this time, the reputation of their products had often just started to spread in Backlund. It even caused a strange phenomenon. When residents of Backlund encountered a certain product and found it quite useful, they would often buy a lot at once. Because it might just be the next day that the factory behind these products would go bankrupt and be liquidated, and if they wanted to buy more, they wouldn't be able to. Lewis wasn't just touring factories during the day, in fact, he was also studying business. However, looking at the end, he found that those people were different from him. He had a large amount of funds to squander behind him. At worst, he could just pan for gold in the river from his past life to support the factory. It shouldn't take too long, at most a year, for his factory to be profitable on its own. Lewis, who had already made the worst preparations, didn't care whether doing so would make him lose money, and chose the factory more according to his own wishes. It was precisely because of this that Lewis hadn't confirmed a factory after a day of looking, and was prepared to continue looking tomorrow. But that was a matter for tomorrow. Now he had to go and study that painting carefully. Why on earth was there spirituality attached to it? After some analysis, Lewis discovered a rather strange point. The bloodstains on the axe in the painting actually contained real blood. Of course, blood was only one of the ingredients. More relied on pigments, otherwise, those bloodstains would turn black after drying. Similarly, on the severed little finger on the side, Lewis also surprisingly discovered weird ingredients, which was the powder ground from calcined bones. Combining the blood on the axe earlier, Lewis suspected that this might have used the bones from the calcined little finger. Then, according to the previous theory, the scalp behind should logically also be made of real human body materials, but after Lewis's inspection, he found that it was made of normal ingredients. Thinking of this, Lewis suddenly seemed to think of something and said to his valet, "Reed, when you are free, you can ask your relative at the police station." In the time before this, was there any case where the criminal used an axe to chop off the victim's finger, and then escaped or was caught? By the way, the victim should also have this long, straight blonde hair, about this long. Although Reed was confused by Lewis's request, he did not refuse, thinking he would go and ask in a couple of days. The butler heard Lewis's words from the side and immediately thought of the painting from the morning. "Sir, are you saying?" Lewis nodded. "I checked that painting earlier and found that it was actually 2 layers of paintings. The blood on the axe and the finger bone exposed on the cross-section of the severed finger were all drawn on later." Chapter 25, Beyonder Characteristic, for K. While having tea and reading the newspaper at the table after dinner, the butler reported the day's work to Lewis. "Oh, the clothes have been brought back, have they? We didn't have a tailor before, but from now on, the matter of ordering clothes and changing styles will be handled by the tailor, so you don't have to worry about being too busy with too many things." Lewis wasn't trying to strip the butler of his authority. In reality, as long as the funds and decision-making power for household purchases remained in the butler's hands, those below him couldn't truly overstep their bounds. Therefore, the butler was glad to have one less thing to do, and after thanking Lewis, he prepared to withdraw. "Wait, keep this list safe. Buy the items on it as discreetly as possible. If the household funds are insufficient, tell me. Remember, don't let anyone else know." Lewis gave half of the potion material list he had written in the early morning to the butler, and the other half was transmitted to Audrey via the ring, asking her to collect them for him. After finishing all this, Lewis left the dining room, and returned to the study on the 2nd floor. There, the painting he had been studying halfway was still waiting. Regarding this painting, Lewis actually had a very simple and direct method. using the power of Otsutsuki Shirbai to directly view the past of this painting. That way, Lewis would not only be able to see how the spirituality was attached to this painting, but he could also directly see the artist who painted it. However, he really didn't want to start unsealing the wedge within his body just for such a trivial matter, especially since this trivial matter didn't have much to do with him. In the end, Lewis just used a small knife to scrape off a portion of the paint mixed with blood and bone powder, storing them separately in 2 small glass vials. He did this because Lewis remembered that in the knowledge given to him by the light gate, there seemed to be a way to use the spirit world to find the connections between things, which was commonly known as divination. And the blood and bone powder in this painting were the perfect materials for divination. Lewis closed his eyes and began to simulate spirituality using chakra, while simultaneously using his mental power to sense the spirit world. Just as he vaguely sensed the outline of the spirit world, Lewis suddenly opened his eyes, feeling as if he had been muddled. With another flash, he appeared within the divine tree space. Sensing the spirit world, how could that be as direct as being in the spirit world itself? Lewis walked into the manor within the divine tree space, and placed the 2 vials of materials on the desk in the study. He closed his eyes once again, and released his spirituality. What he sensed was no longer the vague and blurry feeling from before, but a clear connection with the spirit world. Holding the vial containing the bone powder in his palm, he used his spirituality to amplify its connection to the spirit world. The next moment, Lewis discovered that the bone powder emitted many threads, each ending in a crimson highlight. These threads varied in thickness, some bright and some dim. He discarded the extremely thin and dim threads, leaving only those that were distinct. Lewis started with the thickest one. This time, he didn't use his spirituality, but instead tried to touch that thread with his mental power. Very good, it worked. The moment his mental power touched the thread, a new perspective appeared before Lewis's eyes, a woman cleaning up a tragedy in her kitchen. At first glance, one could see her straight blonde hair. If one observed more carefully, it wasn't hard to notice that the fingers on her left hand were of uneven length, with one fingertip missing. Clearly, the woman before him was the owner of the bone powder in the painting. Withdrawing his gaze, he looked at the other threads, but didn't find anything particularly special. Even though Lewis later checked those thinner and dimmer threads, he didn't find the culprit who committed the crime. Of course, it was also possible that the person acted far too normally, making it impossible for Lewis to tell at all. But Lewis didn't think so. After all, the person was capable of leaving spirituality in the painting. They should have been different from ordinary people in some way, yet these people were all too normal. With no other choice, Lewis had to give up and pin his hopes on the other vial. After all, it contained blood, perhaps he could make a discovery there. This time, Lewis wanted to try using his mental power to connect to the spirit world instead of his spirituality. Unfortunately, the experiment failed. If he wanted to connect to the spirit world, he would have to use his spirituality for the time being. This time, the blood in the vial unexpectedly revealed several thick threads all at once, though these threads were relatively dim. Lewis probed with his mental power, only to be surprised to find that the perspective was wrong. It wasn't a person, but a wall. This discovery left Lewis somewhat confused, but he immediately thought of a possibility. Lewis immediately exited the perspective and checked the other threads. As expected, the remaining perspectives were either inside a wall or in the ground. In one of the perspectives, Lewis noticed a tombstone on the ground. The information on it was written clearly. It was an unidentified female corpse, the body brutally destroyed, with the head and limbs gone. It seems I've found a clue to that serial killer, but I can't tell anyone about this. Lewis couldn't help but shake his head, because among these threads, he still hadn't found anyone suspected of being the killer. This led Lewis to a guess. All right, it seems the other party is not an ordinary person, and perhaps they have considerable expertise in manipulating the spirit world. At least with my current understanding of the spirit world, it should be very difficult to find them. In fact, in the slums of the East Borough of Backland, a bearded carpenter who had been hiding in his attic painting a moment ago suddenly changed his expression. Why can you people just not understand? The spirit is the essence of a person, the body is a cage that binds the spirit. I am merely helping them break open the cage and setting their souls free. Just a moment ago, he had sensed that someone was searching for him through the spirit world. Fortunately, the other party's sequence was likely lower than his, so he had successfully hidden himself using his spirituality. He waited in the attic for a few more minutes, and after confirming that no one was divining him anymore, he stood up from the easel, casually wiped the paint from his hands onto his apron, and began rummaging through boxes and cabinets. Finally, he took out a fist-sized crystal ball from a corner of the attic. He placed the crystal ball on the attic floor and set up a simple ritual circle around it. The crystal ball then began to use spirituality to construct a sealed space, preventing outside interference while he performed a counter-divination. As the moon began to communicate with the spirit world using his spirituality, changes began to occur within the crystal ball in front of him. The originally transparent crystal ball began to show large areas of chaotic yet brilliant colors inside. This was him borrowing the power of the spirit world to track down the person who had divined him earlier. About 3 minutes passed, and a blurry figure finally appeared in the image within the crystal ball. Judging by the background, the person seemed to be in a study, currently reading a newspaper. The person in the image suddenly looked up toward the location of the crystal ball. This turn of events caused the fake carpenter's heart to tighten, knowing that he had been discovered by the other party. He was quite decisive in his actions. He immediately cut off his spirituality, and while enduring the intense headache brought on by the backlash, he kicked the crystal ball on the floor, preparing to destroy the ritual he had set up. But just as he kicked the crystal ball, he noticed that the image within it had changed. It was no longer a figure, but a sea of blood red. In the blood red, there were circles upon circles of threads, and in the spaces between these threads, there were objects that were unclear, rapidly rotating around a central point. The thoughts of this fake carpenter ended there, and immediately after, he slumped to the floor, motionless. On the other side, Lewis had been sitting in his study, feeling unsettled because he had clues in his hands but couldn't bring them out, when he suddenly felt someone spying on him. Almost subconsciously, Lewis opened his Rinnegan and released a defensive illusion. This illusion itself didn't have much lethality, it merely caused the person looking at Lewis to fall into a deep sleep. Lewis blinked, feeling that his illusion had been triggered. Only then did he realize what had just happened. Someone must have been spying on him through the spirit world. He had come here and had no grievances with anyone in his daily life, so who would use beyonder powers to find him? The answer was self-evident, it was the suspected killer he had just been looking for but couldn't find. Well, does this count as waiting for a rabbit by a tree? The other party had fallen for Lewis's illusion, which meant they were simultaneously marked by Lewis. Lewis easily found the other party's location, opened a spatial rift, and arrived at their location. Looking at the bearded man lying on the ground, his breathing gradually steadying, Lewis waved his hand in front of his nose, finding the smell here strangely odd. Lewis didn't wait any longer. He reached out and grabbed the man on the floor, and saw a translucent orb of light float out from the man's head. Grabbing the flying orb of light, Lewis began to probe the memories within it. This took over 10 minutes, during which Lewis's expression changed repeatedly, finally settling into a deep frown. Tisk, Theosophy Order, a cult, and also the Demonist sect. Through the memories, Lewis already roughly knew the man's identity. He was a member of the Theosophy Order. The Theosophy Order advocated that the spirit is the essence of a person, and the body is a cage that binds the spirit. Its extreme members took the destruction of others' bodies as their guiding principle, having committed many bloody cases, and were therefore designated as a cult organization by various countries. The man before him was an astrologer of the apprentice pathway, Sequence 7. He was considered a high-ranking member within the Theosophy Order, controlling 2 of the organization's underground strongholds in Backland. During the detailed investigation, Lewis made an additional discovery. This Theosophy Order had some connection with the Demonist sect, but that was handled by another branch within their organization. The person before him didn't know much about it. This man was just born with a penchant for killing. As long as the other branch sent him a mission, He didn't care if there were any real issues behind it. He would just go and kill, job done. He was a pure pervert. After reading through the man's rough memories, Lewis tapped his right finger, and the man stopped breathing without even realizing it. Confirming that the man was dead, Lewis turned his gaze to the crystal ball on the floor. This was the exact one the man had used earlier. But now, it appeared that the crystal ball was covered in cracks, and could no longer be used normally. This was normal. The crystal ball was not an ordinary object. It had been enhanced by the man through magic rituals, which could increase the accuracy of divination to a certain extent and prevent counter-divination. When Lewis released the illusion earlier, this crystal ball had tried to block it, but there was no way such a crystal ball could stop Lewis's illusion. To prevent others from noticing anything unusual through the crystal ball, Lewis pushed his right hand forward. A white light shot out, and the next moment, the entire crystal ball vanished. What Lewis used was the dust release, detachment of the primitive world technique. However, Lewis had extremely strong control over these techniques. After separating the crystal ball into atomic states, he stopped the technique. The floor beneath the crystal ball only had a very shallow mark, not even half a millimeter deep. After dealing with the crystal ball, he looked back at the man on the floor. There was spirituality flowing, squirming, gathering, and being expelled from his body, finally leaving behind an eye-sized crystal next to the corpse, which looked just like a diamond. But it only looked like one. Lewis could tell that it was actually formed by the gathering of a large amount of spirituality. This is the Beyonder characteristic from his memories, right? It really is beautiful. Through the man's memories, Lewis knew that this so-called Beyonder characteristic was the Beyonder essence of these Beyonders. It was like how a potion was actually a stable carrier for a Beyonder characteristic. In addition, after a Beyonder or a Beyonder creature died, because there was no spirituality to stabilize these Beyonder characteristics, they would gradually precipitate. At this time, these precipitated Beyonder characteristics could be consumed as special potions. For example, the person before him had promoted to sequence 7 by consuming a Beyonder characteristic. Compared to promoting by consuming a potion, consuming a Beyonder characteristic was actually more dangerous, because it didn't just contain the sequence 7 Beyonder characteristic, it also contained the preceding sequence 8 and sequence 9, all of which would precipitate together after death. And the Beyonder characteristic that precipitated after this man's death was even more dangerous than the one he had consumed before, because it had an extra portion of sequence 8 and sequence 9. In other words, it was like taking a drug prescribed by weight. If the amount of medicine taken increased while the body weight remained the same, the side effects would naturally increase accordingly. Through reading the memories, Lewis knew that the man before him had also hidden some money and jewelry downstairs, all of which he had stolen while committing murders. But Lewis didn't go to take them. Instead, he opened a spatial rift and entered the divine tree space. He was now very interested in this Beyonder characteristic. Looking at the clear and shining diamond in his hand, Lewis's thoughts began to drift. Beyonder characteristic, potion, Beyonder essence. This world is really interesting. So, how should I utilize them? Chapter 26, the second diary entry, for K. Early the next morning, when Lewis came downstairs for breakfast, he appeared completely listless. "Oh, sir, did you not rest well? Are you still planning to go to Eastborough to look at factory buildings today?" Lewis set down the newspaper in his hand. "It's nothing. I just spent some time last night studying that painting again. How should I put it, that painting gives me a very bad feeling. Take it from the study later, and lock it away in the warehouse." "Yes, sir. Please enjoy your breakfast first." Lewis pointed his silver fork toward the second-floor study, then gestured for the butler to come closer, whispering to him, "When you go for the painting, notice the chest under my desk. It's filled with 10-pound gold notes. Originally, I preferred glittering gold over paper currency, but since I'm preparing to invest in a factory, take that chest of gold pounds to the Central Bank of Backland while I'm out and deposit it into my account. Additionally, withdraw £1,000 from the account to cover the cost of the items on that list I gave you. Keep the remainder for daily expenses." Also, once the factory is up and running, I will begin inviting other gentlemen to the house for banquets or attending other social gatherings. Remember to have the tailor prepare more formal wear for me. You can also look for suitable accessories when you have time. I'll be busy with work lately and likely won't have the energy for such matters. As Lewis spoke, he feigned reaching into his breast pocket, but in reality, he reached into a spatial rift, retrieved his gold seal, and handed it to the butler. Yes, sir. I will handle it. Lewis had been quite busy throughout the previous night. First, he had studied the beyonder characteristic he'd acquired within the divine tree space, which naturally yielded no results. Lewis wasn't disappointed. After all, this was an entirely new power system. It wouldn't be that easy to crack. In the latter half of the night, Lewis had opened a rift within the space, with the other end positioned just centimeters above the surface of the Tassoc River. There was no other way. Although the villa Lewis currently resided in was near the river, the house was full of servants, and even outdoors, there were gardeners and grooms at work. Therefore, if Lewis wanted to collect gold sand from the river, he could only do so late at night after everyone in the house had gone to sleep. Thinking that he couldn't always be like a thief, mining gold so stealthily in the dead of night, Lewis had mined a massive amount in one go last night, refining it until dawn. The chest of gold coins under the desk was only a portion. To make it look less abrupt, Lewis had also placed 3 chests on top of the bookshelf in the study, all filled with gold coins. He believed that when the butler went to the study to get the gold, he would surely notice the chests on the bookshelf. Even if he didn't know what was inside yet, he would have an impression of them. That way, when he needed money in the future, he could tell the butler to take it directly from the chests on the bookshelf without it feeling like a chest of gold coins was constantly appearing out of thin air. After all, for the people in the villa, they had arrived later than Lewis, so it was understandable that they didn't know exactly how many gold coins he had initially moved in. But as they spent more time together and everyone became familiar with the general state of the house, it would seem somewhat unreasonable to suddenly produce a lot of gold coins for no reason. While placing those chests, Lewis had to admit that the company that decorated the house back then was genuine and hadn't cut any corners. At least the bookshelf was built quite sturdily. These 4 chests of gold coins each contained 5,000 pounds, and including the chest itself, each weighed nearly 40 kilograms. The bookshelf didn't even wobble, and the wood showed no obvious signs of sagging, making Lewis's initial worries about it not being able to bear the weight completely unnecessary. After breakfast, Reed helped Lewis select the clothes he would wear to go out today. Conveniently, the clothes he had made at the tailor's previously had been brought back last night, giving him more choices and combinations. Just as Lewis thought he would be spending another day looking at factory buildings in Eastborough, he received a message from Audrey shortly before lunch, saying she had found another page of Roselle's diary. Lewis was quite interested in this fellow transmigrator, so he used the excuse of not having rested well the previous night to say he wanted to nap in the carriage after lunch. Reed and the others naturally said nothing. Lewis then notified Audrey through the ring, and opened a spatial rift to take the diary page into his hand. The diary page Miss Audrey had collected was once again a very sincere front and back sheet. Lewis looked at the handwritten content in his hand, and felt his eyes ache. The words were clearly understandable individually, but when put together, they felt extremely chaotic. Though it was a difficult read, the content recorded within made Lewis quite intrigued. As expected, my guess was correct. The strength of the Church of the Seven Gods is definitely not at the level it appears to be on the surface. I didn't expect them to possess such powerful sealed artifacts. To make a transmigrator and one who had become an emperor at that feel they are powerful, their strength is clearly extraordinary. However, I remember Audrey saying before that the fool had asked about the Antigonus family during the meeting. Here, Roselle also says that someone from the same fool pathway asked him to retrieve a relic of the Antigonus family. Looking at it this way, the Antigonus family should be highly bound to the fool pathway. Perhaps their family possesses high sequence formulas for the fool pathway, or corresponding beyonder characteristics. If that's the case, then it's perfectly logical for the fool to want to find the Antigonus family. After all, based on my previous deductions, he isn't actually an angel, but likely a saint who has just advanced to sequence 4. In that case, he would desperately need the formulas and beyonder characteristics for the higher sequences. Thinking of this, Lewis began to wonder if he could start from this angle and lure the other party out using a complete set of full pathway formulas. Despite his concerns about potential corruption, Lewis was still quite envious of that light gate that actively instilled knowledge into him. As for the so-called breakdown, the previous time was due to his carelessness. He hadn't expected such severe consequences. Next time, he could simply make comprehensive preparations first. Even if there were still an impact, it likely wouldn't be as severe as before. However, the other party was truly cautious. The clones he had hidden in the spirit world to monitor had yet to find any useful clues, let alone finding the other party to communicate with them directly. At this thought, Lewis's eyes suddenly lit up. Although he couldn't communicate with the fool directly right now, there were other ways. He could completely use Roselle's diary as a pretext to hide things he wanted to express within it. Conveniently, since Roselle was also a transmigrator, doing something slightly out of place wouldn't seem abrupt. With a plan in mind, Lewis immediately put away the diary and informed Audrey through the ring that he would return the diary to her tomorrow. Seeing Lewis step down from the carriage, Reed quickly walked forward. "Sir, are you no longer resting?" Lewis looked at the foggy, grayish-yellow sky overhead. "Forget it. I feel much better after that short rest. Let's press on with work so we can head back earlier today. Resting at home is more comfortable anyway." Perhaps because good news brings a refreshed spirit, after thinking of an excellent idea, the factory buildings he saw in the afternoon began to look more appealing. He even wanted to settle on several of them immediately. However, Lewis ultimately didn't do so. He felt that such a major investment required more caution. Coincidentally, he still needed to organize the patent catalogs he'd brought back from the patent office to see how the carriages he manufactured later could avoid existing patents as much as possible. If they couldn't be avoided, he needed to figure out how to effectively select the cheaper patents to maximize the profit margin for his future business. Just as Lewis felt he had seen enough for the day and could head home after 2 more visits, he came across a carriage manufacturing plant for sale. Most importantly, this plant was the kind that had only just announced its bankruptcy yesterday. So much so that when Lewis approached in his carriage, 60 or 70 workers were still gathered outside one of the factory buildings. Seeing this, the coachman outside quickly said to the 2 inside the carriage, "Sir, we'd better not go over there. At a time like this, we might get caught in the crossfire if we're not careful." Reed was also leaning most of his body out of the carriage to observe the situation outside. This time, however, he had learned his lesson. His hands firmly gripped the carriage window frame and held onto the side handle. "Yes, sir. Shall we just go to the next one?" Lewis's hearing far exceeded that of an ordinary person. With a focused ear, he immediately knew those people were outside demanding their unpaid wages. Today was Thursday, and the usual payday here was Friday evening. These workers had already worked for 5 days up until the factory's bankruptcy yesterday. If they didn't get this money now, many of them might go hungry for the coming week. Furthermore, because it was so close to payday, even if they found other work immediately, the wages they'd receive wouldn't be enough to cover the next week's expenses. Knowing this, Lewis immediately signaled his attendant. Instead of leaving, they were to drive the carriage over conspicuously. After all, in Lewis's eyes, these workers gathered outside were excellent bargaining chips. Although the carriage only passed by, Lewis had already gotten a general look at the outside of the factory. It seemed to be the type of factory that had only been open for a few months before being forced into bankruptcy by the high costs of Backland. Lewis noticed that the paint on some of the equipment was still intact, clearly indicating they hadn't been used for long. Additionally, a large amount of materials were piled in the warehouse, many of which he could use directly later. Make way, make way. Is this how you treat gentlemen who have come to inspect the site?" Although Reed was somewhat puzzled by Lewis's insistence on pushing through at this time, he followed instructions well and shouted at the people outside. The crowd of workers, who had been shouting and making a scene outside the office building, stopped when they heard the sound of the carriage behind them. Now, hearing that someone had come to look at the factory with the intent to acquire it, they all quietly made way. After all, they weren't stupid, they knew the factory's situation. The owner likely truly couldn't produce much money. If someone were actually willing to take over the factory now, it would be a good thing for them. Even if the owner had already sold the factory, as long as he hadn't left Backland, he wouldn't dare offend so many workers who were about to starve while carrying a large sum of money. They would just have to keep a close eye on the former owner afterward, and they'd surely be able to get their wages. Thus, under the gaze of the crowd, Lewis leisurely stepped down from the carriage. As for the previously tightly closed doors of the office building, they were now being opened from the inside. For safety reasons, the people inside hadn't relaxed for a moment, staring intently at the activity outside the main gate. Therefore, they were well aware of what was happening outside and immediately invited Lewis in. As for the workers outside, they also became restless when they saw the door open. But looking at Lewis's back, no one actually dared to make a move. After all, these people weren't about to throw away their normal lives to commit a crime, especially since Lewis had now brought them a new glimmer of hope. "I am truly grateful, Mr. Lewis Hermite. I am truly grateful, Mr. I am Austin White, the temporary owner of this factory. Please come upstairs with me for a chat. I imagine that since you are willing to come to the factory at a time like this, you must have some interest in it. I have all the information regarding this place in my office." White looked quite young, perhaps only around 30 years old. Unfortunately, Backland wouldn't give anyone preferential treatment just for being young. Everyone had to struggle in this cruel financial game. As soon as he entered the office, Lewis noticed that the original decoration must have cost a great deal and involved much effort. Clearly, the other party had initially built the factory here with great ambition, only to end up in his current state. At the other's invitation, he sat on a leather sofa, facing a bound set of factory information. The information was very detailed and categorized, showing that the person who prepared it was very meticulous. After flipping through the materials from beginning to end, Lewis set them down. Aside from many technical details he didn't understand, and would need a professional accountant to audit later, he was primarily interested in the former owner before him. He thought that perhaps he could go a step further and simply buy everything here outright. Chapter 27, Advertising Space, 4K. "So, you're saying this factory only owes money to the bank and has no other sponsors so far?" After hearing the introduction, Lewis understood the current state of the factory. Austin White spoke with excitement. Clearly, after their previous conversation, he realized what Lewis intended to do. Lewis walked to the window of the second-floor office and shouted to the carriage below, "Wesley, bring up the folder from my carriage." "Yes, sir, right away. Remember this site's domain name. For Taiwan novels, come to the super reliable." A moment later, footsteps came from downstairs. "Sir, here is what you asked for." "Good, thank you. No need to leave, just sit downstairs for a while." Turning back, Lewis placed the folder in front of Austin White. "White, I've looked over the factory's records. Your philosophy of wanting to improve carriage comfort is sound, and you've even improved suspension technology for that purpose. In that case, take a look at what's in this folder." The documents Lewis handed over were the patents he had written earlier. From their conversation, Lewis had learned more about the factory. Firstly, that it had held out for a full 8 months. During that time, Austin White had taken out loans from different banks 3 times. Now, unable to sustain it any longer, he had no choice but to sell the factory. But Lewis's appearance gave him hope once again. When Austin White looked at the first document, he was confused about what it was, but he didn't expect them to be patents related to carriages. He flipped through the pages faster and faster, his hands trembling with excitement. "Hermite, with these patents, the carriages we produce will definitely be revolutionary products. Combined with our improved suspension technology, I'm sure even the nobility will come to us for custom carriages. Lewis smiled and gestured for him to calm down. Your total debt to the bank is 2,780 gold pounds, correct? Very well. I intend to pay off this debt and inject an additional 500 pounds in exchange for a 95% stake in this carriage factory, becoming its director. I will then grant the factory exclusive rights to those patents you're holding. You will serve as the factory manager and continue to oversee production. What do you think? Seeing the man hesitate, Lewis spoke again. Oh, I forgot to mention your salary. My initial plan is a weekly wage of £4, which is over £200 a year, plus dividends from your 5% stake. Later, as the factory scales and the number of workers you manage increases, your salary will be adjusted further based on rank. Austin White suddenly stood up from the sofa and bowed slightly, reaching out to shake Lewis's hand. Lewis also stood up from the sofa and completed the handshake. Hermite, no, Director Hermite, please rest assured, I will not fail your expectations. I will produce the best carriages, so good that even the king will want to ride in them. Lewis nodded with a smile. Good, that's the spirit. However, from the records, it seems you aren't particularly skilled in promotion and sales, mister, therefore, you won't need to worry about that aspect. Just focus on daily operations, personnel management, system implementation, product updates, and patent iterations. As for promotion, sales, and other matters, I will eventually hire specialized department heads to handle those areas. Oh, by the way, where is your original accountant? Hearing that he wouldn't have to handle sales, Austin White felt relieved. Compared to building and improving carriages, he was indeed lacking in business management. Truth be told, Austin White was better suited to be an engineer than a boss. But in a moment of passion, fueled by a few drinks and the encouragement of those around him, he had chosen this path without much thought. My original accountant ran off once he knew I was out of money. I wouldn't have reached my limit so quickly otherwise. Before leaving, that accountant even withdrew some of the factory's funds. I tried to act as the accountant myself, but things just got messy, and eventually, I couldn't keep it running. Lewis raised an eyebrow. The accountant withdrew funds without your signature. Austin White looked conflicted. Well, because I didn't understand that side of things, after going to the bank with him a few times, I found it too troublesome and handed everything over to him. Lewis didn't know what to say. All right, I see. Since the accountant is gone, are the records still here? Yes, all the records are here. I'll need to make some preparations as well, find a solicitor to draft a proper contract and hire a suitable accountant to take over. Lewis stood up. Come, let's go explain things to the workers downstairs and set their minds at ease. This time, Austin White led the way downstairs and pushed open the main doors to face the crowd of workers outside. Seeing the workers starting to stir again, Lewis cleared his throat. Everyone, there's no need for concern. I've just spoken with Mr. White and believe this factory has a bright future, so I intend to invest and buy it. So don't just stand around here. Go back to your duties. When payday comes tomorrow evening, everything will proceed as usual. Also, the downtime caused by the factory's instability won't be counted against you. Everyone will receive their full wages this Friday. I don't know if everyone is here or if some are missing. If so, please pass the word along to them. Starting tomorrow, work as you did before. Austin White will continue to manage you as the factory manager. That's all. You may disperse. The workers were stunned at first, and it took a moment for Lewis's words to sink in. Thank you, sir. We'll get back to work right away. Yes, sir. We only wanted our wages, we didn't mean anything else. Amidst the noisy chatter, Lewis kept a smile on his face. It's fine. I understand. As I said, the losses were due to the factory's issues. Therefore, everyone's wages will be paid as usual. You don't have to worry about that. As Lewis spoke, he walked toward his carriage, with Reed and Wesley clearing the way. Having received the promises they wanted, none of the workers stood in his way. Lewis patted the documents he had taken from the office. Wesley, next stop, the law firm. The biggest one in Backland. Yes, sir. In this place, there was hardly any significant transaction where a merchant didn't need a lawyer's advice to some degree. Consequently, law firms had sprouted up like mushrooms after rain, they were everywhere. Since Lewis chose the largest firm in Backland, there was a constant stream of visitors every day. A deal like Lewis's wasn't high-level enough for the senior partners, it was handled by ordinary staff. If the contract amount hadn't been substantial and involved various complexities, the firm might have just assigned him an intern. But that didn't matter. As long as things were settled quickly, Lewis didn't care who handled it. After arranging to meet the lawyer at the factory at noon the next day, Lewis headed straight for an accounting firm. Facing the takeover of the business, Lewis didn't have time to hire a permanent accountant yet. Like with the law firm, he planned to commission an experienced accountant from a firm to sort out the books temporarily. Afterward, the group went to the Tussock Times. Reed stepped forward and handed a business card to the receptionist. "Hello, we're here to see Mr. Matthias Bauer." This card was one Lewis had obtained at the shooting club. He intended to place a recruitment ad in the morning paper. Lewis had a comprehensive plan for the company. He didn't even intend to structure it according to the current era. He planned to model it after the corporate structure from before his transmigration. Although he had found such companies tedious back then, they were far more advanced than the crude management styles of this era. Ha ha ha, if it isn't Mr. Come in, come in. Please, follow me to my office. I just happened to get a batch of good tea recently. Matthias Bauer quickly came downstairs upon being notified, and warmly invited Lewis into his office. After some brief pleasantries, they got down to business. The recruitment ad was only mentioned in passing. Such a matter didn't require an editor's personal attention, telling the receptionist to register and pay would have sufficed. What Lewis really wanted to discuss was having the paper do a feature interview on his carriages in the coming days, and he also wanted to lease a long-term advertising spot. This was the real business that required an editor, and it was not only beneficial for Lewis but also a boost to Matthias Bauer's performance metrics. Lewis added some of his thoughts. No, Mr. Bauer, you've misunderstood. I don't just want a single page. As long as my factory exists, I'll be publishing pages from time to time. It might be weekly, it might be monthly, the timing is flexible. But it will essentially start once the factory is officially operational, perhaps when we have a large volume of orders or when a noble commissions a carriage. Matthias Bauer looked at Lewis as if he were a walking pile of gold coins. If his ears hadn't been in the way, his grin would have reached the top of his head. Ha ha, of course, mister. I'll definitely secure a front-page spot for your factory. Lewis nodded in response. Very well. You can have someone prepare a long-term contract and send a reporter to the factory tomorrow to take photos and draft the article. Once I've signed the contract with the lawyer tomorrow and officially bought the factory, I'll sign the advertising agreement with you, just as we discussed. 45 gold pounds for a front-page spread, plus a monthly advertising fee of 16 soldi. Any special reports will be billed additionally based on the layout. After paying 8 soldi for the recruitment ad, Lewis left the newspaper office and took a carriage home. The reason the recruitment fee was so high was that Lewis needed to hire quite a few people: operations, sales, and procurement managers, company secretaries, accountants, bookkeepers, scribes, legal clerks, brokerage clerks, commercial salesmen, warehouse managers, and so on. Aside from the manager, Lewis only wanted to keep the basic workers, foremen, engineers, and technicians. He planned to replace everyone else with new hires. After returning home, Lewis hurried into his study and began to recall the corporate structure and regulations from his previous life. All management and staff should be ranked by grade. Let's use IPZX. For now, the company only needs the I and P levels. All basic employees, excluding interns, will be I1. Skilled veterans, shift leads, and foremen will go up to I20. Engineers start at I6. As for management positions outside the front line, they will all be P grade up to P10. Lewis scribbled on the paper, drafting a brand new system based on the regulations of his former company. If this system were promoted in his old company, he'd probably be cursed to death. Especially those requirements for employees. In a modern society, the boss's whole family would be vilified. But in current Backland, he would definitely be called a great philanthropist. The most crucial point was a rule Lewis included: any worker who stayed with the factory for 20 years could receive a pension for the rest of their life equal to a quarter of their final salary. Lewis had researched this. Most workers didn't have long lifespans. Reaching 20 years of age was already considered robust. As for working for 20 years, while the numbers wouldn't be large, it at least gave them something to look forward to. Chapter 28, The Altered Diary, 4K. Finally, Lewis put down the business plan he had specifically drafted for his future company. After stretching and loosening his muscles, he took out the transcript of the Roselle diary he had previously obtained from Audrey. After carefully examining the contents of the diary, Lewis noticed that the dates of these 3 entries were very close to each other. It seems that these diary entries are naturally consecutive, so I can definitely tamper with things here. For instance, I could forge a new diary entry for a day between the 9th, 12th, and 14th. That was what Lewis thought, and it was also what he did. He prepared to take advantage of the fact that the other party could also read Chinese characters to secretly instill some information into them. About 10 minutes later, Lewis had finished composing the new content and recopied the original 2-sided diary page, ensuring that the newly inserted content would not appear out of place. Very good. Don't make it too obvious all at once. First, introduce a premise in the diary. Later, perhaps I can mention in one of the entries that Roselle had obtained the complete sequence formulas for the full pathway. Don't say directly that Roselle handed these formulas to the Akatsuki organization, that would be too deliberate. Instead, I should guide the other party to think and discover it for themselves. Only then will he be convinced without a doubt, and that will be the time for us to meet. After finishing all this, Lewis asked Audrey through the ring if she was available. Upon receiving a definite response, Lewis opened a spatial rift again, and handed the diary he had concocted to her. At the same time, Lewis used the ring to briefly explain to her what was written in the diary. Of course, Lewis did not mention the Akatsuki organization he had added. Oh, did I forget to tell you earlier? Didn't I confirm with you last time when the fool responded to your prayers? Through that instance, I reconfirmed the other party's strength and discovered that I might have overestimated him before. He shouldn't be an angel, it's more likely that he is a saint who has just entered sequence 4. Upon receiving the message, Audrey was stunned in her room, completely unaware that the head of her pet, Susie, was already being rubbed out of shape by her. How can this be? I originally thought Mr. Fool might be an existence similar to a deity. 6 Paths told me he was just an angel, but now, it turns out he isn't even an angel but merely a saint. However, can a saint possess such miraculous abilities? At this moment, Audrey seemed to be asking Susie in front of her, yet also asking herself. But regardless of which one she asked, she would not arrive at an answer. However, one thing was certain: Audrey had gradually started to no longer feel as worried and afraid of Mr. Fool as she had been in the beginning. The respect still existed, though. Perhaps when the day came that Audrey's strength completely surpassed his, even this respect would disappear. After finishing his business, Lewis left the study and went downstairs to talk to the butler. Hayes, has the matter of depositing the money I asked you to handle today been completed? Yes, sir. I have another matter for you to handle tomorrow. Tomorrow morning, arrange a carriage, 2 errand boys, and 2 guards, and then go to the bank to withdraw a sum of money. Speaking of this, Lewis took out the small notebook from his pocket, which contained the notes he had recorded in the study earlier. The original carriage factory had a total of 24 skilled workers, 33 semi-skilled workers, and 7 unskilled workers, plus 2 foremen, 1 draftsman, 1 engineer, and 5 technicians. Among the semi-skilled and unskilled workers, more than half were female workers and child laborers. When calculated, the total weekly salary was 48 gold pounds and 6 soldi. Go to the bank and withdraw 50 gold pounds in banknotes, but don't take gold pounds. Exchange it all for soldi and pennies. I've practically secured a factory today, and tomorrow I will use this money to pay the employees. The butler agreed immediately but then asked, "Sir, must you withdraw cash for this? Do you remember that you previously handed me 2 boxes of soldi and pennies, which add up to over 3,000 soldi and over 20,000 pennies? They can also be used directly." Lewis patted his forehead. "Right, I had forgotten about that if you hadn't mentioned it. Then just count out 50 pounds worth of soldi and pennies from that, and I'll take it directly when I go out tomorrow." "Yes, sir, I will handle it shortly." Seeing the butler preparing to withdraw, Lewis reached out to stop him. "Wait a moment, let me think. How about this? Go tell Yates to purchase an extra 20 pounds worth of ingredients tomorrow. Get hearty items like bread and meat, and have them delivered to the factory near the afternoon. Consider it a gift for my first meeting with the workers. Also prepare an extra box of candy for me. I saw some children in the factory. Buy more candy. When the time comes, besides distributing them to the children at the factory, make sure everyone in the household who has children also gets a portion. You are responsible for implementing this." Lewis could see that although the butler agreed, he was clearly hesitant. "If you have something to say, just say it. I have no taboos here." Even though Lewis said this, the butler hesitated for a moment before speaking. "Sir, what I was thinking is that if you want to do charity, you could donate directly to those charitable foundations, or establish one yourself. If you do it this way, the outside world won't know, and no one will spread your reputation." Lewis sighed. "I understand what you mean. As for charity, I will do that later, but that doesn't stop me from making the people around me live better first. As for not letting the outside world know, that doesn't matter. I am not doing this for them to see, I am doing it for myself." At this point, Lewis's tone became increasingly low. "I know this isn't just about the city of Backland, or even the country of Lone, it is the status quo of the entire world. I cannot change it on my own. But at the very least, when I see it with my own eyes, it makes me feel distressed. I do these things just to make myself feel a bit better." The butler didn't quite hear the latter part of what Lewis said, but he knew he was in a low mood, so he didn't press for details. After confirming that Lewis had no other requests, he went to find the cook, Yates. After all, it was almost dinner time, and if Yates were any later, it might be difficult to order ingredients for the next day. Watching the butler leave, Lewis didn't stay in the house either. Instead, he walked leisurely into the courtyard with his hands behind his back to look at the garden that had been tended by the gardener. He didn't do anything, just sat there watching the coachman wash the carriage and the gardener prune the flowers, watching for over an hour until the sun went down. "Sir, dinner is ready." "Oh, all right. Hayes, don't you think there are too few carriages at home? As it happens, the carriage factory I'm about to take over is just the thing. When the first carriage is made, I'll keep it for my own use." Lewis smiled as he withdrew his gaze from the carriage, and walked back into the house with the butler. On the way, Lewis didn't forget to speak to the butler. "Didn't we talk about renovating this place further? What are your plans for the garden outside?" The butler already had a plan for this. "I have already discussed it with Old Rock. We plan to first plant roses, peonies, delphiniums, jasmine, lavender, and other plants in the courtyard. Later, we will wait and see if there are any merchant ships returning from the southern continent. They often bring back some quite exotic plants, and we can try planting some of those then." Lewis was somewhat knowledgeable about this. In the garden outside Audrey's house, many plants from the southern continent were planted. Ever since the shipping routes between the northern and southern continents were opened, the wealthy in the northern continent had taken pride in having plants unique to the southern continent in their homes. "All right, then you can make those arrangements first. By the way, where can I buy small animals nearby?" Such a large courtyard shouldn't just have plants, right? Sir, that depends on what type of animal you are looking for. If it's a hunting dog, although they are sold in the city, the best ones are at the kennel in the southern suburbs. Besides that, parrots, monkeys, cats, or other pets can be purchased within the city, with the Port District having the most complete variety. Then I know. No rush for now. After I finish with the factory matters, I'll need to go to the shooting range in the southern suburbs anyway, and I can check out the dogs there on the way. Today's dinner was white peach cold soup, grilled halibut with lemon butter, herb-roasted lamb saddle, eaten mess, and a glass of low-alcohol fruit wine. This was the summer dinner prepared by the cook according to the season. The next morning, Lewis retrieved the beyonder characteristic that he had been unable to research into the divine tree space, got up, and prepared to start the day's work. After eating breakfast at home, Lewis took a carriage to the factory. When Lewis arrived, the workers in the factory had already started working at their stations, but they were all a bit distracted. It wasn't until someone first saw Lewis's carriage arriving and heading directly towards the office building that the workers present felt relieved, and each of them began to work with extra vigor. Seeing Lewis's carriage arriving from afar, Austin White took the initiative to come outside the first floor to greet him. "Hermite, you are here very early. I thought you would be a bit later." "Ha ha ha ha, this time is not early anymore." "All right, Mr. White, let's go upstairs to talk. I have invited a lawyer and an accountant, they should be here in a while." As he spoke, Lewis took out his gold pocket watch from his chest pocket. I arranged for the accountant to come at 9:30, so they should be here soon. Afterward, it's the lawyer, I arranged for them to come at 10:30. As long as the accountant confirms there are no issues, we will sign the contract, and then go to the bank to pay off all your debts. Yes, sir. Your arrangements are very reasonable. In addition, I reorganized all the factory's documents yesterday, so it should be more convenient for the accountant to review them later. You're thoughtful. The two didn't talk on the second floor for long before the scheduled accountant arrived. While the accountant was reviewing the materials, the lawyer also arrived with the pre-drafted contract. However, because the accountant hadn't finished verifying the documents, the contract couldn't be signed yet. Lewis and Austin White, however, began to study the contract first, confirming that neither party had any objections. After about an hour, the accountant finally stopped and pointed out a problem. After listening, Lewis asked if the problem was serious. Upon learning that there would be no issue as long as the documents were completed and a fine was paid, Lewis didn't wait for Austin White to explain, and waved his hand to indicate it was fine. "It's fine. You are not a professional in this field, so as long as it's not a major issue, I don't care." After speaking, Lewis signaled the accountant to complete the materials as needed. As for the fine, he would sign a check for it later. As for the other side, the contract from the lawyer also needed some revisions. Originally, Lewis thought he could finish everything in the morning, but that was simply impossible. "How about this, everyone, please put down your work for a moment. We will go to the law firm together later, and have lawyer Gary print out the revised contract with a typewriter, and then we will continue with the signing. But before that, let's go to the law firm together. It's almost noon, and I would like to invite everyone to have a working lunch. I wonder what you all think." No one present refused such an offer of a free meal. After lawyer Gary handed the task of printing the new contract to an intern at the law firm, the group went to a restaurant near the law firm. Lewis was not stingy and ordered a luxurious meal for everyone. In the afternoon, things went much more smoothly. After signing the contract and transferring the factory to his name, Lewis went to the bank to pay off all of Austin White's loans, and then deposited 500 gold pounds into the factory's account. With this, the preliminary work was completed. Afterward, he just needed to wait for the recruited personnel to arrive and select the employees suitable for him. Upon returning to the factory, Lewis handed his patents to Austin White, signaling him to modify the carriages that had already been manufactured and to create the latest model of carriage as soon as possible. Ever since White had seen the patents Lewis gave him yesterday, he had been thinking about how to modify them. Now that he had received the patents, he immediately went downstairs to find the factory's engineer and draftsman. As for Louis, he waited in the office for the ingredients to arrive. Later, when it was almost time to get off work in the evening, he would distribute these ingredients and the wages to the workers below, and his work for the day would be completely finished. In the second-floor office now, besides Louis, there was only the accountant, and he didn't want to disturb their work. He could only go to the window and watch the workers behind working, but he noticed that some people below were eating while working. As for what they were eating, it looked like black bread, but there seemed to be meat in the side dishes. The work in this factory was, after all, manual labor. If they weren't full, they really wouldn't have the strength to work. But looking closely, Louis could see that the child laborers in the factory were watching the food in others' hands and swallowing hard. Chapter 29, Pollution. For K. Louis looked at the situation in the factory below, then looked at the condition of the second floor where he was, thought for a moment, walked to the desk, and picked up one of the floor plans. Louis studied it carefully, reached out to take a pencil from the table, and lightly drew a circle on the blueprint. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks sounded downstairs. Reed hurried to open the door, and the person who arrived was the reporter Louis had arranged with the newspaper the day before. Now, Louis, who had been bored in the office, suddenly became busy, cooperating with the reporter to take several photos and beginning a question-and-answer interview. Before coming to the factory, this reporter had been specifically instructed by their editor, knowing that this was a big spender, so the questions were exceptionally detailed and careful. During the interview, Austin White also returned for a moment, originally intending to report to Louis the results of his discussion with the engineer. But he was kept behind by Louis to be interviewed by the reporter as well. Just when the reporter felt that enough material had been collected for the day, and was preparing to leave the factory, 2 handcarts were pushed into the factory. Looking at the food on the handcarts, the reporter was a bit puzzled and asked about it. Upon learning that this was what Louis had prepared to distribute to the workers, the reporter's eyes lit up, and they took another photo of the handcarts. Hermite, when do you plan to distribute this food? Louis took out his gold pocket watch from his pocket. It is scheduled for the evening when wages are paid. I will hand out these items to them at the same time. The reporter held the camera in their hand. Sir, how about moving this time a little earlier? I can take a photo for you. Louis thought about it and did not refuse. He asked Reed to go to the carriage and bring over that box of money with Wesley, and additionally asked Austin White to find a few workers to help move the tables and supplies. Soon, a simple open-air venue was set up, and the workers who received the news all gathered around. Standing in front of all the workers, everyone, some of you saw me yesterday, and some of you were not there, but that doesn't matter. I am here to formally introduce myself to you all. Starting today, I am the new boss of this factory. The words I said in front of the office building yesterday are all valid, and now is the time to fulfill them. Come on, everyone line up, one by one. Besides your wages, I have also prepared an extra portion of food for everyone as compensation for the losses the factory caused you some time ago. Looking at the money and food piled on the table, the workers were all beaming with joy. The line was quickly formed, and no one was jostling. Reed, get the payroll ready and keep an eye on how much money each person should be paid. The subsequent process was that Reed was responsible for verifying the name and the payable wages of the worker in front of him, after which Louis personally handed the money to the person, and then Reed and Wesley on the side distributed the food to everyone. When it came to those children, Louis took an extra handful of candy from his coat pocket and handed it to them along with their wages. Regarding the matter of child labor in the factory, Louis was also helpless. He had the intention not to use them in his factory, but upon second thought, he felt that this was not a good solution. After all, the reason those children came out to work was to make a living. If they didn't work for him, they would go to work in other factories. Since that was the case, it was better to let them be here, where he could at least take some care of them. While Louis was handing out money and candy to the workers, the reporter seized the moment to snap a photo, and after exchanging a few words with Louis, left in a hurry. After all, he had to rush back to organize the content of today's interview, develop the photos, and lay out the newspaper. Time was very tight. Lewis did not try to keep him, and continued to stay there to distribute wages to the workers. After all the workers had been paid, Lewis brought Austin White to an open space in the factory. This place was not far from the office building, and it was not too far from the workers' workshop. Here, I had already circled this location on the floor plan upstairs. I plan to build a canteen here so that all workers can eat here at noon in the future. Back when I was on the second floor, I saw that some workers couldn't eat their fill at noon, and some simply drank water. This won't do. How can they have the strength to work if they don't eat enough? So I thought about finding a cook to come over and prepare a meal every noon. However, the prerequisite is to get this canteen built first. I will leave this matter to you. You plan it out first, see what it should look like specifically, whether to find people from outside to build it, or use the workers in the factory. I leave these decisions to you. Oh right, if the workers do it, you can give them an extra fee, but the premise is not to delay the original work of the factory. After finishing all the instructions, Lewis got up and left. As for Austin White, after seeing Lewis off, he went to find the draftsman in the factory. Although the person's specialty was not in architectural drawings, there was no problem in drawing a simple sketch. Because this matter itself was nothing to keep secret, within half an hour, all the workers in the factory knew that Lewis wanted to build a canteen in the factory. Consequently, after the wages were distributed, another cheer erupted in the factory. In the following days, Lewis went to the factory to stay for half a day every day, on one hand to familiarize himself with the business, and wait for recruits to arrive, and on the other hand to watch them modify the carriage. When they learned that Lewis intended to use the first carriage as his own vehicle, the workers in the factory put in all their effort. They wanted to use this carriage to let Lewis see their craftsmanship, so that people wouldn't think they were just parasites who only knew how to take money. It wasn't until Sunday that the factory managed to gather enough personnel to hire the sales manager, purchasing manager, personnel manager, chairman's secretary, and accountant that he needed. After these people were all assembled, Lewis called everyone together. Everyone, take a look at the materials I distributed to you. It contains the new system I plan to implement next. At the meeting, Lewis announced the employee rank system he had envisioned. At first, everyone present felt that this was a whim of Lewis, intended to highlight his status as the company boss and to stir things up in different ways. It wasn't until Lewis began to explain to everyone the company benefits that could be obtained at different ranks that these people changed their attitude. Everyone here, according to the new system, will all be at the P rank. I have learned before that you do not live in the East Borough. To come to work every day, you have to take public carriages or the subway. You can take a look. I have specified in the benefits for the P rank that you will be given an extra 5 solely as a commuting allowance every week. Also regarding the issue of meals, the factory will provide lunch in the future. Once the canteen is built, I will have the chef prepare 2 sets of meals, one set for the workers, heavy on oil and salt, and another for you, which will be relatively healthier. And also, finally, if you all here want to obtain all the benefits of the aforementioned P rank, you need to complete the personnel review of the entire factory as soon as possible and evaluate the new ranks for all workers. Only after I have reviewed and approved it, and confirmed that there are no errors, will the company switch to the new system uniformly. By the way, before switching to the new system, all workers must be informed and agree. Alright, that is all I have to say. Meeting adjourned. After Lewis left the conference room, everyone present turned their eyes to the personnel manager and Austin White, the factory manager. After all, the two of them were the ones responsible for the bulk of the upcoming work. Every day they delayed completing the personnel review and evaluation, their own benefits would be delayed by 1 day. Facing those 75 workers outside, as well as the other employees who were currently being recruited, it was not so easy to evaluate. The final result was that in order to get their own benefits as soon as possible, the managers of other departments also started to help while they didn't have much business on hand. However, this was no longer something Lewis needed to worry about. He only needed to ensure that the big framework was fine, the rest could be handled by the company's senior management themselves. Besides the company's senior management, Lewis also hired a private lawyer during this time, letting him sort out the kingdom's legal clauses for him, and help him handle some tax issues. Actually, Lewis also had the intention of finding an investment manager to entrust a portion of his funds for investment. It was Audrey who, after learning of Lewis's idea, recommended an investment manager to him. A considerable portion of Audrey's own funds was managed by this person. Faced with Audrey's recommendation, Lewis did not refuse and immediately approached the person. Upon learning that Lewis had found him on Audrey's recommendation, the person was quite courteous. At the very beginning, the person initially thought that Lewis might be a noble of high status. After learning that he had no title, he guessed whether he was a confidant of Count Hall. It wasn't until Lewis took out £10,000 at once and handed it to him for investment management that this investment manager extinguished all other thoughts, feeling that this was a big tycoon, and that Audrey had brought him to take care of his business. This manager was also very direct. After obtaining the right to control this sum of money, he immediately bought many shares for Lewis, which could earn a dividend income of £34 or £35 per week. Lewis calculated it, the annual return rate was nearly 17%, which was considered quite excellent among many investment managers. Although Lewis was developing his business vigorously, he had achieved nothing in researching that beyonder characteristic. On Sunday evening, Lewis sat in the study within the divine tree space, staring at the crystal-clear beyonder characteristic in his hand like a diamond, helplessly putting it away. Sigh, there is absolutely no clue about this thing. It's not just that I can't research it through. I simply don't even know how to start, okay? Lewis leaned back on the chair, looking at the scene outside the window, preparing to relax his tense mind. I wonder. Lewis suddenly noticed the huge divine tree outside the window, looked at the beyonder characteristic in his hand, and then looked at the divine tree outside. Hesitation arose in Lewis's heart for a moment. Just now, he thought of the divine tree's devouring characteristic. Perhaps he could let the divine tree devour the beyonder characteristic in his hand. Even if it couldn't research anything else, it could convert it into chakra to replenish himself. But the problem was that Lewis had previously determined that this world should be a Cthulhu-style world, and he was now worried about whether these beyonder characteristics would pollute his divine tree. Thinking of this, Lewis suddenly had another idea. When I was polluted before, I could recover through the wedge. Then, this divine tree, which is deeply bound to Otsutsuki Shirbai and can even travel across dimensions together, should be able to recover even if it is polluted. Although he thought so, Lewis still dared not feed the beyonder characteristic in his hand directly to the divine tree. Instead, he walked into the manor's storeroom and took out the potion materials he had previously asked the butler and Audrey to purchase. Lewis thought that even if there really was pollution, the pollution level of a sequence 9 potion must be less than that of this beyonder characteristic, which had an unknown number of potions mixed into it. So, it would be better to use the potion to make a trial first. According to the requirements of the formula, Lewis began to concoct the potion. Although he had never made potions before, he had taken chemistry classes and done chemistry experiments. By strictly following the requirements on the formula, and not improvising, he easily made 3 bottles of potions. That's right, Lewis had made 1 portion each of the sequence 9 potions for the 3 pathways taught to him by the light gate. Looking at the 2 bottles of black liquid and 1 bottle of dark blue liquid in his hand, Lewis walked to the roots of the divine tree, opened the stopper of one of the bottles, and used chakra to control a tiny root deep in the divine tree to probe into the liquid. As the divine tree extracted it, the potion in the bottle was sucked dry in the blink of an eye. The next moment, Lewis pressed both hands on the thick root of the divine tree, and his spirit probed into it to feel the changes in the divine tree. The moment Lewis probed his spirit into the divine tree, he felt a wave of extremely violent and chaotic thoughts enveloping him. This train of thought was as tough as a mountain and as vast as the sea. Compared to it, Lewis was like a lone boat facing a tsunami. But because Lewis had the authorization of Otsutsuki Shirbai behind him, no matter how violent this train of thought was, it could not truly harm him in the slightest. Relying on the guarantee of his own safety, Lewis tried to investigate these violent thoughts. He found that they, or rather they, actually originated from the life planets that the divine tree had devoured in the past. A massive number of life planets were devoured by the divine tree, and the thoughts and memories of a large number of living beings were gathered here. After being worn down by countless years, what remained were the most unwilling and painful parts. And this train of thought, which even time could hardly wear down, eventually, under the influence of time, developed intelligence for the divine tree, but this intelligence became the violent appearance it is now because of the influence of those thoughts. Such a divine tree actually does not have its own emotions, if one must say it does, it only has hatred, hatred for all other living beings that are still alive. Compared to this remnant thought of countless living beings, the tiny bit of pollution brought by the potion seemed truly insignificant. It was worn away before long, leaving only the most basic and purest energy. Chapter 30, Chakra Fruit, for K. Lewis felt the changes in the potion after it entered the divine tree, watching as it was converted into pure chakra. No, that's not right. Just as Lewis was about to withdraw his hand, he suddenly discovered that the flow of chakra had actually split into two. The two parts were of different sizes. Lewis didn't need to look to feel that the larger part was chakra, while the other part was a form of unknown power. Both forces eventually rose along the trunk, and were stored near the crown of the tree. With a thought from Lewis, a branch grew from the inside out on the previously bare crown. Hanging on the branch were a fruit, and a black crystal smaller than a grain of millet. Lewis floated up into the air, arriving at the branch to look at the product born from the divine tree. This chakra fruit is even smaller than a black date. Well, that makes sense, it's only a single bottle of potion, after all. How much chakra could it possibly convert? But this black crystal, could it also be a beyonder characteristic? Lewis reached out and pinched the black crystal between his fingers, afraid that a momentary lapse would cause him to lose it. Lewis wanted to continue his research, but decided to grab a glass bottle and store it for the time being. Looking at the crystal in the bottle, which might be mistaken for dust upon closer inspection, Lewis left an inscription on the bottle. Sequence 9 Apprentice. Afterward, Lewis followed the same method and fed the remaining 2 bottles of potion to the divine tree. In addition to 2 more tiny, barely visible crystals on the branch, the chakra fruit had grown slightly larger. After finishing this, Lewis checked the divine tree inside and out. Confirming there were no issues, he took out the eye-sized, diamond-shaped beyonder characteristic. Unlike the previous absorption of potions, the divine tree's digestion of the beyonder characteristic was relatively slow this time. Of course, this so-called slowness was only relative to the digestion of the 3 previous potions. From the moment those 3 potions were absorbed until the final chakra fruit was produced, it hadn't even taken 2 seconds, basically the speed at which the potion circulated through the divine tree. For this beyonder characteristic, it took the divine tree about 3 or 4 seconds to complete the conversion. Looking at the chakra fruit, which was clearly a size larger this time, Lewis reached out and plucked it. After tossing it into his mouth, he didn't even need to chew, it spontaneously turned into the purest form of chakra. Looking at the branch again, he saw a dense row of beyonder characteristics growing on it. 3 black crystals the size of millet, 2 transparent crystals the size of rice grains, and 1 transparent crystal the size of a date pit. Looking at the row of crystals before him and recalling the memories he had obtained from that fake carpenter, Lewis guessed the beyonder characteristics corresponding to these crystals. Alright, these are 3 Sequence 9 Apprentice beyonder characteristics, 2 Sequence 8 Trickmaster beyonder characteristics, and 1 Sequence 7 Astrologer beyonder characteristic. I have to say, this cult is really twisted. First, they give people Sequence 8 beyonder characteristics, and then they make them eat Sequence 7 beyonder characteristics. But come to think of it, does this mean the mortality rate within their organization is quite high? Actually, no. If someone were killed normally, the beyonder characteristic should be taken away, just like I did. So perhaps it means these cultists are all mentally unstable, daring to eat whatever they find. Lewis shook his head, no longer dwelling on the thoughts of those cultists. He began to consider how he should further experiment with the beyonder characteristics in his hands. For now, the best experimental method would be to find other creatures to consume them and observe their reactions. Since Susie, the large dog from Audrey's family, had successfully consumed a potion before, Louis didn't feel the need to use humans for his experiments. Louis's idea was to find some animals to experiment on. Perhaps he could even use them as a control group against Susie. As for what to use for the experiment, it would naturally be the 4 apprentice Beyonder characteristics Louis currently had on hand. Thinking of the chakra fruit he had swallowed earlier, Louis set off for the study, where he added to the organizational regulations he had previously established. Before, Louis hadn't confirmed whether potions and Beyonder characteristics could truly be devoured by his divine tree and converted into chakra. Now that it was confirmed, the organization could also include the collection of these items in the future. Combining the expenses incurred by his butler and Audrey when collecting materials, Louis roughly estimated that the price of each potion was around £400. With this price in mind, Louis decided to add the option of a chakra fruit to the supplies that members could exchange for in the future. As for the cost to exchange for a chakra fruit, he temporarily set the price at £500. After some thought, Louis added a restriction: each member could only exchange for one, and thereafter, each submitted potion or Beyonder characteristic would grant an additional opportunity for exchange. This was equivalent to 1 potion plus £100 for 1 fruit. But since they were providing the raw materials for processing, Louis had to charge some processing fees. Thinking of the potion materials Audrey had previously provided, Louis went to the side of the divine tree and infused it with roughly the amount of chakra that a sequence 9 potion could convert. Watching the divine tree bear fruit again, Louis didn't eat it this time, but instead packed it into a box. After all, it was a fruit worth £500. It was reasonable to have exquisite packaging. Leaving the divine tree space, Louis glanced at the sky outside. He chose not to disturb Audrey at this time, but instead sent her a message via the ring, asking her to let him know when she was free during the day on Monday. When Audrey woke up from her sleep the next day and saw the message in the ring, she couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy, wondering what Louis wanted with her. Despite this, she immediately sat up in bed, began to wash up, and got dressed, not even daring to lounge in bed as she usually did. Only after she was fully dressed did Audrey contact Louis through the ring. At this moment, Louis had just opened his eyes in bed. Does this count as being woken up by a phone call? Good grief, I forgot to tell her she could have waited a bit longer. Although he said that, Louis still handed the box containing the chakra fruit to her through a spatial rift. Because Louis was still lying in bed and hadn't washed his face, he didn't speak to Audrey face to face, but instead explained the effects of the fruit through a message on the ring. This is a chakra fruit. Consuming it will increase your chakra without side effects. Consider it compensation for the potion materials you collected some time ago. Gouchin. After receiving Louis's message, Audrey wanted to refuse, saying that collecting materials for him was her duty as a member of the organization. But upon learning that this fruit could increase chakra without side effects, she couldn't bring herself to do so. Audrey struggled for a moment, ultimately choosing to silently thank Louis in her heart, and then ate the fruit. Seeing the fruit disappear as soon as it entered her mouth, Audrey was bewildered for a moment, but immediately felt a large surge of chakra suddenly appear within her body. The amount of this chakra was immense, far more than what she had been able to refine on her own before. Feeling the chakra within her body slowly being consumed bit by bit, Audrey did not feel panicked. She knew this was the chakra slowly enhancing her physical fitness. Experiencing this chakra within her, Audrey felt that once her body fully absorbed it, she would become a little superhero, and snapping an iron railing with her bare hands would be a breeze. Unlike Audrey's experience, although Louis looked human on the outside, his life essence was already the same as an Otsutsuki, essentially an aggregate of the energy known as chakra. When he ate the chakra fruit before, it simply increased his chakra quantity directly, without the experience of slowly enhancing his body like Audrey. Therefore, he didn't know that it would take Audrey a few days to fully absorb that fruit. It wasn't until Louis inexplicably noticed a trace of chakra added to his own body that he realized something was wrong. Following this flow of chakra, Louis traced its source and found that it came from Audrey. Only then did he realize what was happening. It turned out that once this energy called chakra was created, it wouldn't disappear into thin air unless it was consumed, such as when performing ninjutsu. Of course, using chakra to enhance physical fitness was also a way to consume it. But there was a problem. For ordinary people using chakra, there was an issue of conversion efficiency. Why does the same ninjutsu have greater power when released by some people? It is because different people have different levels of proficiency with ninjutsu. They convert as much of their chakra into the ninjutsu as possible, reducing waste. The chakra wasted by ninjas does not actually disappear, most of it is reclaimed. This chakra is reclaimed into the body of Otsutsuki Kagaya, the divine tree, the nine-tailed beast split from Otsutsuki Hagoromo, and the underworld he guards. In this world, chakra doesn't have so many diversions, it only converges toward Lewis. Furthermore, Audrey, as a novice, used quite crude methods to enhance her physical fitness with chakra, resulting in a significant amount of wasted chakra. It's just that before, the amount of chakra Audrey could refine herself was so small that the wasted chakra based on that was naturally even less. Therefore, at that time, although there was chakra flowing into Lewis, the amount was truly too small. All of it combined wasn't enough to perform a single ninjutsu. But now it was different. Because Audrey had consumed the chakra fruit, she suddenly possessed a large surge of chakra. Moreover, this chakra wasn't refined by her, so her own body energy hadn't been consumed. Why do taijutsu ninjas like Might Guy train their bodies constantly? It's because the effect of chakra enhancing the body is best after physical energy has been consumed. Since Audrey's physical energy hadn't been consumed at all, and the chakra in her body was trying to enhance her physique, the wasted chakra was naturally much higher. Consequently, Lewis felt a trace of chakra converging into his own body. Upon understanding the cause of the matter, Lewis immediately sent a message to Audrey, telling her that if she wanted to improve her physical fitness, it would be best to consume energy first, either by refining chakra or by exercising. The difference between the two is that refining chakra consumes both spiritual and physical energy simultaneously, and when they increase, both grow and sink. If she exercises, since it primarily consumes physical energy, the final increase is mostly in physical energy. After thanking Lewis, Audrey began to refine chakra in her room. After all, it was almost time for breakfast, and she really couldn't go exercise. On the other hand, Audrey felt that her current physique was just fine. She really didn't want to turn into someone with bulging muscles the moment she took off her clothes. After all, it had only been a short week or so, and Audrey could already clearly feel her muscles increasing. Although she used to ride horses and play polo, the amount of exercise was just so. While she wouldn't be knocked over by a push, she wasn't truly strong to any significant degree. Lewis subsequently received an inquiry from Audrey via the ring, asking if he would still be going to her place this afternoon to confirm the fool's method of pulling people in. Although Audrey asked this question tactfully, Lewis still saw the meaning hidden behind her words. Don't worry, that fool should only be a sequence for the final illusion seal I left on. You can ensure your safety. Even if the other party wants to take action against you, that illusion will directly send your spirit back into your body. Gauchin. Finally, Lewis added one more sentence. If your spiritual power becomes strong enough in the future, and you learn some spiritual secret arts, you can retain part of your spirit when the fool pulls you to a meeting. By the way, just like when you use the lantern body technique in the ring, you can see from two perspectives. Even if the fool really kills you at his meeting, you won't actually die, but will only suffer spiritual trauma. Gauchin. Lewis's message immediately made Audrey recall the magical experience of using the lantern body technique before. Audrey also remembered the situation when she first experienced the dual perspective, and was completely unable to control it. To avoid the same situation in the future at the fool's meeting, Audrey asked Lewis if she could practice using the lantern body technique in her spare time. You can also try to see if you can move your lantern body while your main body remains still. That will help you train your spiritual power. Besides, apart from the study, your lantern body can go anywhere else. Gauchin. After thanking Lewis again, Audrey fell silent. Lewis then officially got up to eat breakfast, and began his day's work. Chapter 31, Locking onto the Hangman. For K, today is Monday. Lewis had his coachman drive his brand new carriage, deliberately taking a long route around Backland, acting just like a fisherman who had finally hooked a big fish. To achieve the desired promotional effect, this carriage cost 200 gold pounds in raw materials alone. If he weren't worried about overstepping, he could have made it even more luxurious. Regarding his status, Lewis had actually considered whether to spend money to buy a knighthood. In this regard, Audrey Hall gave quite a few suggestions. For example, if he just wanted to purchase a knighthood, as long as he could come up with 10,000 gold pounds and donate it to the Lone Army, it could be obtained with a little bit of operation, which was relatively simple. In addition, if he wanted to obtain a title of baron or higher, the difficulty would be quite significant. Unless he was willing to spend a large sum of money to sponsor the Lone Army, allowing them to launch an offensive against East Balam in the southern continent and seize a piece of land. Initially, to boost morale, several countries in the northern continent had issued similar development orders. As long as corresponding combat results could be achieved in the southern continent, corresponding rewards would be given. With that newly occupied land and then some operation within the upper echelons of Lone, it would be possible to obtain the corresponding title. The only thing to note is that one must ensure that the seized land still exists before the ennoblement process is completed. Even if the land were recaptured by the Balam people right after the ennoblement process was finished, it wouldn't matter. After all, he just wanted the status, and whether the land actually existed didn't really matter. Referring to past successful cases, about 50,000 gold pounds could secure a baron title, and 500,000 for a count title. After roughly understanding the privileges that could be obtained with these different titles from Audrey Hall, a knighthood was sufficient for use without a corresponding fief. In this regard, Lewis entrusted Audrey Hall to help him operate it. As for the money, Lewis busied himself by the riverbed for another night, and gave Audrey Hall 12,000 gold pounds, with the extra counting as her service fee. At the same time, Lewis also discovered a problem. After his extraction during this period, the gold sand contained in this section of the riverbed in the West District had been almost completely mined by him. He would have to change locations for future mining. As for forcibly increasing chakra output to manipulate gold sand from further away, it wasn't impossible, but there was absolutely no need. Even if his main body didn't want to move, Lewis could split off a clone and have it go to other places to mine. At the same time, Lewis split off several more clones and threw them in and around the Rorstad archipelago. After all, this afternoon was another time for the fool to summon his believers for a meeting. Last time, because the incident happened too abruptly, Lewis's clone failed to find the hangman gentleman. Lewis felt that there should be an opportunity this time, especially since the other party's body remained motionless after his spirit body was taken away by the fool. At that time, as long as he looked for someone who was alone in a room and motionless, there was a high probability of finding him. After arriving at the factory with a high head-turning rate, Lewis had someone contact the newspaper office, preparing to write a report based on the mysterious carriage on the street. After the reorganization over the past few days, all workers in the factory had their job levels reassessed. With the unanimous consent of the company's senior management, the new system was officially implemented starting today. To avoid any accidents, Lewis decided to sit in the office building for the next week. Once it was confirmed that the system was running without any major issues, he would likely only come once or twice a week in the future. Usually, he just needed to listen to the reports on the situation here from the chairman's secretary. Time soon reached 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Lewis sat in his office, ostensibly resting with his eyes closed, but in reality, he had placed most of his energy on those clones, waiting for them to bring him good news. When the time reached exactly 3 o'clock, those clones hidden in the spirit world noticed the appearance of the crimson light representing Audrey Hall and the hangman. One of the clones quickly followed the crimson light of the hangman and discovered that the corresponding location had actually left the Rorstad archipelago and was out on the open sea. This made Lewis somewhat annoyed, feeling that his search on the island over the past few days had been a waste of time. However, the sea was different from the island. it was sparsely populated, making it easier to search. This clone immediately began to summon the clones originally located on the Rørsted archipelago, and began to search the sea surface using the Byakugan. In just over 10 minutes, Lewis found his target. This was a rather strange ship. For a sailing ship of the same size, others would have at least 40 or 50 people, and for larger ones, hundreds were not uncommon. Yet on this sailing ship, there were only a dozen or so crew members, but such a small number of people were actually sailing the ship quickly and steadily. Lewis investigated carefully before discovering the mystery. The ship itself was not simple, it was a living ship. Even if this ship had no crew at all, it could still sail just the same. Of course, these were not the main points. What really caught the attention of Lewis's clones was the discovery of a motionless captain in the captain's cabin of this ship. Although the captain's cabin was filled with the smell of alcohol, and there was even some liquor spilled on his body, making one think at first glance that he was drunk. But in reality, Lewis easily detected the abnormality. A normal person, even if drunk, would still have their consciousness within their body, but this captain's consciousness had already disappeared. It couldn't be that a perfectly fine person had been turned into a vegetable by a sip of alcohol. However, Lewis did not immediately take action against the person before him, but left a clone hidden in the air, quietly monitoring him. About 40 minutes later, the crimson light carrying the other party's consciousness reappeared. "Ha, I've finally found you." Although he had confirmed the identity of the person before him, Lewis did not act rashly. Unlike before, when he only wanted to obtain the occult knowledge the other party knew. Lewis now wanted to play a big game through him to see if he could hook that fool hidden behind the scenes. After all, the information regarding the Akatsuki organization was told to the fool by Audrey Hall through the diary. Having Audrey Hall pass on information related to it again would seem a bit deliberate. This way, having no connection to Audrey Hall herself, and also being a candidate believer carefully selected by that fool, the information reported by him would naturally be more easily believed by the fool. Since they were still out at sea, it was not very convenient for Lewis to take action. He planned to keep an eye on him first and arrange for his clones to act out a play once the other party arrived at the port. However, before that, what Lewis needed to do was to collect some small animals and start his experiments. In order not to attract attention, Lewis did not go out to buy them in large quantities with his main body, but had his clones outside throw the purchased animals directly into the pasture in the divine tree space. Out of the potential needs for future experiments, Lewis bought quite a few rabbits, intending to let them breed wantonly in the pasture. Just as the clones were busy, the main body was currently drinking afternoon tea with a group of company executives, talking about future development. It was just that these company executives did not know that Lewis was actually secretly communicating with Audrey Hall using a ring. That fruit from before had indeed greatly increased the upper limit of chakra that Audrey Hall could refine, and the information that could be transmitted using the ring had also increased exponentially. Upon learning that Audrey Hall had used money to purchase some intelligence on other secret organizations from the Hanged Man, Lewis did not feel it was a waste because he had already found the Hanged Man's main body. Instead, he praised Audrey Hall's actions, saying that there was no need to be stingy with money at such times, and told her to organize the obtained intelligence into a volume later, and the Akatsuki organization would reimburse her. In Lewis's view, Audrey Hall, having joined the Akatsuki organization, was already his employee, so such intelligence that was clearly beneficial to the organization should naturally be reimbursed. As for the request to organize it into a volume, it was also to prevent everyone from repeatedly purchasing the same intelligence as the organization developed in the future. Although spending 1,000 gold pounds on intelligence was enough to buy a middle-class residence even in Backland. But Audrey Hall herself had not thought about any reimbursement, she just felt that she had obtained intelligence and wanted to share it with Lewis. After all, this money was just pocket money for her. But now, upon learning from Lewis that the other party was prepared to reimburse her, Audrey Hall immediately felt a bit more sense of belonging to the organization, feeling that this place was not just the secret church Lewis used to display his own existence, as she had initially imagined. Lewis did not know about Audrey Hall's little thoughts, and was still reviewing the intelligence on secret organizations sent by her. The Moses Ascetic Order. It is said that the founders and elders were the first humans to have viewed the blasphemy slate, collectively worshipping a non-anthropomorphic deity, the hidden sage. Most of its members consume mystery prior sequence potions. It is known that its sequence 9 name is Mystery Prior, sequence 8 is Melee Scholar, and sequence 7 is Warlock. Later, the hidden sage worshipped by this organization evolved from a non-anthropomorphic deity into an anthropomorphic evil god. Since then, this organization has been rejected by the churches of the true gods. A similar organization is the Psychology Alchemists. This organization also worships a non-anthropomorphic existence, believing that the human spirit can evolve all existence. The Hanged Man is not very clear about the specific situation of this organization, only hearing that it has inserted personnel among the upper classes of various countries, and it is considered a relatively mysterious organization. But there is another organization called the Hermit Order, which is more secretive than the Psychology Alchemists. Its activity frequency is also low, and it is almost unknown to the outside world. It is only known that every time they appear, it seems as if they are chasing something, but the specific situation is unknown. In addition to the above secret organizations, there is another quite famous organization in the northern continent called the Demonist Sect. Calling it famous is a bit too general. To be specific, it should be notorious, simply because this sect has the mission of spreading disasters. In the fourth epoch, this sect was also known as the Demonist family. At that time, their members were scarce and mainly relied on bloodline reproduction to maintain themselves. Members of the sect would kill the father of the child and abandon the male infants they gave birth to, with the entire organization only retaining females. By modern times, it is said that they no longer only maintain themselves as a family, and have begun to try to recruit males, but the senior members are still all female. In addition, there are two secret organizations originating from the southern continent, the Numinous Episcopate that worships the Shinigami, and the Rose School of Thought that likes bloody sacrifices. These two sects originally belonged to the orthodox beliefs of the southern continent, but were hit to the brink of extinction by the seven churches during the colonial era. In order to survive, they had to hide. In addition to the above, the Hanged Man actually mentioned a few other names, such as the Blood Sanctify sect, the Life School of Thought, etc. But only with a name, and he did not know the specific relevant intelligence. Let me think. In the diary Audrey Hall gave me before, there seems to be some information about the Hermit Order. If I remember correctly, Roselle met a gentleman named Zeradal, who was the leader of the Hermit Order. It's just that I don't know if this leader is the current leader, or an old monster who has lived for who knows how many years. After roughly understanding this information, Lewis put it aside for the time being, preparing to wait for Audrey Hall to submit the detailed paper content to him later, and then he would read it slowly. Finally, the time for getting off work arrived. Lewis again drove his new-style carriage around the city. After attracting a lot of curiosity again, Lewis returned home. He had deliberately chosen the times when there was the most pedestrian traffic on the street for these two appearances of the carriage. Even if the number of people who saw it during these two appearances was limited, surely after the newspaper came out tomorrow morning, it would arouse everyone's curiosity. Afterward, as long as they inquired a little, those who had seen the carriage could tell others about it. Lewis was very confident about this, because he could also arrange for several newly recruited salespeople in the company to go to places with high traffic to advertise. They didn't need to do anything active, they just needed to casually mention that they had seen that carriage yesterday, and talk about how unique it was when someone felt curious about the content in the newspaper. In the following days, as the number of new-style carriages modified in the factory increased, Lewis temporarily hired many coachmen and horses to pull these carriages out onto the streets to make an appearance. Because of the almost 24-hour continuous appearance on the streets, plus the advertisements placed in newspapers at a high cost. In just a few short days, even though there were only 20 or so new-style carriages on the street, it gave people the feeling of having more than 2,000. Seeing that the timing was ripe, Lewis had the newspaper office release the news, putting his factory's name out there. Sure enough, after a few days of fermentation, as soon as the carriage factory's name was put out, orders were received. Looking at the number of orders received in a single day, which almost equaled the sum of his previous orders, the factory manager, Austin White, could be said to be so excited that he almost fainted on the spot. But what he didn't expect was that while Lewis was urging the factory to increase production and continue to put the newly made carriages on the street to increase exposure, he was also holding back those customers, publicly stating that the factory had already received too many commissions and could not handle them for the time being, so it would not accept orders for now. Chapter 32, Is Animal Husbandry the Final Destination for the Otsutsuki? As news spread that the carriage factory was temporarily not accepting orders, the hype surrounding this new type of carriage did not decrease, but instead increased. Especially when seeing more and more new-style carriages on the streets, everyone was guessing who had purchased those carriages. This was exactly what Lewis wanted to see. According to his plan, the best approach at this moment was to find a great noble who held significant weight in Backland, or at the very least, one who was renowned. To have this great noble appear in a public setting, riding in the new-style carriage produced by his factory. With this great noble's public endorsement, coupled with the previously hyped-up popularity, and with the lower classes following the example of the upper classes, he would only need to lie back and count his money from then on. However, before Lewis could go and find the great noble he had in mind, someone came knocking on his door first. The person who came was none other than his investment broker. When it comes to the people who best understand the changes in the preferences of the people of Backland, none are more knowledgeable than these investment brokers. They are constantly monitoring market changes, calculating which industry will become the next big hit. Therefore, while others were still in a wait-and-see mode, these investment brokers had already started looking up information related to the carriage factory. And this broker, who helped Lewis manage his investments, relying on having more of Lewis's information in hand, was the first to find out who the owner behind the carriage factory was, and thus came to his door. In the reception room, Lewis waited for the maid to serve tea and refreshments for the two of them before asking quite casually, "Green, this is some tea from Desi County that I specifically acquired a while ago. You can try it." As a broker managing investments for the Hall family, he had seen countless good things in his time, so he didn't pay much attention to it, merely engaging in the usual pleasantries with Lewis. After the two exchanged brief pleasantries, they entered into the main topic of conversation. "Green, I wonder what business brings you here today. Has there been some problem with those invested assets?" The broker took out a file he had prepared in advance from his briefcase. "Not at all, mister, there are no issues with your investments. The reason I came is because I recently saw several other assets with potential, and I wanted to ask you to take a look to see if you have any interest in investing." Lewis took the file handed over by the other party, feeling a bit curious. "After all, you are the professionals in these matters. Asking me to look at them is just me watching the excitement." Although he said this, Lewis's actions were different. He flipped through the documents in front of him one by one. After seeing the contents of the third document, Lewis couldn't help but reveal a smile on his face. He finally knew why the person opposite him had come. It was for the matter of his carriage factory. Seeing this, Lewis stopped flipping through the remaining documents and placed the materials in his hand back onto the table. "Green, just say what you have to say directly. I am a straightforward person, and do not like to play games. I believe your purpose for coming today is not for any additional investment, but rather related to the factory under my name, right?" William Green saw Lewis's reaction, and his heart skipped a beat. Thinking that the person opposite was unhappy with his actions, he opened his mouth to explain, but was stopped by Lewis. "There is no need to waste words. In business, let's just speak directly about whatever the matter is." Seeing that Lewis's attitude didn't seem as bad as he had anticipated, William Green spoke up. "Hermite, since you said so, I won't hold back. When I was looking for investable assets earlier, I noticed the factory under your name. Therefore, I would like to ask if you are willing to sell the shares in your hand." Lewis raised an eyebrow and glanced at the person in front of him from the corner of his eye. "Green, did you not see the potential of this factory of mine? Why would I sell it? Or is it that the funds I took out for investment before were too little, making you think that I am no longer well off and need to sell off my shares. William Green was clearly made somewhat nervous by Lewis's words. Don't look at the fact that he managed quite a few investment assets for the Hall family. At the end of the day, he was just a broker. Perhaps he was considered quite well off among the middle class, but there was a world of difference between him and true nobles and big merchants. No, 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 sir, please don't be angry. Since I manage investments for you, I naturally consider the appreciation of your assets. The reason I asked is because your carriage factory is highly regarded in the current investment circle. If you are willing, it can be sold at a very high price. As long as you are willing to sell, there will be people willing to take over at 10 or even 20 times the value of the factory's existing assets. Lewis waved his hand. The reason they are willing to pay dozens of times the price to purchase it is because my factory will be able to bring them hundreds of times the profit in the future. I know your thoughts, but I am not a short-sighted person, and I am not prepared to just make a quick buck. Moreover, even if I were to make a quick buck, selling it for just 20-something times the price is far from enough. Speaking of this, Lewis rubbed the teacup by his side. I don't mind telling you, I have already been pulling strings to try to contact our prince. According to my plan, once the prince rides in my carriage and makes an appearance on the streets of Backland. Lewis didn't finish his sentence, but William Green in front of him already understood what he hadn't said, and at the same time, he was quickly calculating in his heart. Indeed, with the current momentum of the new style carriage, plus the news of the prince riding in it, let alone 20 times, even if it were 40 times the price, there would be people lining up to buy it. However, thinking of this, William Green really couldn't hold back his curiosity. Because as far as he knew, although the royal family had always supported and promoted industrial reform, they rarely got personally involved. Sir, please forgive my presumption, but I really cannot imagine what method you are planning to use to convince His Highness the Prince to cooperate. Of course, if it is inappropriate, just pretend I never asked. Lewis shook his head. There's nothing to it. And my bargaining chip is very simple, 100,000 gold pounds. You think 100,000 gold pounds is not enough? Indeed, I am also worried about that, so my bottom line is 200,000 gold pounds. Just letting the prince ride the carriage for a spin, that should be possible, right? William Green couldn't help but swallow his saliva. He was truly shocked by Lewis's grand gesture. You have to know that according to Lewis's approach, it was equivalent to taking out all the future profits of his factory for decades in one go, just to gamble on an uncertain future. As for the other investors preparing to pay dozens of times the price to purchase, that was actually many people buying shares together, sharing the risk among them. The risks of the two were not the same. Of course, this didn't seem strange to Green. After all, there were countless merchants willing to go all in. Thinking of this, William Green suddenly thought of something. Hermite, since you are willing to spend a large sum of money to invite the prince to make an appearance, why not change to someone else to cooperate with? Since it was Miss Hall who introduced me to you in the first place, I assume you are also acquainted with the Hall family. Even if Earl Hall is not as high in status as His Highness the Prince, in the current Backland, his prestige is second to none. If the entire Hall family were to switch to your new style carriages, I think the effect would be no worse than an appearance by His Highness the Prince, right? Lewis took a sip of tea. You make a valid point, but I don't have any personal friendship with Earl Hall. I am only acquainted with Miss Hall. To disturb the Earl for such a matter would be overkill, wouldn't it? William Green's eyes lit up. Hermite, didn't you also say earlier that in business, we should talk business? This matter is something that benefits both sides. There is no such thing as disturbing anyone. You must know that our Earl is most fond of investing in new things. His investments in the financial and industrial fields are so extensive that you wouldn't find a second person in all of Backland. In order to facilitate this deal, and obtain the huge commission, William Green could be said to have exhausted his tongue. He explained the pros and cons to Lewis in great detail. The most critical point was that the 200,000 gold pounds Lewis would give to the prince, if converted into a 10% share given to the Earl, would be equal to decades of profit. And in those decades, how much profit could that 200,000 gold pounds generate, and so on. In short, after William Green's persuasion, Lewis was truly moved. Fine, since you say so, I will temporarily stop the matter of having someone contact the prince. However, for the development of my factory, in 5 days, I must have someone stand out to endorse my new style carriage no matter what. Therefore, I will only give you 3 days. If Earl Hall doesn't work, I must go find His Highness the Prince. William Green gritted his teeth, and agreed. After all, the commission Lewis gave him was indeed high. The base price he gave was to give Earl Hall 5% of the shares, with an upper limit of 10%. On this basis, for every 1% of shares less given to the other party, Lewis would give Green an extra 100 gold pounds. If he could really succeed with 5% of the shares, Lewis would give him 1,000 pounds. After finishing this matter with William Green, Lewis turned around and summoned his private lawyer, telling him about the matter and asking him to keep an eye on the follow-up for him. As for himself, he locked himself in the study again, not allowing outsiders to disturb him. But in reality, Lewis had entered the divine tree space to begin studying the beyonder characteristic in his hand that had been crystallized again by the divine tree. Looking at the 3 lively, jumping rabbits in front of him, Lewis reached out again and patted each of their heads. Afterwards, he reached out and summoned a notebook from the manners study to record the situation of the 3 rabbits. These 3 rabbits had all consumed the recrystallized beyonder characteristic. According to the memories Lewis had originally obtained from that fake carpenter, consuming a beyonder characteristic was clearly a very dangerous thing, but these 3 rabbits had actually all succeeded. Even after the first rabbit successfully consumed the apprentice beyonder characteristic, for the remaining 2 rabbits, Lewis switched directly to those of a seer and a marauder. However, it was not without drawbacks. After Lewis's investigation, he discovered that although these 3 rabbits had also become beyonders. When Lewis performed mental control, he also confirmed that they each possessed unique abilities, but Lewis discovered that their spirituality was very weak, actually only a little bit more than that of ordinary rabbits. Although it had grown quite a bit compared to themselves, this amount was really too small, perhaps not even exceeding the portion of all rabbits that were naturally more spiritually strong. This was completely different from when Lewis investigated Susie back then. The spirituality possessed by that big dog did not just exceed the level of a normal dog, but directly exceeded the scope of an ordinary person. However, Lewis also noticed that the spirituality of these 3 rabbits had been growing at a very slow speed over these past few days. According to the records he had kept in his diary over the past few days, it was estimated that if given 3 or 4 years, these rabbits would be about on par with the Susie from back then. Thinking of this, Lewis grabbed 3 more rabbits and fed them the remaining 3 sequence 9, apprentice, beyonder characteristic he had in his hand. In just a moment, these 3 rabbits had also become new apprentices. Lewis reached out and checked the rabbits one by one, confirming that they were no different from the previous rabbits. Immediately after, Lewis reached out and grabbed 2 more rabbits, checking them to confirm they were just ordinary rabbits. Afterwards, he took these 2 ordinary rabbits and 2 of the rabbits that had just become apprentices to the roots of the divine tree, letting the divine tree devour them. During this process, Lewis did not forget to place his hand on the divine tree, investigating the divine tree's absorption of these 4 rabbits. The result of the investigation was no different from what Lewis had envisioned, but it still left him very disappointed. Because the amount of chakra provided to Lewis by the 2 rabbits that had just become apprentices was not much different from the other 2 ordinary rabbits, it was just less than 10% more. Although it was all free benefits, the time and energy spent for this 10% of chakra was completely not worth it. After this period of research, Lewis already had the idea of raising rabbits, deer, meat chickens, bamboo rats, guinea pigs, and other creatures within the divine tree space. Afterwards, as long as he regularly purchased feed from the outside world, he could ensure the normal reproduction of the creatures within the divine tree space. Once the number of creatures in the space reached a certain level, he could let the divine tree devour them completely and finally convert them into chakra. Although the amount that a single creature could provide was extremely scarce, once the quantity rose to a certain level, it would still be quite considerable. Of course, wanting to rely solely on the livestock raised within the divine tree space to produce a chakra fruit that would turn someone into an Otsutsuki, even if possible, would probably take hundreds or thousands of years. However, if it were only to produce the kind from before, the size of a date, which only contained the energy of one sequence 9 potion, then that would be no problem at all. Lewis even had an idea. If he really confirmed that this path was feasible, he would not only raise livestock within the divine tree space, but also engage in large-scale farming in the outside world. Once he had enough livestock to supply the divine tree, he would probably be able to produce several small chakra fruits a day. At that time, Lewis could completely use these fruits to give the humans of this world chakra seeds, and then let them refine chakra autonomously, further increasing the total amount of chakra in this world. Chapter 33 Beyonder Crystal, 4K. Although the idea of mass-producing chakra using these Beyonder characteristics in hand had been dashed. But through the verification with the previous 7 rabbits, it at least let Lewis know that these Beyonder characteristics in his hand, after being filtered by the divine tree, had become quite safe Beyonder keys. Although using them to become a Beyonder would result in almost no ability to manifest the corresponding powers in the early stages due to a lack of spirituality, they were safe. When purchasing potion materials before, Lewis had roughly estimated the price of potions. Not counting subsequent sequences, the cost of just this lowest sequence 9 potion was nearly 350 gold pounds. Oh right, that's not even counting the cost of finding the formula. If the related expenses to obtain the potion were added, it would probably require 500 gold pounds. Of course, even calculating based on just 350 gold pounds, this price was already quite high. Don't look at how Lewis spends money, often in the thousands. In reality, a standard worker in Backland at this time earns just over 1 gold pound per week, or about 50 gold pounds a year. These 350 gold pounds are equivalent to what a worker capable of supporting a family of 3 on their own salary would save in 7 years without eating or drinking. In other words, these potions were originally things that only the rich, the powerful, and a scattered few lucky individuals could enjoy. Setting aside those lucky individuals, among the remaining rich and powerful, who doesn't value their own life more than anything else? But now that he could provide everyone with a way to achieve absolute safety in their extraordinary possibilities, Lewis felt that even if he increased the price tenfold, it would be fought over by a crowd of people. And this was just the beginning. If the Beyonder characteristic crystals of higher sequences could also have the same effect as these sequence 9 Beyonder characteristic crystals, that would be truly terrifying. However, regarding this, Lewis still needed time to wait for further testing. It wasn't that Lewis hadn't tried before. He had let a semi-crippled apprentice rabbit eat a sequence 8 Trickmaster Beyonder characteristic crystal, and the result was that the rabbit died instantly. According to Lewis's observation, when these rabbits became Beyonders, their souls would temporarily open a channel to briefly interact with the spirit world. Currently, the sequence 9 rabbits with which he had successfully experimented all had to go through this, otherwise, they could not become true sequence 9s. The rabbit that had eaten the sequence 8 Trickmaster Beyonder characteristic crystal before had died at this moment, its soul even collapsing directly. Lewis combined the knowledge he had obtained when he first watched the light gate with the information these sequence 9 rabbits would receive in their minds the moment they became Beyonders. He reasonably suspected that the other party had been killed by the sheer volume of knowledge because they received too much at once, and since their own spirituality had been castrated, they simply couldn't withstand that knowledge. For this reason, Lewis had been researching for several days, but no matter how he tried, he couldn't get the castrated version of the apprentice to successfully advance. During this time, he also had some guesses. Perhaps it was related to the acting method mentioned by the Fool and Roselle, requiring the rabbits to act as an apprentice for a period of time to thoroughly digest the potion. But Lewis himself had never taken a potion, nor did he know what it meant to be thoroughly digested, so he could only give up for the time being, wanting to wait until the spirituality of the castrated sequence 9 rabbits in his hand grew to a normal level before trying again. Just as Lewis was preparing to end today's experiment, he suddenly noticed the almost imperceptible fruits that the previous 4 rabbits had grown on the divine tree. That's right, there was still the divine tree fruit. Lewis did as he thought. He immediately injected chakra into the divine tree, making it condense into a fruit, and then fed the fruit to the apprentice rabbit beside him. Under Lewis's expectant gaze, the rabbit ate the fruit without any damage, and there was nothing unusual. Lewis reached out to check the situation inside the rabbit while recording it in his diary. Very good, it has been initially verified that there is no conflict between the potion system and the chakra system at the sequence 9 level. The situation for higher sequences requires further verification. Since Lewis already knew that Audrey had a transformation process after eating the fruit. This time, Lewis simply took the initiative to guide the operation of chakra within the rabbit, helping it increase its physical and mental strength. Finally, the entire chakra fruit was thoroughly digested by the rabbit, but because a portion still acted on the body, the rabbit's spirituality was actually not as good as a normal sequence 9. Considering this, Lewis simply had the divine tree condense another fruit, which finally helped the rabbit replenish its spirituality, with even some to spare. Very good, now it's time to try the sequence 8 Beyonder characteristic crystal. What a mouthful. I'll just call them Beyonder crystals from now on. After simply giving a good name to these purified substances in his hand, Lewis continued the experiment. Under Lewis's control, the rabbit swallowed the sequence 8 Trickmaster Beyonder crystal in one gulp and communicated with the spirit world via spirituality, starting to accept the knowledge belonging to its own sequence. Looking at the rabbit in front of him that hadn't shown any abnormalities until the spiritual connection was broken, Lewis hurriedly began to check its condition. Wait, what is this? After searching the rabbit's memory, Lewis copied the knowledge it had obtained from the spirit world. Flash creates a bright light. The main effect is not to illuminate the environment but to affect others' vision. Black curtain, like a magician, creates a lightless curtain out of thin air to hide things. Transfer gas transfers toxic or harmful gases away, or transfers them to a place where they need to take effect. The distance between the transfer destination and itself is no more than 15 meters. Loud noise creates a huge sound out of thin air, which can be used to fake an explosion or interfere with an enemy's attention, hearing, etc. Freeze, palm touch and beam types rapid cooling, frost formation, or creating thin ice. The effective distance of the beam is no more than 10 meters, and the speed is close to an arrow. Electric shock cannot leave the body, must have a medium. The intensity is similar to non-high voltage electric shock in modern society. Fog creation, effective range is about 15 meters. Wind blowing, equivalent to a force 7 to 8 strong wind. Ignition, ignites items within 3 meters of itself by rubbing its fingers. Tripping spell, either creates an area with a radius of 5 or 6 meters that looks like it has been coated with a layer of grease, making people fall, or causes the target's feet to slip directly. Object manipulation, makes specified objects within a 5-meter range move or bounce, but cannot perform more precise operations. Escape trick, after diverting the target's attention through props, loud noises, black curtains, flashes, etc., quickly transfer its own figure. Come to think of it, back then, Lewis had obtained a lot of chaotic knowledge from that light gate, but there was one point, that knowledge was truly too complex and messy. When Lewis was analyzing it, he found that he couldn't use 90% of the knowledge. Why was that? That knowledge was probably all like, how does spirituality move in the spirit world? How are spirit-type life forms born in the spirit world? What was a certain lizard thinking when it connected to the spirit world? This mixed knowledge was like someone casting a huge fishing net into a murky pond. It's just that the mesh of the fishing net was too fine, not only catching whatever fish, shrimp, and aquatic products there were, but also dredging up the silt and garbage that had settled at the bottom of the water. At the same time, because of the act of pulling the net, the fish, shrimp, and aquatic products that were originally relatively clean, were all covered in sludge during their struggle, and they even swallowed quite a bit of garbage. Even if Lewis picked out the valuable fish, shrimp, and aquatic products from it, he still had to clean them further himself before he could use them. But the knowledge obtained by the rabbit in front of him was indeed different. Although it was mixed with some scattered chaotic knowledge, generally speaking, it was all useful material. It was as if the catch from that big net had first been put into a clear water tank to spit out sand, and then someone had scooped out a portion of the aquatic products from the clear water tank with a basin. Although there were still suspended particles of sand in the basin of water, the aquatic products inside had been washed clean by the clear water. It was just that there was still some sand in their bodies that hadn't been fully spat out. Must say, although these little tricks don't have much damage, and their effect is approximately equal to a magician with well-made props, the way they use spirituality to leverage the power of the spirit world behind this is worth studying. Lewis checked the rabbit in his hand multiple times, and after confirming that its spirituality still hadn't increased significantly, he immediately had the divine tree convert fruits again to continue improving the spirituality of the rabbit in his hand. Although Lewis had never seen a Sequence 8 person, the fake carpenter he had killed before had memories of one. Of course, if there was only one reference, the final data would inevitably be inaccurate, but in the current environment, he had no other choice. It wasn't until the spirituality of the rabbit in his hand was no lower than that of the carpenter in his memory that Lewis finally stopped. There is no conflict between the potion system and the chakra system at the Sequence 8 level. The situation for higher sequences requires further verification. After recording the information, Lewis took out the only Sequence 7 Beyonder crystal in his hand. Astrologer, I don't know what kind of skills I'll be able to learn this time. Unlike the previous success, the rabbit in front of him suddenly exploded, its flesh and blood turning into one bubble of light after another, with streaks of starlight inside the bubbles. Those streaks of starlight entangled and twisted, seemingly wanting to form a certain shape, but it seemed like some opportunity was missing, and it could never truly take shape, always dissipating when it twisted into a strand. Lewis was very familiar with the situation in front of him. When he faced the light gate, it was a similar situation. Therefore, the first moment the other party showed this situation, Lewis had already acted. A large number of incantations appeared under Lewis's hands, covering the rabbit's flesh and bubbles layer by layer. The opportunity was rare, and Lewis also wanted to try whether sealing jutsu could handle this unknown situation, which should be contamination. Under Lewis's seal, all that flesh and blood was sealed in one place. However, those bubbles of light were a bit troublesome, and were slowly breaking through Lewis's seal. It was really slow. It might take decades to break through the seal Lewis had set on the outside, but before that, the outer seal would dissipate first because there was no chakra. Adding a few more layers to the seal, Lewis casually threw out 2 shadow clones, letting the clones try to probe their spiritual power into those bubbles. Lewis stared intently at his clones. As soon as there was any sign of them collapsing, he would take action to seal them, preventing this part of the memory from returning to his own body. However, the situation did not develop towards the worst step. Perhaps because the contamination level of this Sequence 7 was not enough, the clones were not only safe and sound, but they even restored these bubbles of light in front of them into a pile of flesh. As the clone dissipated, Lewis gained the previous memories in his mind. Sure enough, the rabbit in front of him was what was called losing control, and the clone had detected a lot of chaotic knowledge from it. This knowledge was disorganized and extremely aggressive, forcibly shattering the rabbit's spiritual body and converting its spirituality into these bubbles of light. No, it wasn't just knowledge. Lewis suddenly noticed that what shattered the rabbit's spiritual body also included the starlight that had been brought in through the spirit world via the seal. After understanding the situation inside the rabbit, the clone began to try to guide it with willpower, starting to organize this knowledge and gather this starlight. During this process, those bubbles of light began to change, and eventually, a part of them restored back into flesh, while another part turned into spiritual material. Seeing this kind of spiritual material, Lewis finally knew where the large amount of garbage information he had obtained from the light gate had come from. It was probably all transformed from the collapse of spirituality. Lewis reached out and summoned the 2 seals in front of him. One was the rabbit's flesh, and the other was the spiritual material and some starlight. The flesh part went without saying. It was thrown directly to the divine tree for recycling, while the spiritual material inside the other seal began to rotate and gather, eventually condensing into a Beyonder characteristic at the center point. Lewis took this Beyonder characteristic in his hand to check, and after still seeing nothing, he handed it to the divine tree for decomposition again. However, the decomposition result this time was somewhat unexpected for Lewis. The amount of chakra decomposed was actually quite large. What is the situation? Is it because of losing control? Surely not, it can't be that darkened characters are 10 times stronger, right? No, let me think. It should, probably, maybe, really have something to do with losing control. It's just that because the rabbit's spirit was impacted and collapsed, it no longer only absorbed parts beneficial to itself from the spirit world, but because it had lost the ability to distinguish, it directly accepted everything, wildly plundering power from the spirit world. There should be this part of the relationship, and in addition, there's that starlight. Referring to the fake carpenter's memory, his spirituality didn't contain any starlight, but he had only obtained a lot of astrological knowledge from the spirit world and gained an inexplicable connection with the stars. Looking at it this way, the normal advancement process should be that the starlight leaves a mark on its spirituality, but now, even the starlight has been directly captured. After recording all the experimental results obtained, Lewis stretched, glanced at the rabbits in the distance that were obviously frightened, and Lewis showed them a smile he considered kind. As a result, the rabbits ran away, disappearing from the grass in the blink of an eye and hiding in the underground burrows. What a bunch of cowards. Chapter 34, Fur's Wall 4K, 6 Paths. Today, through a friend's introduction, I met a Beyonder who is an author on the surface. Through her cover and the documents you left in the divine tree space, I judge her to be an apprentice pathway Beyonder, but I cannot determine her specific sequence. Also, this person is willing to provide potions and formulas to my friend and me in exchange for rescuing her friend from prison. After our investigation, we suspect that her friend is also a Beyonder. Finally, I would like to ask, Susie tried to speak today, but she kept stumbling and could not form a complete sentence. Is there any problem with this? Zwafu Lewis, who was chatting with the receptionist at the Seer Club, felt somewhat surprised after receiving Audrey's message. I am aware of the situation above. You may continue to maintain contact with the other party. If the other party's sequence is not high, sequence 8 or below, I have the Beyonder characteristic in my possession to allow them to advance. Even if it is higher than sequence 7, I also have the subsequent potion formulas. If you sense that the other party has the intention, you can use this as a condition to exchange for corresponding benefits. As for Susie speaking, I told you before that under the influence of the potion, she already has the intelligence of a 15 or 16-year-old human. It is not a problem that she wants to try to speak. As for other situations, I will check when I come tonight. Gauchen Lewis did not think there was any problem with Susie speaking. After all, a ninja hound speaking was truly too normal. He did not think there was anything wrong with it. The reason he said that was because he happened to be preparing to take this opportunity to examine Susie properly and record her data to compare with those rabbits in his divine tree space. But now, he was not prepared to change his original plan and intended to continue staying in this Seer Club. When Lewis was parsing the knowledge instilled into him by the light gate, he already knew that he could use the spirit world to make predictions and divination, but he did not know the method at that time. It was not until he obtained the memories from the fake carpenter's brain, plus the knowledge gained from the seer, rabbit and the astrologer, rabbit's brains, that he had a further understanding of how to leverage the power of the spirit world. After understanding the situation in Backland, Lewis discovered that there was even such a thing as a divination club here, which was why he took a carriage to come here. However, Lewis was not prepared to join the club to perform divination as a seer, but rather came to the club to spend money as an enthusiast interested in divination. He was also not prepared to let others perform divination for him, but was prepared to pay to attend some internal courses to learn what divination methods existed in this world, and whether they were the same as what he obtained from the seer rabbit. In fact, after Lewis learned that digesting potions required acting, he had some ideas. He currently knew of 4 Beyonder pathways: seer, apprentice, marauder, and spectator. In addition, there was the half corresponding to the hanged man. According to the other potion formula that the hanged man had told Audrey about, its name should be sailor. Counting this way, Lewis knew the names of 5 pathways. In Lewis's view, it was relatively easy for outsiders to guess the acting requirements for these potion sequences. Just like the Seer Club in front of him, whether it was the sequence 9 Seer or the sequence 7 Astrologer, they could all be acted out here. Of course, besides being suitable for appearing in a divination club, the circus was actually a very suitable place for an astrologer. In the circus, besides astrologer being able to disguise themselves as some gypsy warlock to use a crystal ball for divination, low sequence apprentice, and trickmaster could also act as magicians inside. By the way, seer and its superior sequence clown and magician were also quite suitable for the circus. But the circus had a problem, which was that they were not permanently stationed but rather toured. Lewis had previously gone to see 2 nearby circuses specifically, but unfortunately, there were no beyonders inside. As for a marauder, it was really not much different from ordinary thieves. Unless one specifically watched for thieves to find them, it was difficult to find them. The sailor pathway was the same, one could tell where they would appear just by hearing the name, although Lewis had not yet seen them at the port of Backland. But do not forget Lewis's clones, which had already been arranged overseas by him. Just on the ship where the hanged man was, there were many sailors. Then there was spectator. This name was actually very broad: circus audience, opera audience, etc. There were too many places for a spectator to play their role. However, Audrey received information that she knew its subsequent pathway was psychiatrist, so it was very clear that those psychiatrists in psychiatric clinics were the most suitable cover identities. With this guess, plus his curiosity about the divination methods of this world, Lewis came to the divination club. But unfortunately, Lewis did not find any beyonders inside the club. Searching repeatedly without success made Lewis realize once again that the number of beyonders in this world was indeed scarce. You must know that he had already been here for several weeks. Although he had not deliberately searched, he had walked through almost all the streets here to promote his carriage before. The result was that Lewis only certainly saw a few official beyonders when passing by several large cathedrals in Backland, and a place that looked like an official stronghold. If it were not for Audrey sending him a message today saying that she met 2 beyonders, Lewis would have suspected whether those churches had exerted their influence to drive all non-official beyonders overseas. After Lewis finished the class at the club and chatted with a few diviners for a while, he took the carriage and left. It was unknown whether the information transmitted by Audrey opened some switch for Lewis, but on the way back to the mansion, he accidentally saw a beyonder from the carriage window. That person was hidden in the shadows of the street corner, with light footsteps and agile movements, yet could burst out with extremely strong power the moment they made a move. In the short time it took for the carriage to pass the street corner, Lewis watched the person use a small knife held between their fingers to slit the pockets of 3 people, and take away the valuable items on them. And during this entire process, the people whose things were stolen did not notice at all, and some even nodded with a smile at the person who did it. Lewis instantly thought of the marauder sequence, and immediately flicked his finger, and a small, invisible pebble flew out from the carriage. After crossing a distance of 30 meters, it gently touched the person's body. Even such a slight touch actually made this person alert, who immediately stopped and leaned against the wall, completely hiding themselves in the shadows. It was not until this person observed repeatedly and confirmed that no one was really paying attention to them, and that they were not injured, that they quickly ran away from this street. Lewis did not care about this anymore, that person had been marked by him. If needed, it would be very easy to find the other party. When the carriage drove to the West Borough, Lewis noticed a group of children wearing simple clothes with at least 3 or 4 patches but still looking clean, talking to someone in the backyard of a mansion. Noticing Lewis's line of sight, Reed quickly looked over. "Sir, those should be the children living in the south of the bridge. Isn't it almost dinner time? They came here to try to beg for some food." Lewis frowned slightly. "South of the bridge, isn't that a commoner district? I remember that Backland should only have the East Borough as a slum, right? Why are the children in the commoner district also not having enough to eat?" After contacting during this period, Reed and the others also knew what kind of person Lewis was, so they did not hide their emotions and sighed directly. Sigh, there is no way. Since the repeal of the corn laws, the domestic grain price has indeed dropped significantly. Taking this Backland as an example, it has dropped by at least half, allowing everyone to eat cheap food. But because of the sharp price drop, many farmers who relied on farming to live in the suburbs of Backland lost a large sum of money at once and had to come to the city to find work, otherwise, they could not support their families. But the number of jobs in the city is just that many, so naturally, it pushed out the jobs of many original residents. Especially these people who came from the suburbs, in order to support their families, they asked for lower wages than the city people and did more work. The result is that many families in the originally decent commoner districts are now on the verge of starvation because they lost their jobs. After finishing speaking, Reed looked at the group of children in the distance again. Corn laws. Lewis thought about this term in his heart, feeling very familiar, and immediately remembered that in the history he learned before transmigrating, Great Britain first had the enclosure movement to let sheep eat people, and later completely smashed down domestic grain prices, forcing farmers to transform into workers. I did not expect that there would be similar tactics here. In that case, George III and that Victoria are birds of a feather. Because the sound in Lewis's mouth was too small, Reed did not hear the specific content clearly. Sir, what did you say? Lewis came back to his senses, closed his eyes directly, and leaned back. Nothing. I was thinking about whether to find an opportunity to expand the factory's scale and recruit more employees. Soon, the carriage returned home, and Lewis changed out of his outdoor clothes and into his home clothes. All right, I am going to the study to handle affairs. Come find me before dinner. Using the ring to confirm that there was no one around Audrey, Lewis opened the space rift and entered the other party's room. 666, Mr. The moment Lewis appeared, Susie, who was squatting on the ground, excitedly wagged her tail, but the words in her mouth were stumbling, and she could not say them completely. Good day, Mr. Six Paths. It is my rudeness to trouble you to come here because of Susie's matter, but regarding Susie's matter, it is really hard for me to talk to my family suddenly, and I cannot find anyone else to confide in, so I can only disturb you. Watching Audrey saying and bowing there, Lewis waved his hand to indicate that she did not need to mind. It is fine, let me check Susie first. Come, Susie, be good. As Lewis pressed his hand on Susie's head, he immediately understood the other party's situation. It is fine, I already know what the situation is. Susie's body, although it has been transformed a little bit after taking the potion, its throat structure and so on have not changed, and it is still impossible to speak like a human. However, this smart little fellow Susie has actually figured out how to use her spirit to change the speed of gas flowing in her throat while using her vocal cords to make sounds, thereby imitating human speech. Susie has been simulating this for a few days, and it looks like she will be able to master it completely before long. Audrey's eyes lit up upon hearing this. That means, Susie can talk with me in the future. For Audrey's excitement, Lewis understood very well. After all, who does not want a dog that can speak? Looking at Susie in Audrey's arms, Lewis found a stool and sat down. What is the situation with the Beyonder you met today? Is she trustworthy? What is the situation with the person she wants to save? Talking about business, Audrey let go of Susie, and her face became serious. Six Paths, that Beyonder is named Fur's Wall. She used to be a surgeon at a clinic, and now she is a novelist. The currently very popular Storm Mountain Villa on the market is her work. As for the companion she wants to save, her name is Zyoderi Cha. It is said that she stood up for others and ended up injuring a gang leader. But I and the Viscount Glaint who introduced her are still conducting further investigations, so. Lewis nodded. Then what has this Fur's Wall promised you as a reward? Audrey could not help but raise the corners of her mouth when she said this. She told us that as long as we can help her save her companion, she can take us to a secret gathering for Beyonders, and she will help us find the Sequence 9 formula we want. But she does not know that I have already stepped into the ranks of Beyonders long ago. Compared to the Sequence 9 formula, this secret gathering is more valuable. Lewis thought for a while and said, what about that Viscount Glaint? Is he trustworthy? I remember you seem to have mentioned him before. Speaking of Viscount Glaint, Audrey immediately guaranteed, please rest assured, Viscount Glaint is a friend who grew up with me. If you really want to say it, he can be considered my guide in mysticism. Many of my mystical knowledge, as well as some materials, were obtained from him. Speaking of this, Audrey became a little embarrassed again. Mr. Six Paths, did you not say before that if I could get started with chakra refinement, I could test my own chakra attributes and introduce others to join the organization? This is thanks to the chakra fruit you gave me. If it were not for its help, I might have needed a few more months to get started with it completely. Hearing Audrey say that she had started chakra refinement, Lewis immediately became interested. The back that was slightly slumped after sitting down straightened up directly. Let me see. Chapter 35, Extremely Rich Work Experience for K. Audrey herself did not know any ninjutsu, but she still possessed some methods to consume chakra. For instance, right now, Audrey transformed the wooden bracelet on her wrist into a rapier, and demonstrated the results of her training over this period in front of Lewis. The rapier danced in Audrey's hands, and combined with her significantly enhanced physical fitness, its power was not to be underestimated. Especially when the rapier was thrusting and tapping rapidly, Lewis keenly discovered the ingenuity in Audrey's technique. A normal person using a sword would pull it back or swing it horizontally immediately after a thrust, but one must not forget that what Audrey held was not actually a needle sword, but a ninja tool that could change its form at will according to chakra. Thus, as Audrey pulled her arm back, she controlled the chakra to continue extending the rapier, actually making the tip advance instead of retreat, which was truly impossible to guard against. The most crucial point was that the entire process was extremely brief. If one were not careful, the opponent might not even know what caused their injury. Lewis's eyes easily penetrated her body, watching the chakra within Audrey being extracted and utilized during her movements. Although the entire process was not yet particularly proficient, or at the level of instinctive reaction, she had indeed mastered the basics. That's enough. You are quite talented. As for your current rapier techniques, you can continue to learn them in the future, but don't focus entirely on this. Having chakra and not having it are two completely different states. For example, in this process, you can improvise. Combining the two is a very good start. Speaking of this, Lewis reached out and tore open a spatial rift, taking the mirror out from it. Do you remember what I said before? Once you have mastered the basics of chakra extraction, I will test your chakra attributes for you. Just inject chakra into the center of the mirror. Hearing Lewis explain the usage of the mirror in her hand, Audrey immediately began to try. As her chakra was injected into the mirror, the barrier and seal preset by Lewis in the mirror were immediately activated. In Audrey's nervous yet excited gaze, the 3 gemstones on the edge of the mirror lit up. Let me see, it's fire, lightning, and een. According to what I said before, in addition to the most basic 3-body technique, you can also choose one low-level ninjutsu for each of these 3 attributes to learn later, which is a benefit of being a member of the organization. During this time, Lewis didn't just sit in the factory watching others work. When he had nothing to do, he would also sit in the chairman's office, recording all the ninjutsu in his mind one by one. These ninjutsu all originated from Otsutsuki Shirbai within his body. In fact, in the eyes of the Otsutsuki, all ninjutsu belonged to the degradation of their clan's divine arts abilities. And Otsutsuki Shirbai lived up to the title of the god of the Otsutsuki, as he had mastered almost all the divine arts of the Otsutsuki clan. This was equivalent to possessing the superior power of all ninjutsu. After that, as long as someone had used a certain ninjutsu, Otsutsuki Shirbai could naturally degrade the corresponding divine art and imitate that ninjutsu. Not only that, when releasing ninjutsu, chakra could not be utilized 100%. The chakra that dissipated during this process actually carried the corresponding information. As long as Otsutsuki Shirbai obtained that dissipated chakra, he could interpret the corresponding ninjutsu through the information within it. This meant that even in the future, if someone created a brand new ninjutsu that was not degraded from divine arts, as long as he could obtain the chakra dissipated during its release process, Otsutsuki Shirbai could still master it. It was precisely because of this that Otsutsuki Shirbai had a massive amount of ninjutsu in his mind, and if Lewis were to copy them all by himself, he might not finish writing them in his entire life. Of course, Lewis himself did not intend to write out all the ninjutsu. It was enough to just select some high-quality ones from them. The rest could be developed and created by the people of this world. They couldn't just rely on him alone. As for those ninjutsu that had been copied by Lewis, they were stored in the study of the divine tree space, and a seal was applied to protect them. When Audrey used the lantern body technique before, she had also seen the catalog of those ninjutsu in the study, so she knew what Lewis was talking about. Being able to accept your invitation and join our Akatsuki organization is truly my honor. This was something we agreed upon before. By the way, when you are learning, if possible, it is best to learn the clone technique first. Because the clones created by the clone technique can transmit what they see and hear back to the main body at any time. In other words, the books the clone has read and the knowledge it has learned during this process will also become a part of you, which can help you learn. However, it can only deepen memory and cannot replace your physical training. You can experience this for yourself in the future. Audrey suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Mr. Six Paths, can I now tell others about the organization's affairs? Lewis extended a finger and tapped the mirror in her hand. Yes. Also, this mirror will be left in your care from now on. There is also the specific production method for it in the study. Whether it is your friend or your family, as long as you feel it is appropriate, you can inform them about the situation of the organization. But there is one point: they will all be considered your subordinates in the organization in the future. If any problems arise, you will also be held jointly responsible. In addition, everyone who joins the organization must abide by the organization's rules and regulations, accept corresponding tasks according to their corresponding rank, and obtain merits to improve their own strength and status. Please rest assured, I will definitely not do anything harmful to the organization. Alright, is there anything else? If not, I am leaving. Upon hearing that Lewis was leaving, Audrey stood up from her chair immediately. Mr. Six Paths, I have a doubt about chakra. I wonder if I can ask. I was reading the basic knowledge of chakra that you wrote in the study earlier, and I noticed the part about bloodline limits. The ninjutsu type bloodline limits recorded therein only include bloodline limits born from the combination of basic releases, such as earth release plus water release to create wood release. It does not mention the combination of the two special releases, yin and yang. May I ask if these two releases are special and cannot be combined with other releases? The corners of Lewis's mouth curled up, and his eyebrows and eyes revealed a smile. Not bad, you are very good at thinking. These two releases, yin and yang, are quite special. It's not that they cannot be combined with other releases, but the difficulty is higher. First of all, yin style and yang style can be combined into yin-yang release, which can create forms out of nothing and infuse life into them. It can truly create a new form of life and belongs to the authority of a god. In addition, yin style and yang style can also be combined with other releases. It's just that because these two releases are special themselves, the difference might not be big from the perspective of performance, but in reality, they can enhance the power or changeability of the other release. For example, fire release combined with yang style can greatly enhance its power. A ball of fire can directly incinerate an entire forest. If fire release is combined with yin style, it can flexibly control the shape of the fire, allowing it to change its shape at will. For example, a ball of fire flies out and instantly turns into countless fire crows, and each fire crow autonomously chooses a target to attack and so on. In fact, those ninjutsu recorded in my study are essentially products of predecessors combining basic releases with yin style and yang style. Why is it that for the same most basic fireball technique, using the same amount of chakra, some people's release has greater power than others, and some people can change its shape while ensuring the power remains unchanged after release? It is actually because these people, while releasing the fireball technique, unconsciously integrated yin style or yang style into it. It is just because the nature of yin style and yang style is special, and it is difficult to extract and practice them separately, that they were recorded as different ninjutsu. Take you for example, your chakra naturally possesses the yin attribute, so in the future, when releasing ninjutsu, it will naturally be easier for you to change its shape than others. Taking this opportunity, Lewis also gave Audrey a remedial lesson on chakra culture. He didn't mind spending more effort because this way, in the future, when there was a need to teach others to learn chakra, Audrey could step in. At the end, Lewis remembered one thing: by the way, I have tried and found a way to make potions safe, so that extraordinary loss of control will not occur, but there is a small price. This safety is based on clearing all the chaotic mental power that may cause people to lose control from the potion. Therefore, although there is no danger of losing control, it cannot increase a large amount of mental power in one go. However, this is not a detriment in itself. After becoming a Beyonder, mental power can still grow normally, growing to the same level as other people who take potions. If anyone does not want to learn chakra and still wants to use potions, they can use these purified safe drugs. I have named these products of purified potions Beyonder crystals. Like the chakra fruit, I have added them to the supplies that can be exchanged within the organization. Confirming that Audrey had no further questions, Lewis turned and returned to his study. After going downstairs for dinner, he soaked in the divine tree space again to conduct experiments. When giving a lecture to Audrey today, he had an inspiration, but due to the fact that he was still lecturing, Lewis had held back until now. Looking at the rabbit in his hand that was not struggling, Lewis talked to himself while stroking its head. According to the acting method mentioned by the Fool and Roselle, can I understand it as applying suggestions to oneself through acting, making oneself more similar to the existence expected by the potion? Then, what if I apply illusions to the rabbits? For example, these few rabbits, I will let them be an apprentice for hundreds of years, a seer for hundreds of years, and a marauder for hundreds of years in my illusion. After this brainwashing of mine, I think they will not only change in the direction expected by the potion, but I fear they might even directly turn into the appearance corresponding to the potion's name from the inside out. Lewis blinked his eyes, thinking that his conjecture should have some truth. His ability to take action was also very strong. He immediately made data records for these rabbits, and then applied illusions to all of them. Looking at the rabbits lying motionless on the ground, Lewis clapped the non-existent dust off his hands, and decided to come and see them tomorrow. By then, they would no longer be these silly rabbits, but a group of silly rabbits with hundreds of years of work experience. After Lewis left, Audrey was alone, plus a dog, sitting in the room. Even though she had known from Lewis that Susie had become smart, Audrey still didn't have any special thoughts. After all, there were not a few smart dogs. However, from the moment Susie started speaking, Audrey suddenly didn't know how to face her. If she continued to treat her as a dog, she could think and speak, which was no different from a human. But if she treated her as an independent person, every time Audrey saw her sticking out her tongue and wagging her tail, she really couldn't convince herself that she was a human. "Susie, I think we should talk." No matter how many thoughts Audrey had in her chest, at this moment, they were all suppressed by a single bark, and her momentum was immediately deflated. "All right, Susie, let's put this matter aside for now. After you have completely learned to speak, we will continue today's conversation. Have to go and talk to Mom, Dad, and my brother." She spoke very firmly, but the steps Audrey took revealed hesitation. After all, she was only 17 years old, and her life experience was still relatively lacking. No matter how advanced aristocratic education was compared to that of commoners, no one had ever taught her what to do at this time. "Who, Audrey, you don't need to be nervous. You are already a Beyonder now, and you haven't done anything bad. Not telling them before was just because you didn't want them to worry. But you are different now. Six Paths has praised you for having talent in this area, you've." Audrey comforted herself in a very low voice all the way, and at the same time, she cheered herself up bit by bit. Count Hall's mansion, although it did cover a considerable area, still had an end. Seeing her father's personal valet guarding in front of the study, Audrey took a deep breath and stepped forward to speak. "Miss, you are here. Is there something you need to see the Count about?" "Stone, please tell my father that I have a very important matter to discuss with him." Before the Count's personal valet could go in to announce her, the Count, who was thinking about things in the study, had already heard the voice outside. Upon noticing that the person speaking outside was his daughter, Count Hall put down the fountain pen in his hand. He knew that his daughter was very sensible. If it were not for a major event, she would not come to see him at this time. He simply stood up from his chair, pulled a book from the side to press on the documents on the desk, and walked towards the outside of the study. "Oh, my most dazzling Audrey, has something happened? Don't worry, you can tell Papa anything, and I will think of a way with you." Chapter 36, Count Hall, 4K. Count Hall, as a hereditary noble of the Lone Kingdom, and one of the most influential members of the House of Lords, naturally knew the true face of this world. Writing this, I hope readers will remember our domain name. For Taiwan novels, make sure to choose the super smooth one. Or rather, he understood what Beyonders were better than the vast majority of people, and he had witnessed what the Beyonder dimension was all about. Precisely because of this understanding, Count Hall himself, as well as his eldest son who would inherit his title to avoid any accidents, would not touch potions. It was for no other reason than to ensure the continuation of the family. After all, the destructive power a lunatic count could bring was far greater than the convenience a Beyonder could provide to their family. Of course, a person like Count Hall naturally knew that one could not survive without the power to protect the family's assets. Therefore, he leaned towards the royal family on one hand and showed goodwill to the church on the other. He was prepared to use these two forces to block enemies from the Beyonder level for himself. Later, he even allowed his second son to join the army, preparing to obtain Beyonder power through military channels. In fact, not long ago, when Audrey withdrew potion ingredients from the family treasury, Count Hall already knew about it. After all, that was the family treasury. No matter how much he doted on Audrey, allowing her to take things from it meant the family still had to conduct periodic audits. It was at that time that Count Hall knew what his daughter was doing, and he did not stop her. On one hand, by the time he found out, Audrey had already taken the potion ingredients. Secondly, since Audrey was not his chosen primary heir, the appearance of an additional Beyonder hidden behind the scenes to protect the family would only be a good thing for them. Therefore, upon learning from Audrey that she had become a Beyonder, Count Hall was not surprised, only slightly sentimental, feeling that his daughter had embarked on a path of no return. One must know that their previous Earls of Chester had all spent effort recruiting or cultivating Beyonders to protect the family, but in the end, they either died unnaturally or lost control of their Beyonder powers. None of them truly had a good ending. Precisely because they had seen the fates of those people with their own eyes, they, as heirs, chose to give up when faced with this power that was within reach. But even though Count Hall had prepared in advance, he couldn't keep his composure when he heard Susie speaking haltingly. He really hadn't expected that someone would give a potion to a pet. After all, pet dogs nowadays were, to put it bluntly, hunting dogs. Even if they lived in luxury in the hands of nobles, their lifespan was actually only about 10 years or 15 years at most. Excluding the growth and aging of hunting dogs, the time they could truly run vigorously was actually only 6 or 7 years. During this period, for a Beyonder, being able to advance to sequence 8 was considered quite good, but this power was not something a count with real power would look highly upon. Furthermore, before seeing it with his own eyes, Count Hall really hadn't thought that potions could enlighten pets. He had assumed that if they ate potions, they would just be beasts with stronger power. To Count Hall, that was nothing more than a mouse turning into a lion. Although the change was indeed significant, it was just that. But now, Count Hall indeed saw another side to it, one that he hadn't thought of, and surely others hadn't either. So, could he train a large group of small animals in the future? They didn't need to be high sequence, just sequence 9 to gain intelligence would suffice. They didn't even necessarily need to speak, as long as they could think. These enlightened small animals would inevitably bring him a lot of the intelligence he wanted, and if used well, they could even sow discord between his political rivals. For example, activities like polo, hunting, and golf that the upper echelons liked to participate in. People often talked about things during such activities, and if one observed carefully at those times, one could actually find that there was no one else around them. Whether it was playing polo, hunting, or golf, they were all conducted in a fairly vast area. And when they were talking, the surroundings were basically boundless, and no one could hide nearby. Then, once the content of the conversation between the speakers was leaked, the source could naturally only be those few people who were gathered together at the time. Since he knew he definitely hadn't leaked the secret, he would naturally think at the first instance that the other party had betrayed him. Thinking about how terrifying the effect of being betrayed in such a private environment would be, Count Hall felt scared just by thinking about it, and he made up his mind to carry this out. Just when Count Hall thought Audrey wouldn't bring him any more surprises, he heard a shocking secret from her, which almost scared him to death. Yes, father, that Mr. Six Paths is a god walking on earth. He not only graciously bestowed upon me another beyonder power different from potions, but also made the potions harmless. He can even directly understand the diary left behind by Emperor Roselle back then. Another beyonder power different from potions, and he can also make potions harmless. Count Hall felt his heart was about to jump right out of his throat. Fearing that her father wouldn't believe her, Audrey revealed the bracelet on her wrist, and in front of her father, transformed it into a sword, and then into a shield. Father, look, this bracelet was bestowed upon me by Mr. Six Paths for protection. As long as I inject chakra into it, I can change its form at will. Yes, this is the other kind of beyonder power bestowed upon me by Mr. Six Paths. To obtain it, one does not need to consume potions, but rather it originates from within ourselves. This power is born from the combination of the physical strength and spiritual power that already exists within our bodies, and it needs to be cultivated by ourselves. Of course, Mr. Six Paths also has a fruit called the chakra fruit, which can also allow people to increase their chakra out of thin air. Hearing this, Count Hall's heart stirred, recalling that a servant in the house had mentioned to him before that Audrey's appetite had increased quite a bit recently, and her food intake had increased compared to before. You have been eating more during this time, because you need to replenish your body's energy. Hearing Count Hall bring up this matter, Audrey's face flushed, and she nodded embarrassedly. Oh dear, it's a good thing Dad doesn't know. To avoid being discovered as abnormal, I actually didn't eat much at home. I mainly bought extra food to eat whenever I went out. Although Count Hall didn't have mind-reading abilities, he understood his daughter too well. Seeing her expression, he had an idea. Ha ha ha, don't tell me, you weren't full at home, so you bought extra food to eat outside. Although Audrey didn't speak, just by looking at her somewhat fidgety actions, Count Hall knew he had guessed right. This, in turn, dispelled some of Count Hall's doubts. In his view, everything had a price. Just an increase in appetite was actually the smallest price to pay. If there were really no cost at all, he would instead suspect it was a trap. The father and daughter chatted for a while longer, with Audrey doing most of the talking, describing the various wonders of chakra. Things like being able to traverse space, projecting one's consciousness to a very distant place, being able to directly control a large amount of gold sand to move, being able to raise flames out of thin air to smelt gold sand into gold coins, being able to directly transform into someone else's appearance, even changing the outer clothing, and so on. Especially when hearing Audrey say that Lewis could also bestow bloodline limits upon others, which was a power that directly integrated into the bloodline, and was directly inherited by descendants, the astonishment on Count Hall's face could no longer be suppressed. Previously, when Audrey said that Six Paths was a god walking on earth, Count Hall only thought that his daughter's experience was not enough. But after hearing these later things, he felt shaken. Are you sure that entity can do these things? Audrey also understood her father's excitement. When she first found out, she was even more excited than her father, and in the study within the divine tree space, she had jumped up on the spot. As a result, she was too excited at the time, and the phantom created by the lantern body technique jumped at the same time as her main body, resulting in her head hitting the shelf directly. The shelf was knocked apart directly, but she herself, other than having a slightly bruised patch of skin, had no other external injuries. Yes, father, Mr. Six Paths created an organization. After inviting me to join, he gave me a benefit. I could use a spiritual projection to travel to his divine kingdom to learn the most basic clone technique, body flicker technique, and transformation technique. Besides these three techniques, because my chakra attributes are fire, lightning, and Mr. 6 paths allowed me to choose one more technique for each of the 3 attributes to learn. And these techniques I can learn, as well as the bloodline limits mentioned above, can all be exchanged for in the organization created by Mr. 6 Paths based on contribution points. Not only that, but potion purification is also among them, as well as that chakra fruit. The father and daughter chatted for a while longer, with Count Hall asking questions and Audrey answering, until he asked about Lewis, at which point Audrey shook her head and refused. Sorry, Dad, I cannot tell you about Mr. 6 Paths unless you have joined the organization established by Mr. 6 Paths, this is all I can tell you. But facing Audrey's refusal, Count Hall instead smiled with satisfaction. Haha, not bad, Audrey. You did very well. You must remember what you just said. When you chose to accept the bestowal from the other party, you were already on the same side as them. For such an entity, since you have already chosen your side, you must maintain 100% loyalty. This is the very principle that has allowed us hereditary nobles to survive until now. Audrey, praised by her father, felt a little embarrassed and immediately changed the subject. Then, father, do you want to become a Beyonder? Even if you don't join the organization, I can spend money to buy purified Beyonder crystals for you. I heard Mr. 6 Paths say before that it can be guaranteed to be 100% safe. No, Audrey, do you remember what I said? Since you have already chosen a side, you should be 100% loyal. Since that entity himself follows the path of Cha. Yes, since that entity follows the path of chakra, then as his followers, we must naturally follow in his footsteps. How could we choose to take any other path? Unless he actively requests it, as his followers, we should not even think about such things. Audrey thought about how her whole family would be cultivating with her in the future, meaning she wouldn't have to sneak out to buy food anymore, and her eyes lit up. Then are you going to cultivate chakra with me? Count Hall stood up from his chair, looking indescribably serious. This matter, no rush for now. Let me think about it, let me think. Just when Audrey thought her father would wait until the next day to answer her, she didn't expect Count Hall to turn around immediately after taking 2 steps. This opportunity, our Hall family cannot give up. Gods will not favor us a second time. I, your mother, and your eldest brother will all cultivate this chakra with you. As for your second brother, he went to the southern continent to join the army previously just to become a Beyonder, and he also wrote to me before saying he had become a Beyonder. As for him, let him continue to advance on the path of potions in the future. We can exchange for purified Beyonder crystals for him from the organization, can't we? After confirming her father's intention to have the entire family join the Akatsuki organization, Audrey immediately sent the message to Lewis. At this moment, Lewis had just finished casting illusions on all the rabbits. Seeing Audrey's actions so swift, he couldn't help but mutter to himself. Putting everything else aside, the fool's eye for talent is indeed good. With such a top-tier noble vassal, the development of the organization will indeed be much easier in the future. But unfortunately, it is now my gain. Thinking of this, Lewis casually tore open a spatial rift and appeared in front of Audrey and Count Hall. Watching his daughter just use the ring to send a message to that god on earth, and the next moment the space in front of him was directly torn open, Count Hall, even with some mental preparation, couldn't help but clench his fists tightly. On the other side of the spatial rift was the meeting room within the divine tree space, which was the login location for Audrey every time she used the lantern body technique. 6 paths. Can one enter directly here? Although Lewis was mainly looking at Count Hall, he also saw Audrey's performance and naturally understood what she was saying. Of course, this place truly exists. The reason I had you use the lantern body technique is because you don't know any space ninjutsu now and cannot come here yourself. If you learn space ninjutsu in the future, I can grant you permission to enter here. After speaking, Lewis turned his gaze to Count Hall on the side. You are Audrey's father, the current Count Hall. 6 paths, I am Leander Hall. It is an honor to meet you. Looking at Count Hall who was bowing to him, Lewis waved his hand. All right, we have met today, so there is no need for such formalities in the future. I don't care about that. I think Audrey should have already made it clear to you. From now on, you will be under Audrey's command, and if anything happens, I will only hold her accountable. Of course, since you have chosen to join, you are also members of the Akatsuki organization yourselves, and you can all enjoy the benefits corresponding to your level. You can check this later in the library. I have posted it on the wall. Chapter 37, Library, 4K. Facing Lewis, Count Hall was not merely maintaining a veneer of respect. If Lewis were to choose to read the other's thoughts at this moment, he would discover that his heart was also filled with constant respect. It is no wonder they say politicians are the best actors in the world. They can truly make themselves believe it from the bottom of their hearts before they make others believe it. And here, Lewis was watching a live performance by a top-tier actor. It was just a pity that Lewis did not have the habit of probing others' thoughts the moment he met them, which made the performance effect the other party wanted to achieve much less effective. All right, I still have matters to attend to. Audrey, you are quite familiar with this place, so you can take your father for a tour, and then go to the study to check the specific details. Oh, that's right. The rabbits at the farm outside, the ones that became Beyonders after eating the Beyonder crystals, have all been controlled by my genjutsu. Do not disturb them. I will keep this spatial rift stable for 5 hours. You may come and go as you please during that time. I'll be leaving now. Count Hall bowed to the spot where Lewis's figure had disappeared, performing a standard court etiquette once again. Farewell, Mr. Six Paths. Unconcerned with the father and daughter inside the divine tree space, Lewis returned to his home, preparing to have a good rest. Although in essence he could no longer be considered human, he had lived as a human for the vast majority of his life, and the various habits he had formed during that time were difficult to change immediately. As for Audrey and her father inside the space, after confirming that Lewis had left, they began their tour of the place. In fact, Count Hall had noticed the towering tree outside from the window of the meeting room earlier. Because Lewis was present before, he had not shown any signs of abnormality, but now he naturally began to talk with his daughter. Father, you mean that tree? Six Paths said it is the divine tree, possessing the great power to devour the entire universe. Also, the bracelet on my wrist was made using the roots of the divine tree as material, and those chakra fruits were all grown on the divine tree. After Audrey finished introducing it to her father, she subconsciously wanted to reach out and take his arm, but ended up grasping at air. Turning her head, she saw Count Hall bowing to the divine tree. Not only that, but afterward, almost every time Audrey introduced a place, Count Hall would bow, which even Audrey, who had always been particular about etiquette, felt was excessive. Especially when compared to when their family went to the Church of the Evernight to pray. Although her father was very devout at that time, it was definitely less than 1/10 of what it was now. In reality, one could not blame Count Hall for acting this way. Although there were no Beyonders guarding his mansion at all times, there were many Beyonders keeping watch within this Empress Borough. This included not only the guards arranged by the Lone Kingdom, but also personnel from several Orthodox churches. It was precisely on Count Hall's person, in the inner pocket of his jacket, that a charm given to him by the Church of the Evernight was placed. Yet, as a result, he learned from his daughter's mouth that their home had been visited by 2 powerful existences. Most critically, these 2 powerful existences were not the type to come once and leave. One would come regularly every week to pick up his daughter for a secret gathering, and the other would come from time to teach his daughter chakra cultivation. By a rough count, it had already been 4 weeks, which was a month, yet the people around him had been completely unaware. Especially since his daughter had also gone to pray with them during this period, and church personnel had even come to the house for regular inspections. With such frequent inspections, those people couldn't find anything. In Count Hall's view, there were only 2 possibilities. Either in front of Lewis and that fool, the so-called experts of the church and the kingdom were simply vulnerable, or they did not value his family, and the people sent to inspect were of low strength. Regardless of which of these 2 possibilities it was, after Count Hall's consideration, it ultimately turned into one conclusion: seize the time to cling to Lewis's leg. Because the Orthodox churches had been established on the continent for too long, so long that it was already deeply ingrained in people's hearts, Count Hall did not feel that the 7 Orthodox deities were incompetent. In fact, in Count Hall's heart, he did not feel that Lewis could be equated with the 7 Orthodox deities, but rather that the other party was at most an angel. But in this current era, where deities resided high in the divine kingdom, angels were already the top-tier power in the human world. With these judgments, Count Hall, who was the top investor in the entire Lone Kingdom, and could even be said to be the top in the entire northern continent, would have lived half his life in vain, if he still didn't know how to place his bets. This must be the rules and regulations Mr. Six Paths mentioned. They weren't here when I came last time. It seems he must have just prepared them recently. As soon as the father and daughter entered the library, they noticed dozens of sheets of white paper posted on the wall. This library was different from the study Lewis used personally. Whether it was the study in this manor, or the one in his villa, the area was actually not very large. On the surface, it was only a dozen or 20-some square meters, and with those hidden compartments and secret rooms, it was only about 30-some square meters. But the library before them could almost be considered a small library. The entire space was 7 meters high, with a usable area of about 400 square meters. Of course, this was different from a library. There was no need for any extra lounges. Here, there were only rows of bookshelves and tables and chairs for reading books. With a rough glance, the father and daughter discovered that there were likely no fewer than tens of thousands of books on the bookshelves here. Do not think that the number tens of thousands is very large. In fact, if a bookshelf is packed tightly with books, that is several thousand to 10,000 books. Therefore, the space here was actually still quite empty. After all, Lewis didn't have only one thing to do every day, which was copying ninjutsu. As for putting a clone here to copy them specifically, he felt it was completely unnecessary. For the parts where the bookshelves were empty, he could just write them when needed. Although not many books had been filled in yet, the bookshelves here had already been divided from the beginning. There were bookshelves classified according to basic ninjutsu like wood, fire, earth, lightning, and water. There were also bookshelves related to bloodline limits like scorch release and swift release, and at the same time, there were secret technique sections for things like the expansion jutsu and shadow imitation jutsu, and so on. In addition to the ninjutsu section, there were also the genjutsu section, sealing jutsu section, taijutsu section, puppet jutsu section, as well as the manufacturing section and the ninja beast section. As for the contents on the bookshelves, because there were sealing barriers, they could only see the corresponding names and the simple notes written below. Six Paths has graded all the techniques here according to learning difficulty, from easy to hard. The lowest is E rank, and the highest is S rank. And corresponding to authority and strength, one can only exchange for books of the corresponding rank to study. After finishing reading the contents on the bookshelves, Count Hall suddenly felt that his guess might have had a slight problem. Such books with diverse content and complicated categories clearly did not look like something one person could create. They looked more like the legacy of a civilization. But no matter how he recalled, the content before him could not be matched with any of them. However, even among the many sequences he knew, the Warlock and its successor, Scrolls Professor, whose abilities could be said to be the most complex and special, only had spells they could cast and scrolls they could manufacture that were somewhat similar. In the end, Count Hall could only attribute everything before him to a lost civilization, and Lewis was the inheritor of the remnants of that lost civilization. This thought gave Count Hall even more confidence in Lewis. Before, when comparing Lewis with the 7 deities, Count Hall always felt that Lewis would be one level lower. But as he saw it now, Lewis, who sat on an entire lost civilization behind him, might really be able to draw on the power of the entire civilization to stand shoulder to shoulder with the deities, or even ascend to the position of a deity. Thinking of this, when he looked at the books here, his eyes were even more fervent, his heart was even more excited, but his behavior was increasingly cautious. Meanwhile, Audrey had already roughly looked at the information on the bookshelves, and ran to the wall to look at the system information Lewis had posted. All members who join the Akatsuki organization immediately obtain apprentice status, and enjoy the corresponding treatment for apprentice status. They can exchange for books with a maximum rank not exceeding D rank. After passing the assessment, they obtain genin status. Genin are the most basic members of the organization, enjoying standard treatment. They can exchange for books with a maximum rank not exceeding B rank. After passing the assessment, they obtain chunin status. Chunin are grassroots management personnel of the organization, enjoying basic management position treatment. They can exchange for books with a maximum rank not exceeding A rank. After passing the assessment, they obtain jonin status. Jonin are mid-level management personnel of the organization, enjoying mid-level management position treatment. They can exchange for books with a maximum rank not exceeding S rank. After passing the assessment, they obtain Kage status. Kage are high-level managers of the organization, enjoying all the benefits of the organization. They can exchange for books of all ranks, and after obtaining approval, they can study the contents of the Forbidden Jutsu section. Note, the above organization ranks only represent member status, for the convenience of organization management, and are not divided according to strength. Audrey read the content of the system over and over again, knowing that the corresponding ranks required regularly completing tasks of different ranks, as well as the authority to exchange for items within the organization at different ranks, but she did not find which rank she was at. As for this point, it was not Lewis's oversight, but rather that he felt these ninja ratings corresponded to the grading of personnel on missions outside. To put it bluntly, it was a security company under the head office, and Zwafu and the other 9 stars belonged to the management personnel of the head office. Perhaps one day in the future, after the organization developed, Lewis might package all the ninjas and hand them over to Tan Lang, Lianjun, Wuchu, and Pajun among the 9 stars to manage, and then let Yubai supervise and audit them. As for other matters like logistics and manufacturing, they would be handed over to Ju Men, Lu Cun, and Wenchu to manage, while simultaneously letting Zwafu supervise and audit them. To put it bluntly, in Lewis's positioning, Zwafu and Yubai were his secretaries and auditors. Only Zwafu managed civil affairs, and Yubai managed military affairs. As people from the head office, they naturally would not appear in the rank assessment of the subordinate branch companies. The father and daughter did not actually stay in the Divine Tree space for too long. After all, they still had matters to attend to outside, so after leaving, Audrey informed Lewis with the ring. Knowing that the two had finished touring, Lewis closed the spatial rift with a wave of his hand. Returning to his study, Count Hall let out a long sigh of relief. Don't look at how relaxed he appeared before. In reality, his nerves were taut the entire time. However, after the previous investigation, Count Hall spontaneously had a more reasonable explanation for some of the behaviors Lewis displayed. The reason Lewis appeared more amiable was not because Lewis lacked strength, but because their levels of thought were different. Lewis was not a high-end mighty deity, but a conglomerate of a brilliant civilization that had once existed but was ultimately destroyed. What Lewis displayed was the civilization's own spontaneous willingness to spread, and its own all-encompassing tolerance and gentleness. Count Hall even suspected whether Lewis was like the legendary hidden sage, a concrete individual directly manifested from an originally abstract civilization. Afterward, it was precisely because Lewis, this embodiment of civilization, left that the original civilization that used chakra finally headed toward decay. This trip, and what he saw within the Divine Tree space further deepened Count Hall's original thoughts. Originally, he had thought that if he discovered anything wrong with Lewis, he would find a way to use himself, his wife, and Audrey as bait to confuse the other party while sending his eldest son to the church. But now it seemed that, except for his second son, who had already gone down another path, and could be left outside as an insurance policy, the whole family had to be committed to Mr. Six Paths' command and become his most loyal believers. However, how to specifically go about this matter, and how to get the family to cooperate still required some strategy. After all, the location of their home could be considered the central area in the Empress Borough, and with many people and prying eyes, it was not easy to expose it directly. Especially since there were simply too many servants in their home. Thinking of this, Count Hall quietly came to the door, slowly pulled the door open a crack, and looked at the situation outside the room. Because Audrey had said earlier that she had important matters to discuss with Count Hall, Count Hall had directly ordered everyone not to approach. Only he did not know whether anyone had approached during the time he and his daughter had left. Count Hall confirmed there was no one outside the door, and only then did he pull the door wide open. "Count, what are your orders?" Following Count Hall's summons, his personal manservant was seen walking over from a corner in the distance. No one has approached during this time, have they? Please rest assured, only the butler came once before, saying there was an invitation to be delivered to you, but I stopped him. Very good. Go and call the madam and Hibbert here, quickly. Chapter 38, Alger Wilson, 4K. Lewis did not know how the Hall family had discussed the matter, but early the next morning, he received a message from Audrey. The message was simple: Count Hall, Countess Hall, and Audrey's older brother, Hibbert Hall, had decided to join the Akatsuki organization and become apprentices of the organization. As for Viscount Glaint, there was a ball at Count Wolf's house that evening, and Audrey planned to try to invite him then. There was also one other matter. Audrey planned to purchase chakra fruit for her 3 relatives to help them master the power of chakra as quickly as possible. You need to teach them how to refine chakra, and how to use it first. Otherwise, even if they eat the fruit, they still won't know how to refine chakra, and will just waste most of the fruit's power. If you are ready to redeem the fruits now, that is no problem. I can open a path for you to enter the warehouse, so you can take the 3 boxes containing the fruits yourself, and just leave the gold pound in the warehouse. Gauchin, the Hall family took Lewis's reminder very seriously, and decided to follow Audrey's instruction to refine chakra themselves first. Audrey mimicked Lewis's method from before, teaching the others how to refine chakra hands-on. Besides this, Count Hall notified the old butler, having him bring the inventory of the family treasury and the catalogue of the family's collection of books. Count Hall prepared to organize the items in their home to hand them all over to the organization. Lewis had previously posted some task details on the wall, most of which were long-term tasks, such as gathering intelligence, collecting potions, and collecting Beyonder items and Beyonder characteristic. To say nothing else, if they handed over all the items related to Beyonders in the Hall family's warehouse, they could not only instantly complete the assessment tasks for apprentices, but all 3 of them could accumulate enough merit to be promoted to Chunin. It must be known that this was only the inventory in the Hall family's mansion in the capital. It did not include the items at their ancestral home in East Chester County. If the items from the ancestral home were added, it would be no problem at all for their family to accumulate enough merit for all of them to be promoted to Jonin. At that point, the only thing limiting them would be the minimum strength requirement. However, with their family's wealth, they could completely choose to exchange potions or materials for chakra fruit, and boost their strength in one go. Even if this strength, which hadn't been polished by actual combat and relied entirely on external force, was somewhat unstable, relying on an abundance of chakra to overwhelm others could still produce considerable combat power. This was indeed the case. That very afternoon, Audrey handed over 5 potions to Lewis and obtained 5 opportunities to redeem chakra fruit. Lewis was not a black-hearted person. He would provide compensation to organization members when he collected potions, and the price was quite fair, 400 gold pound plus 1 C-rank contribution. In Lewis's plan, the lowest was a D-rank task, and the highest was an Ultra S-rank task. 1 Ultra S-rank contribution was equal to 10 S-rank contributions, 1 S-rank contribution was equal to 10 A-rank contributions, and so on. All task contributions could only be broken down, not combined. After all, the merit of picking up 100,000 leaves from the roadside could never equal that of destroying a country. Besides being used by members to promote their own status, these contributions could also be used to redeem supplies. For example, if an organization member was short on money, they could exchange contributions for gold pound. 1 C-rank contribution could be exchanged for 100 gold pound. Calculating it this way, selling a potion to Lewis actually yielded a total profit of 500 gold pound, which was definitely higher than the market price. Of course, Lewis himself wouldn't lose money. The potion purchased for 500 gold pound could be broken down into 1 chakra fruit and 1 Beyonder crystal, and the combined selling price of these 2 items was 1,000 gold pound. A 50% profit margin was quite acceptable for Lewis, who wasn't looking to bleed his subordinates dry, but rather intended for the organization to develop healthily. Audrey took these 5 potions, plus 500 gold pound, and exchanged them for 5 chakra fruit from Lewis. Although she couldn't give them to her family yet, Count Hall advised Audrey to improve her own strength as quickly as possible. After confirming with Lewis that it wouldn't have any negative effects, Audrey set a short-term goal for herself, to digest these 5 fruits as soon as possible. Besides digesting the fruits, Audrey spent the rest of her time in the library, beginning to learn the 3 basic ninjutsu, and 3 other ninjutsu she had chosen herself. As for Lewis, he temporarily shifted his attention from Backland to the vast sea. On the other side, the ship piloted by Hangman had already docked at the port for supplies. Previously, the other party's ship had been drifting on the sea, and he really had no good excuse to approach them. But on land, it was different. All the sailors became restless before the ship had even finished docking. As soon as the ship docked, the sailors couldn't wait to go ashore, even though the ship had actually only been sailing for a few days, just a short voyage. This had already become their habit. All the sailors shouted filthy words, walking toward the tavern in groups of 3 or 5. On this ship, except for the unlucky ones who drew the duty of guarding the ship, everyone else would inevitably be dead drunk on the first night ashore. As for how many days they would stay heavily drunk afterward, that depended on how much money the sailors had, and how many days the ship would be resupplying at the port. Lewis, having confirmed early on that the ship was entering the port, had arranged for his clones to wait in the tavern in advance. To appear more realistic, it wasn't just one clone lying in wait here. 3 clones came to the tavern together, each ordering a large pitcher of ale and a large plate of stew, deliberately choosing a seat near the door to dine. Ha 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 ha, kid, want to place a bet? How many people are going to come in next? Sure, I bet it's 3 people. The loser treats the winner to drinks. Ha ha, good. Then I bet on 5 people. I'll just bet on 4. The 3 clones deliberately raised their voices, acting as if they were already tipsy from the alcohol. Their actions were not conspicuous. In fact, gambling games like this were countless in the tavern. 90% of the patrons in this tavern were sailors, and the rest were people who worked at the docks. They spent their days either drinking or gambling, and if they had a bit more money, they would go find girls. At this moment, hearing the clones wager, some of the surrounding patrons also became interested. Count me in, I'm betting on 3 people too. Good, count me in too. I think it's 5 people. After some commotion, nearly a third of the people in the tavern had joined this gambling game. Faced with everyone's decision in the tavern, the clone laughed heartily and pulled a handful of coins from his pocket. Ha ha, all right. Whoever wins, this money will treat them to drinks. The composition of this handful of coins could be said to be quite complex. There were lone pence, funsack kopecks, intis kopecks, and fein pot degans. There was no helping it. This place was located on the shipping route between the northern continent, and although it belonged to Lone, the ships passing through came from various countries. Therefore, the currency used here could be described as quite complex. However, on the whole, it was still dominated by Lone and Intis currency. It was normal to use Lone currency. After all, this place was now a Lone colony, but before that, it had been colonized by Intis first. The Intis that had colonized this place at the time had built many structures here and established a preliminary market and supply system. Due to habit, even after Lone seized this colony, they hadn't been able to completely unify the currency system here. Because the various types of currency were complex and the exchange rates between them differed, don't be fooled by the handful of coins in reality, they might only add up to about a dozen pence. The handful of money Lewis had pulled out made the atmosphere in the tavern even more boisterous. The tavern's wooden door was rudely pushed open from the outside, and this action instantly attracted 99% of the gazes in the room. Even those who hadn't participated in the gambling game were the same. After all, not participating didn't stop them from watching the fun, did it? Everyone wanted to know who had won. 1, 2, 3, 4. Damn it, it's 11 people. Which bastard won? Who the hell could have guessed that? Ha 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 ha, John, if you can't guess right, just admit it. Why so much nonsense? What did I say? I told you earlier it would be 11 people, and you didn't believe me. Although the number of people in this group was quite special, it wasn't true that no one had guessed it. Most of the people in the tavern were good sports, ordering drinks or food for the 3 people who had guessed correctly. Originally, when everyone's gaze was fixed on Hangman and his group, Hangman had already nervously moved his hand to his waist, prepared to take action. In fact, it wasn't just him, the crew around him were in a similar situation. After all, although they were dressed like pirates, they were actually people from the Church of the Lord of Storms. They were official Beyonders of the Church of the Lord of Storms, known as Windbenders. The Church of the Seven Gods held a transcendent position in the northern continent, and they were all entities that didn't pay taxes. Therefore, they were not short of money at all and naturally had no reason to deliberately arrange for their subordinates to become pirates, that would only ruin their reputation. The reason the Church of the Lord of Storms made such an arrangement was mainly because this sea area was quite special. The Roarsted Sea beneath their feet, being the base camp of the sea god Calvetua, still had quite a few sea god believers, even after the Church of the Lord of Storms had been sweeping through it for so many years. Hangman's real name was Alger Wilson, and one of the missions he was currently executing was to sail in this sea area under the guise of a pirate, searching for any possible resistance forces or sea god believers. In fact, because of the oppression of the locals by foreign colonists, it had instead deepened the faith of some local natives in the sea god. Like those resistance forces wandering in the nearby seas, the main force among them was composed of those sea god believers. The Church of the Lord of Storms deeply detested these heretics, and to wipe them out completely, they had even dispatched high-sequence powerhouses to be stationed there. Under the leadership of the Church Beyonders, they could basically capture a batch of sea god believers every 1 or 2 months. For these heretics, the Church of the Lord of Storms would impose capital punishment, and they would even hold public executions regularly, just to intimidate the islanders here. But in fact, the effect of this behavior was very poor. Sea god believers remained active. At that moment just now, Alger Wilson had thought his identity was exposed, and that the people in the tavern before him were all sea god believers who had come to ambush them. But the subsequent behavior of the crowd let him know he had overthought it. It was just a gambling game among drunkards. Although the misunderstanding was resolved, Alger Wilson still remained vigilant. Either he would clink glasses vigorously with others, tilt his head back quickly while drinking, or slam his glass down forcefully. In short, about half of the ale was spilled by Alger Wilson, and he only drank a portion of the remainder, making it look as though he had consumed most of the glass. In fact, it wasn't just Alger Wilson himself. The few sailors beside him were in a similar situation, all remaining vigilant about the surrounding situation. The situation on Alger Wilson's ship was quite complex. Besides him being an intelligence operative of the Church of the Lord of Storms disguised as a pirate operating at sea, the few people beside him were also believers of the Church of the Lord of Storms. It was just that on his ship, there was only Alger Wilson as a Beyonder, the rest were ordinary people. Among these ordinary people, a small portion were believers who facilitated his contact and cover. These believers did not know Alger Wilson's specific mission and simply followed orders. As for the rest of the sailors, they were ordinary sailors recruited by Alger Wilson himself. These ordinary sailors did not have the vigilance of Alger Wilson and his group. They were all dead drunk, not even knowing who their captain was. The clones were in the tavern, taking advantage of the act of drinking to covertly watch Alger Wilson. Because of the seating, Alger Wilson hadn't really noticed the clones' actions at first, but after a while, he sensed something different. Especially when, in conversation with others, he learned that it was the wager set by the clones that had made everyone notice them. Alger Wilson immediately concluded that the clones were problematic. But he didn't make a scene. Instead, he continued to pretend he didn't know anything. Confirming that Alger Wilson had noticed them, one of the 3 clones suddenly rose from his seat and left the tavern in a hurry. This sudden change immediately attracted Alger Wilson's gaze. When he noticed that the remaining two clones were staring at him almost without blinking, he didn't hesitate at all and dragged the few crew members beside him out of the tavern. As for those ordinary sailors who were already drunk, they were abandoned by him without hesitation. When Alger Wilson, keeping a constant watch behind him, saw that the two clones hadn't caught up to him even by the time he boarded the ship, he couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. Facing this suspicious situation, Alger Wilson didn't act rashly. He worried that this was an enemy plot, just waiting for him to seek out his handler, thereby following him to strike at the Church of the Lord of Storms. Chapter 39, Roselle's Gift for Kay. The reason Alger was so cautious was mainly because the island they were currently docked at was not a main island or a large island like Worsted Island, Blue Mountain Island or Simim Island. The island beneath his feet was merely a small island within the Worsted Sea. Although there was a Church of the Lord of Storms built on the island, it had almost no armed defensive forces. If this were on one of those large islands, even if Alger were truly targeted by those rebels, he wouldn't be too worried. He would only need to fire a shot into the sky, and at most within 5 minutes, punishers would arrive quickly. But fighting enemies here. Forget about the people in the church coming to collect his corpse, they might even end up getting dragged into it themselves. This was actually one of the reasons Lewis chose to act here. He only wanted to lure the fool, not truly prepare to go to war with the entire Church of the Lord of Storms. Even this contact was merely just a contact. According to Lewis's idea, it was to leave an impression on Alger, letting him form an impression of the few clones with changed figures and appearances. As for later, that would be letting Alger take the initiative to search, and then bit by bit investigate the so-called Akatsuki organization. Only in this way would it not arouse suspicion. Even if the fool were to directly search Alger's memory in the future, he wouldn't detect anything unusual. After all, everything that followed was information that Alger had actively investigated, so the credibility was naturally higher. Therefore, this would be a long-term task, and the longer the time stretched, the less likely it would be to arouse suspicion. Meanwhile, Lewis also received a file submitted by Earl Hall, which contained the Beyonder knowledge their family had collected over many years. Among them were secrets, information on powerful individuals, as well as some formulas and production locations for Beyonder materials. Thanks to the Hall family's service to the Orthodox churches for many years, they even had some understanding of some of the sealed artifacts within them. This didn't just contain intelligence on the Evernight Goddess's church, other churches, such as the Church of the Lord of Storms, the Church of Steam, and so on, were also involved. Besides that, there was information related to the kingdom and various families. But when Lewis checked carefully, he found that these materials were miscellaneous and not refined, most only recorded a surface situation, and as for more detailed parts, they were missing. Lewis could also understand this. After all, the successive Earls of Dorchester were not Beyonders, so naturally, they couldn't truly integrate into this circle. Even if they learned some information through other means, it would not be as detailed as it was now. However, Lewis was still relatively satisfied with this information, as it at least supplemented his low to mid-level Beyonder knowledge. Combined with the knowledge he had obtained from the Light Gate, his exploration of this world was finally no longer entirely relying on guessing. Abruptly, Lewis thought of one thing. His main body went to the study and found several tabloids from a pile of old newspapers. The headlines on these tabloids were very exaggerated, claiming that the national leadership were not humans, but a group of monsters with ferocious appearances that could change forms. However, combined with the intelligence provided by Earl Hall, looking at this newspaper now, Lewis felt a bit speechless. Because according to what was written in the intelligence, the royal families of the Four Kingdoms all originated from the angel families of the Fourth Epoch, with a history of over 2,000 years, and most core members were Beyonders. Even if it was the Republic of Intis, which overthrew the original rule of the Sauron family, their family was still the ruling nobility. Not to mention that some potions could cause changes in a person's appearance, even if they completely maintained the appearance of an ordinary person. Once those Beyonders were promoted to Sequence 4, that is, entering the Saint stage, their life form would have already begun to evolve toward a mythical creature. In that case, the matter of the national leadership not being human could not be considered wrong. Even the person who wrote this report might have once faced the mythical form of some high-sequence individual. In addition, there were reports saying that the world they were currently in was fake, that they were actually living inside a huge painting, and so on. Combined with the knowledge in the intelligence, Lewis knew that besides the material world where he was currently located, and the spirit world where the divine tree space was located, there was actually an astral world. If the spirit world was the information library of this world, containing all information of the past, future, and present, then the astral world was the code layer. The astral world was a collection of symbols and authorities, corresponding one-to-one with the real world, but the manifestation forms were completely different. A star that existed in the real world looked as if it were a trace carelessly painted on a curtain with paint in the astral world. From this perspective, it was not entirely unreasonable to say that the entire world was a specific and abstract huge painting. Then there was the issue mentioned in the newspaper that the current 7 gods were not true gods, and that the real deities were elsewhere. Lewis flipped through a circle. Surprisingly, the intelligence really had it, saying that before the 7 gods, there was an ancient sun god, and in that era, the Evernight goddess was an evil god that everyone shouted to beat. Just like this, corresponding to the intelligence one by one, the more Lewis looked, the tighter his brows furrowed, especially when he saw an exaggerated layout headline, saying that a terrifying great demon from outside the sky was about to descend. Regarding this point, there was no correspondence in the Hall family's intelligence, but the other information in this newspaper could find correspondences. Even if that information was not as exaggerated as recorded in the newspaper, it could ultimately find a corresponding prototype. Then what was this so-called great demon from outside the sky? One had to know that what was written in the article was that the 7 gods were high above the kingdom of God precisely to resist the great demon. Lewis subconsciously rubbed his chin with his fingers. Great demon from outside the sky, great demon from outside the sky, what on earth is this talking about? It wouldn't be me, right? Lewis felt that the term outside the sky was easy to understand. As a transmigrator, he fully met the criteria. As for being a great demon, how could the divine tree that could devour the creatures of the world not be considered a great demon? Immediately following, Lewis thought of the feeling of clearly passing through some kind of barrier when he first moved the divine tree space. No way could it be that it was really a seal set by the 7 gods back then. The more Lewis thought, the more he felt that what the newspaper said was him, or the tenant inside his body, Otsutsuki Shirbai. In the end, Lewis put down the newspaper in his hand, preparing to pretend that he had discovered nothing. After all, although he was not a bad person, at most he only had some small kindness. Asking him to sacrifice himself for others and take the initiative to find the 7 gods to seal himself again was something he wouldn't even think about. At most, after knowing this, Lewis prepared to be more careful and low-key when acting in the future, not to have direct conflicts with the Church of the 7 gods, so as not to be discovered by the 7 gods. From now on I am just Sir Hermite. What great demon from outside the sky? I'm not familiar with it, not familiar. After dinner, Earl Hall once again brought a big gift for Lewis, a thick stack of Roselle's diary. How to put it, Roselle was too dazzling back then, and the diary he left behind was too mysterious, naturally attracting the curiosity of countless people. In fact, not only the Hall family, but other great nobles, or people with spare money and curiosity, had all collected Roselle's diary, just with different quantities. But because the content in Roselle's diary had never been deciphered by the outside world, plus he had written it for decades, people didn't know how much he had written in total. This made those collectors discover a page from time to time that they hadn't collected before, and until now, no one had heard of anyone who had truly collected all of Roselle's diary. Compared to the intelligence collected by the Hall family, the content recorded in this diary was the real treasure. Judging from the dates on the diary, it spanned more than 40 years, which was exactly the most active period in history. February 23, year 43. I have transmigrated to this world for more than a week. I have to write something down, to pour out certain things, otherwise I feel like I will go crazy. Hee, I write in simplified Chinese, surely no one can decipher it. This world uses alphabetic writing. I am now Roselle Gustave, but I will never forget my real name. Huang Tao. How exactly did I transmigrate? I don't know either. I thought about it carefully for a long time before I remembered that a few days before I transmigrated, I bought a silver medal with a mysterious feel. It was carved with some strange symbols and patterns on it. It was super interesting. Louis locked himself in the study, watching the diary in his hand line by line. In this first page of the diary, when he saw the words "old man" and "mom," Louis only felt that his heart was tightly gripped by someone. In the previous weeks, he had actually been deliberately avoiding this problem, not thinking about how sad his parents would be to hear the news about him, not thinking that he would never be able to see them again. And merely pretending that all of this hadn't happened, that he had just gone on a relatively long business trip. But looking at the ugly and twisted characters in front of him, piecing together these two terms he least wanted to recall, his lower eyelids could no longer hold back the increasing tears, and his long-suppressed emotions broke through the dam at this moment. At this moment, his mind was full of bits and pieces of his time with his family. When he first woke up, Louis was happy to find that his originally nearsighted eyes had been restored, but at this moment, he hated it immensely. He hated that his vision was not normal. Even through tears, he could still see the words in his hand, letting them drill into his heart one by one. The total content of the diary collected by the Hall family was actually less than 20,000 words, but Louis read it for a whole night. His emotions fluctuated with the text during the reading process, sometimes smiling knowingly, sometimes frowning and sighing, sometimes reaching out to touch the text on the paper, sometimes turning his head to gaze at the moonlight outside the window. When a ray of morning sun rose from outside the window, reflecting red on the paper full of Chinese characters in his hand, Louis was surprised to find that a whole night had passed. But he just stared blankly at the sun outside the window, feeling that everything was so unreal. He opened his mouth, but Louis didn't know what he should say. Clearly, there were many words suppressed in his heart, but now he couldn't say anything. When he first read Roselle's diary, Louis felt that he was reading the autobiography of a Warhammer fan's dragon overlord. When he first transmigrated, although he suffered a little bitterness and encountered a little trouble, in the end, it couldn't really stop him. Especially when Roselle relied on his own knowledge and power to forcibly change the original god of craftsmanship into the god of steam. When Roselle was young, because of his lack of knowledge, he didn't know that the highest level of the potion sequence had uniqueness, and there could only be one deity in the same pathway. Since he chose the pathway where the god of steam was, this resulted in his greatest achievement in this life only being able to become an angel under the god of steam. In the eyes of others, this was already immense wealth, but Roselle felt that as a transmigrator, how can a real man be willing to live under others for a long time? Later, through hard work, he really found a solution, which was that adjacent pathways could be swapped at high sequences. It was just that the savant pathway that Roselle chose for himself could only jump to the mystery prior pathway, but there was a hidden sage blocking the way in front of this road. However, these didn't stump Roselle either. After some research, he found another way. That was, through a series of his preparations, to forcibly jump to the sequence 0, Black Emperor of the lawyer pathway. But looking later, he found that it wasn't completely like that. A large part of the reason why Roselle was able to hold on to his achievements in the early stages of development was because he was recognized by the god of craftsmanship and became the son of steam. Later, when he was in power and ascended to the throne, he knew what kind of power the true god churches had. And how majestic the Sauron family, which he had overthrown, was in the fourth epoch, that was an existence that could truly look at even deities eye to eye. Not only that, Louis learned from it Roselle's determination of this world. He confirmed that this was a planet, and the combined area of the northern and southern continents was less than 1/10 of the planet's surface area. It wasn't until Roselle learned through some ancient documents that there were lost lands in the world, and there was a western continent, the hometown of the elf race, who liked to eat blood products and use chopsticks. In addition, there were the law of indestructibility of Beyonder characteristics, the law of conservation of Beyonder characteristics within similar sequences, the law of convergence of Beyonder characteristics. After reading the diary in his hand, Louis felt his brain was very full, but also felt very empty in his heart. He looked at the sun in the sky, and an impulse arose in his heart. The next moment, his whole body became transparent and disappeared into the room. Lewis's figure rose higher and higher, higher and higher, and the things he could see in his eyes became smaller and smaller. But correspondingly, the range he could see was becoming wider and wider. 10,000 meters, 20,000 meters, 30,000 meters, 40,000 meters. 390,000 meters, 400,000 meters. When raising his body to this height, Lewis noticed a trace of abnormality. His eyes changed into the Rinnegan in the next moment. Through these eyes, he saw a scene that ordinary people could not see. This was a huge barrier covering the entire planet. Chapter 40, Exchanging for a Bloodline Limit, for K. In Lewis's eyes, the existence of this massive barrier was simply inconceivable. It was clearly filled with distortions and deformities. In the mere blink of an eye, Lewis even saw a small section collapse. But immediately following this, those unsettling parts completely vanished, reconnecting into a whole once more. Those distorted areas of the barrier exuded a sense of madness, and even Lewis was affected to some extent after looking at them. Fortunately, these changes in the barrier vanished as soon as they were touched. Just as Lewis was slightly affected, the source of that influence spontaneously disappeared. Even so, it left Lewis feeling terrified. Ever since he had been blindsided by that light gate previously, Lewis, out of safety considerations, had actually cast many illusions on himself, using them to impact his mental barriers. As a result, in that very instant just now, all those illusions were shattered. That wasn't all. What he found most incredible was that the residual mental energy left after the illusions shattered had actually shown signs of activating and rebelling under the influence of those distortions. In the end, Lewis used chakra to flush them out, completely shattering and sealing them, intending to throw them to the divine tree for purification later. Lewis added dozens more layers of illusions on himself as protection. Thinking about it and deciding it wasn't secure enough, he even released the power of Otsutsuki Shirbai within his body, leaving a divine technique on himself. He felt that the person who had set up this barrier was likely even stronger than that light gate from before. After all, when he faced the light gate last time, he had been completely unprepared, yet he didn't collapse at a single touch. It was only when his spiritual body began to parse that knowledge that the anomaly occurred. It was completely unlike the current situation, where not only were all his defenses instantly shattered by the opponent, but anomalies appeared immediately. But precisely because of this, Lewis did not immediately withdraw as he had last time. This time was different from before. Those distortions and deformities appeared suddenly and vanished just as rapidly, which actually gave Lewis an opportunity to verify his power. No, it was an opportunity to verify the power of Otsutsuki Shirbai. Thus, Lewis, bearing the external divine technique protection, began to investigate the barrier before him at close range. The more closely he looked, the more extraordinary Lewis felt this barrier was. Combining this with the knowledge he had obtained from Otsutsuki Shirbai, the barrier before him seemed as if a top-tier entity had used the crudest methods to pile up all sorts of techniques together. In the process of researching, Lewis faced the distortion twice more. Good news, the distortion failed to pierce through his outer layer of divine technique. Bad news, a portion of the power within the divine technique was worn away. Fine, this can be considered as giving me a baseline. At the very least, I can confirm that the power level of Otsutsuki Shirbai is not low in this world. Although I cannot yet confirm which level this barrier, and that light gate originated from, I imagine it won't be lower than an angel, and there is a high probability that it is a sequence 0 deity. The only problem now is that I don't know how much stronger those deities would be if they acted personally compared to these inanimate objects. I just hope it's not a one-shot kill upon meeting, leaving me without even a chance to awaken Otsutsuki Shirbai. Not long after he started his research, the mark Lewis had left in his room was triggered. He knew someone had come looking for him. Without even looking, Lewis knew it was Reed coming to wake him up. If it were before he had read the diary, Lewis would probably have returned to his room to continue living that fake but prosperous life of a wealthy man, waiting until nightfall when no one was around to continue his research. But now his interest had been piqued by that diary, and he was not prepared to stop just like that. Lewis immediately created a clone, sent it straight to the room, and let it act in his stead. As for his true body, it continued to research in the sky. After the divine technique collided with the distortion and deformity time and time again, Lewis actually managed to figure out a few things. First, those distortions and deformities were not spontaneously repaired by the barrier itself. That's not entirely absolute. It should be said that the barrier was also repairing itself, but not this quickly. There was another power existing behind it, and it was precisely this power that further accelerated the barrier's original repairability. After some analysis, Lewis discovered that part of these powers came from the real world, part came from the spirit world, and another part originated from a place he did not yet know. Combining this with the intelligence brought by Earl Hall previously, Lewis suspected that its source might be the astral world, which he had not yet stepped into. At the same time, Lewis thought of the newspaper headline he had seen earlier. The power capable of reinforcing the barrier wouldn't be of a low level itself, so it's highly likely to be a sequence zero deity as well. Could it be that the so-called great extraterrestrial demon refers not to Otsutsuki Shirbai, but that outside this barrier, there really is a group of great demons? After all, the newspaper said that the 7 deities raised their divine kingdoms to intercept the great demons from beyond the sky. In this light, that seems much more likely than guarding against Otsutsuki Shirbai. Lewis researched for another half a day, and confirming he had no other findings, he left the barrier. There was no helping it. The power level contained in this barrier was too high. With Lewis's current strength and knowledge, he could only see a general picture but could not further analyze it. Although he could forcibly call upon more of Otsutsuki Shirbai's power, the barrier was, after all, an inanimate object sitting there and wouldn't run away. He felt there was no need to cut his own lifespan limit just for a moment's urgency. As for his original plan of flying into space, to a distance far away from the planet beneath his feet, to see exactly how many continents this world had. But because of the existence of the barrier, Lewis did not continue to ascend. It wasn't that the barrier blocked Lewis's path. Although he couldn't fully parse it, he could still roughly understand its function. First, he discovered that the barrier was a type of one-way passage. If one left from inside the planet, the barrier offered almost no obstruction. But once one wanted to enter from outside the barrier to the inside, they would be obstructed. Moreover, this resistance was influenced by one's strength. The stronger the strength, the greater the resistance encountered. Combining this with the previously unknown truth of the message, this barrier might be able to block entities at the deity level. Lewis didn't know what the situation outside the barrier was, but he imagined it should be worse than inside. Otherwise, why would those great extraterrestrial demons want to enter the inside, and why would the 7 deities be guarding against them to prevent their entry? To avoid his true body not being able to return after going out, Lewis threw 2 clones of different power levels outside the barrier. As a result, one of the clones shattered immediately, letting him know that the space environment outside the barrier was relatively harsh, and if one's strength was insufficient, they would die directly. Although this clone shattered cleanly, it took a look outside before being destroyed, confirming that there was no obvious difference from what he saw inside the barrier. Facing the dark and deep space, Lewis was not prepared to continue sending clones out, but rather prepared to wait for his other clone to transmit back information before responding according to the situation. At the same time, he also realized that even if he penetrated the barrier and arrived in the cosmos, he probably wouldn't be able to see the planet's surface conditions. After all, not to mention the deities high in their divine kingdoms, or the angels acting with divine power, even those in high sequences mostly possess the ability to fly. If they wanted to, it would be absolutely impossible for no one to have thought of this idea over thousands of years. After all, those who could become high sequence were all smart people. Yet, whether it was Roselle Gustav's diary or the intelligence collected by Earl Hall, it all indicated that besides the northern and southern continents, there might exist a forsaken land of the gods and an unknown western continent. Could it be that for thousands or tens of thousands of years, no one had been able to fly over the ocean to check the specific situation? Then the question arises, either these places once existed but have now disappeared, Or those places, like this planet, are all covered by a layer of a barrier. At this moment, Lewis thought of the place where the divine tree space was when he first woke up. That place should clearly have been the spirit world, but it was isolated by a barrier-like existence. Even with coordinates, he personally had traveled for over a week before breaking free. Thinking about it now, is it possible that other continents are not on the material plane, but in the spirit world, and that layer of barrier is used to hide those places? But no matter how Lewis thought about it, he had no way to verify it now. At that time, his understanding of the spirit world was insufficient, and he didn't have a clear coordinate, so he couldn't turn back to find his original location. Lewis's true body was forced to stop his actions, but he was still somewhat unwilling. Coupled with the fact that he had a clone in Backland handling affairs, he directly tore open a spatial rift, preparing to continue experimenting on those rabbits. At this moment, Lewis received a message from Audrey. It was said that after their family discussed it, they decided to put all the previous accounts on Audrey's head, letting her exchange for a bloodline limit from Lewis now. As for Earl Hall and the others, since they hadn't yet learned how to refine chakra, they could fully utilize their authority and financial resources before that to help them quickly obtain merit. Lewis actually understood what the Hall family was thinking, but he did not interfere. Anyway, those contributions were real, so if they wanted to use them, they could. Thus, Lewis opened a spatial rift in the conference room, waiting for Audrey's arrival. Lewis looked at Audrey, who was sitting on a chair in the conference room, looking slightly nervous. Lewis's words were simple and direct. Since you proposed it yourself, it means you have already discussed it beforehand. Come, tell me, which bloodline limit are you planning to exchange for? I will state this first, among these bloodline limits, some can coexist, while others are in conflict. If you want to obtain multiple bloodline limits in the future, you should make plans in advance. This information had already been written down by Lewis and posted directly on the wall of the library. Therefore, Audrey and the others were aware of it, and it was precisely because they knew that they had studied for so long before making up their minds. 6 paths, we have decided to use all our merit to exchange for the Sharingan. The bloodline limits listed by Lewis added up to 70 or 80 types. Audrey and the others were simply dazzled by the choices. It was only because Audrey remembered that Lewis had once switched between 2 different eyes in front of her. One kind looked like the Sharingan in the records, and also somewhat like the Rinnegan in the records. The other kind was undoubtedly the Byakugan. Adhering to the principle that the bloodline limit used by 6 paths must have the most potential, or the highest cost-effectiveness. They picked and chose and finally decided to exchange for the Sharingan. Fine. If you want to use all your contributions to exchange for the Sharingan, the highest I can give you is a pair of Tsutomu Sharingan. Or I can just give you a Sharingan bloodline, and afterwards you can slowly raise your mental energy yourself, and then by subjecting your spirit to extremely intense stimulation within a short period, activate the Sharingan on your own. Here is a detailed report related to the Sharingan, which can only be viewed once it is confirmed that someone wants to exchange for the Sharingan bloodline. You can take a look, but once you have looked at it, you must exchange for the Sharingan. Those bloodline limits that Lewis had listed before were only marked with brief introductions. After all, no one wants their power to be casually investigated by others, right? Therefore, although Audrey knew that when exchanging for the Sharingan, it was divided into 1 tomo, 2 tomo, 3 tomo, Mangekyo, and Eternal Mangekyo. But the details could only be guessed through the half-knowledge from the introductions. Actually, the reason Audrey and the others chose the Sharingan bloodline limit was because when they were checking the ninjutsu catalog in the library, they had seen the name of the Sharingan in both the illusion category and the forbidden technique category. It must be said that Earl Hall was worthy of being one of the largest investment merchants in Backland. His ability to reach where he was today did not rely entirely on his ancestral title of Earl, as he was also quite capable. Just look, after Earl Hall didn't sleep all night, he finally reached a conclusion through research. That is, this Sharingan might be the royal heritage of that lost civilization, or it might be the power possessed by the rulers. As for whether they might bet on the wrong thing, although that might be a bit unfair to Audrey, their Earl Hall family could afford to lose. At worst, they could just open the ancestral treasure vault, take the items inside, exchange them with Lewis for contributions, and gamble again. For others, this might be an exchange opportunity that takes half a lifetime of savings to afford, but if he exhausted the family fortune, he should still be able to gamble a dozen or so times. It was precisely because of having such a large margin for error that Earl Hall was so decisive when acting. He did indeed love his children, but before being a father, he was first the lord of the East Chester Earl's territory, and the head of the Hall family, responsible for the rise and fall of the entire family. Facing such an opportunity, even if it meant sacrificing his own life, he would be willing to do so if necessary. Therefore, even if his 3 sons died because of trial and error, he and his wife could absolutely rely on the fact that their bodies were still young to continue having children. If that didn't work, they could adopt children from the collateral branches to continue the trial and error. It was assumed that with a dozen or so chances for trial and error, they would always be able to obtain the results they wanted. Moreover, chakra itself was a very peaceful power. Even if they bet wrong, it was highly unlikely to be fatal, so the cost was even lower. Chapter 41, Medical Ninjutsu, 4K, Friday, 6 p.m., at the entrance of Count Wolf's manor. Carriages pulled up one by one. Nobles dressed in fine attire, surrounded by servants, entered the main residence. Audrey Hall, wearing a pale blue evening gown, followed her mother as they stepped down from a new-style carriage bearing the family crest. That's right, the Hall family had already started using carriages produced by Lewis's factory. In fact, upon learning from Audrey that Lewis Hermite was the persona of 6 Paths, Count Hall had broken out in a cold sweat. After all, he had just followed his investment manager's advice and acquired an 8% stake in the other party's factory for free. Wouldn't this mean that before even starting on the job, he had already offended the boss of the company? Fortunately, Lewis did not place much importance on this and did not ask Count Hall to return the shares. After all, they had no public opportunities for interaction. Not accepting the shares and instead directly endorsing Lewis's new-style carriages would have been more attention-grabbing. Regarding this, Count Hall had no choice but to accept the shares and resolve to promote this carriage factory well in the future. Although in this Count's view, someone like Lewis, an embodiment of civilization, probably didn't truly care about a mere factory. But whether he cared or not was the prerogative of a superior. As a subordinate, his attitude had to be correct. And so, Count Hall immediately replaced all his carriages with the new-style ones, except for the one originally gifted by the royal family. With Count Hall's cooperation, combined with the publicity in the newspapers, the carriage factory's orders were truly becoming impossible to keep up with this time. Audrey, your outfit today is as radiant as ever. You will surely be the most dazzling pearl of the night. Countess Wolf came to welcome Countess Hall and Audrey. Thank you, Countess. Audrey responded with a smile, though her gaze searched the hall. Soon, she found her target Viscount Glaylant was standing in a corner, conversing with several young nobles of similar age. Bidding farewell to her mother, who was talking with Countess Wolf, Audrey lifted her skirt and walked over. Good evening, Glaylant. She greeted him with a smile. Miss Hall. Viscount Glaylant turned around, his eyes lighting up. You look, well, how should I put it, radiant today. Thank you for the compliment. Audrey chuckled. Could I borrow you for a moment? I have something important I'd like to discuss with you. Viscount Glaylant looked at his companions and shrugged. Excuse me, gentlemen. The two walked to the balcony, the night breeze blowing against the curtains, isolating the noise of the hall. It's about that matter regarding Fur's Wall. Audrey got straight to the point. How is your investigation going? Viscount Glaylant put away his smile and lowered his voice. I had people look into the case of Xioderi Cha. On the surface, she was arrested for injuring a gang leader, but in reality. Viscount Glaylant's expression remained relaxed. In reality, that gang leader has backing. My people found out that this const has a nickname in the East Borough called Hyena. On the surface, he is a gentleman, but in reality, he is the leader of a small gang that runs loan sharking operations. It's just that a large portion of his monthly protection money flows into the pockets of a certain high-ranking official in the Backland Police Department. Audrey frowned slightly. So the real problem with Xiao isn't that she injured the gang leader, but that she hit a subordinate of the police department. Pretty much. Viscount Glaylant nodded, then shook his head. To be more precise, this const is just a white glove for those high-ranking officials. Xiao injuring him was equivalent to slapping that high-ranking official in the face, which is why this case has been suppressed so tightly. My people subsequently discovered that before Ms. Wall came to find us, she had already privately contacted Const, and had the other party issue a statement forgiving Xiao. If it were truly just an ordinary gang, with that voluntary statement, the matter would have been resolved after paying a small fine. But as for the result was that the police department classified this as a serious assault case, upgrading it from a common brawl to a felony. In that case, it's not something that can be dropped just because the victim doesn't want to pursue it. The problem now is whether we should exert great effort and risk offending several high-ranking police officials to continue applying pressure on this case. Or should we simply help the other party find a great lawyer familiar with such cases, and then contact a hospital to issue a medical certificate for Ms. Dericha stating she has mental issues or is intellectually underdeveloped? Both methods could potentially help the other party escape conviction, but the approaches are different. The former should be able to force the police department to drop the case, and she wouldn't carry a criminal record. As for the latter, although it wouldn't require her to go to jail, the criminal record for a felony would still exist. If the police department wants to cause trouble in the future, they could completely use this as an excuse. Audrey's eyes lit up as she thought of another matter. Glaylant, you previously said that the police department is forcing the prosecution because the victim of this case, Const, was severely injured by Miss Xiao and is still lying in a hospital bed, potentially never being able to stand up again. Then, if this Mr. Const's injuries were healed, and he voluntarily went to the police station to drop the charges, wouldn't the police department have no excuse to prosecute? Viscount Glaylant looked at Audrey in surprise. Unlike Audrey, who was still a minor and the youngest in her family, Viscount Glaylant, as the heir to his family, knew much more about the beyonder world than she did. However, among the occult knowledge he was aware of, healing abilities were not numerous, and the effects of most of these healing abilities were not strong. To have a patient who was half paralyzed in bed be able to move freely before the court date no matter how he thought about it, it wasn't something easily achievable. Especially since this Audrey before him was practically guided into this mysterious world by him. Even if there really were beyonders who could do this, it shouldn't belong to Audrey. However, immediately after, Viscount Glaylant remembered something, the time Audrey had asked him to purchase some rare herbs and curiosities. Wait, Hall, tell me honestly, did Count Hall tell you about the secrets regarding beyonders in your family? Considering we are best friends, and I thought of you first when I had the chance to obtain the opportunity to become a beyonder from Fur's Wall, and the others if you really have a way to become a beyonder, you must tell me. Of course, I know this knowledge is extremely valuable, so just name your price. Although Viscount Glaylant was quite emotional, he never forgot to lower his voice, ensuring his words could only be heard by Audrey. A mysterious smile appeared on Audrey's face. Don't worry, Glaylant. I came to find you today precisely for this matter. However, you know that some things in the occult have a price, so I can only tell you the parts one can talk about, the rest will depend on your own intuition. Oh, my dear Hall, you really are my best friend. Don't worry, I understand everything. Just tell me what you can, I will never forget your contribution. Don't look at the fact that Glaylant is only a viscount and Audrey's family is a count. In reality, titles like that are pretty much just names nowadays. Although they could still bring some privileges, this privilege was no longer what it used to be. Especially after the kingdom repealed the Corn Laws, nobles who held large amounts of land suffered as a result, unable to maintain their past extravagant lives, and were forced to sell their ancestral property. Among them, there even appeared individual impoverished counts, viscounts, and barons who sold their family titles externally. Of course, on the surface, titles cannot be sold, but that didn't stop those who were desperately poor. Later they simply used methods like marriage or adopting heirs to pass their own titles to others. For this, the person receiving the title had to give the original noble a large sum of money and support them until death. As for the original noble, they promised to pass the title to the corresponding person after death. This matter was actually full of uncertainty. It was entirely a huge gamble. As for what was being gambled, it was naturally human nature. The noble gambled that the other party wouldn't secretly kill them through some method immediately after they made their will, and had it notarized by someone. The person purchasing the title gambled on whether the original noble would pass the title to them before death, and whether they had hidden some biological child outside who possessed verifiable tokens, etc. In short, high titles nowadays, although they still possess status, are far less prominent than before. The status between each other focuses more on the actual power possessed. Like this Viscount Glayland, his family saw the development of industry early on, so they did not continue to dedicate themselves to traditional land hoarding, but instead invested in the coal and steel industries early. Their family could be considered one of the first waves of emerging nobles who developed alongside industrialization. The Hall family was also a representative of emerging nobles, so the relationship between the two families was quite good. If it weren't for Count Hall being particularly doting on his daughter, and wanting her to find her own marriage partner when she grew up, the two families might have been betrothed directly back then. Although they weren't betrothed, their relationship was quite intimate. Calling them childhood sweethearts was not a problem. Precisely because the relationship was so close, Viscount Glayland would think of Audrey first when he had the chance to obtain clues about Beyonders. And it was the same for Audrey. She had long since cleared the way for Viscount Glayland with Louis. However, the matters involving Louis and the Akatsuki organization were too complex and concerned her entire family. Audrey wanted to speak, but didn't know how to grasp the degree of it. On one hand, she was afraid that if she said too little, she would let the other party miss the opportunity to follow Mr. Six Paths. If she said too much, she was afraid of offending Mr. Six Paths, and if the other party didn't join, she wouldn't know how to face them. After all, for the safety of her own family, even if Mr. Six Paths didn't say anything, Audrey could imagine what her father would do. He would definitely send people to assassinate the other party. After all, such matters concerning the life and death of the family could absolutely not be let go just because of a close relationship. Therefore, Audrey's thought was to first tell him today, to prevent the other party from falling into some unknown danger in order to become a Beyonder. Audrey had read all the Beyonder knowledge and intelligence that Count Hall had contributed. She now had a certain understanding of her own behavior of blindly seeking to become a Beyonder back then. She knew how dangerous their actions had been back then. It's not suitable to talk in detail here today. I'm just telling you this as a heads up. When we have tea tomorrow afternoon, you can come to my home to discuss it in detail. Yes, 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 you are still the thoughtful one. Now is indeed not a good time to discuss this matter. Then, are we continuing with the matter of helping Dericha and the others? Audrey nodded. Of course we are still helping them. To tell you the truth, I also joined a Beyonder gathering by invitation of the host by chance, and obtained clues to becoming a Beyonder from there. Miss Dericha and the others clearly have mastered another Beyonder gathering that allows outsiders to join. Even if we become Beyonders, it will still be of great help to us. Besides, regarding the matter of healing that const, it is indeed possible to do it, but the cost is high. If measured solely by pounds, it would take about 100 pounds, but you also know that many things cannot be bought directly with money. Therefore, you can tell Miss Wall about the two choices for this matter. If she only asks a lawyer to issue a medical certificate, the payment the other party needs to pay remains the same. But if we need to take action to heal Const and make him voluntarily go to the police station to drop the case, so that Miss Dericha doesn't have a criminal record, we need additional compensation, and it cannot be just money. Audrey's words were not a lie at all. She was indeed pulled by the fool to that palace where the grey fog resided, and it was indeed a Beyonder gathering by invitation of the host. And she did indeed obtain the potion formula for the spectator pathway from that gathering. She wasn't lying. As for the means of healing, it had to be mentioned regarding the exchange list Lewis gave to the members of the Akatsuki organization as a benefit. He considered that in the early stages of the organization's development, the strength of the members would not be very high, and the ninjutsu they could learn would be of relatively low difficulty. Therefore, Lewis prepared many talismans for the members, such as explosive tags, binding tags, sealing tags, etc. The variety could be said to be all-encompassing. This made up for the members' deficiencies in attack, defense, assistance, and other aspects in the early stages. However, to prevent members from relying too much on these external objects, and thus neglecting their own cultivation of chakra, Lewis priced these exchange items quite high. Coupled with the fact that they were almost all single-use items, they would appear to have a low cost-performance ratio. Among these exchangeable talismans, there was a healing tag. This was a product of Lewis's research on the knowledge in his mind. It could use chakra to simulate an effect similar to the mystical palm technique. It could activate the cells within a range of about 10 cubic centimeters on the surface of the target unit, speeding up the healing of injuries, but it would consume a large amount of physical energy. If used improperly, it might cause damage to people in return, or even death. Chapter 42, The Hunt for K. In the exchange catalog of the Akatsuki organization, this was not the only type of healing charm. There were also things like vitality regeneration charms, full-body activation charms, and so on. The other healing charms were more effective, but their prices were correspondingly higher. However, these charms were not something that the so-called gangster hyena const could enjoy. In fact, if it weren't for the sake of currying favor with those two beyonders, this const wouldn't even be qualified to use the most basic activation charm. Audrey discussed a few more details with Viscount Glaint before returning to the hall to find Countess Hall. Meanwhile, Lewis was inside the divine tree space, once again approaching the rabbits that had been lying there for a day and a night. As Lewis examined them, he could confirm that the spirituality of the rabbits had greatly increased. However, none of the rabbits felt that special sensation of completing the digestion of a potion. This made Lewis start to wonder where his hypothesis had gone wrong. It wasn't until he studied the increased spirituality of the rabbits and realized it didn't all originate from the rabbits themselves, with the majority coming from the gifts of the spirit world, that Lewis formed a new hypothesis. Could it be that this so-called acting is not just for oneself to see, to hypnotize oneself, but also requires an audience to watch? Only when the audience recognizes this performance will they acknowledge the identity. But if that's the case, then it's a bit troublesome. Where am I going to find so many audience members? Perhaps I have some. Looking at the rabbits around him, Lewis immediately came up with a new idea. Since these animals could also become beyonders, it meant that they were, on some level, no different from humans. If beyonders in human society digested their potions through acting, could these beyonder rabbits complete their acting under the gaze of numerous other rabbits? Lewis felt his hypothesis wasn't entirely unreasonable, so he immediately launched another experiment. He brought out a large number of ordinary rabbits and cast a group illusion to make them all stare at the beyonder rabbits. To make it easier for these beyonder rabbits to act, Lewis even prepared corresponding props for them. He prepared many magic props for the apprentice rabbit, especially those for escape magic, which, combined with the apprentice's innate ability to open doors everywhere, produced quite good results. He also prepared many divination props for the diviner rabbit, and the matter he asked it to divine was very simple: when Lewis would feed the rabbits. Unlike other divination targets which might be hard to verify, Lewis simply created a clone. As soon as the diviner rabbit performed a divination, the clone would feed the rabbits according to the result. In this way, the success rate of the diviner rabbit's divination reached 100%. Furthermore, there was the thief rabbit. To ensure these rabbits had something to steal, Lewis tied small items onto the bodies of the surrounding rabbits who were temporarily acting as the audience. After finishing these preparations, Lewis watched the rabbits play house from the side while recording the data of all the rabbits present. Wait, these surrounding rabbits are effectively the audience at this moment. Could I create some spectator rabbits? If I let these spectator rabbits serve as an outer audience, would the beyonder rabbits performing inside find it easier to digest their potions? Lewis immediately recorded this inspiration, planning to prepare the potions later. In fact, among the occult knowledge that Count Hall had previously submitted to the organization, there were a few potion formulas. However, those potion formulas were not from the same pathway, and were all low sequence, so they didn't hold particularly great value for Count Hall himself. But for Lewis to use them for research now, they were perfect. However, to brew new potions, he still needed to prepare the corresponding potion materials, so he had to put it aside for the moment. As Lewis examined the rabbits before him, he was pleasantly surprised to discover that changes had indeed occurred within the Beyonder rabbits. And after tracing the source, Lewis could confirm that these changes all originated from the spirit world. Lewis spent several days on this research, simply creating a clone to carry out his daily activities outside. This effort finally paid off, and all of his Beyonder rabbits completed the digestion of their potions. So that's how it is. Looking at the records in his hand, Lewis muttered to himself, this so-called acting is actually not for oneself to see, nor is it for the external audience to see. No, that's not accurate either. It should be that it is not just for oneself and the external audience to see. To be precise, it is a performance for the material world, the spirit world, and the astral world to see. It's just that these three worlds are not living entities themselves and cannot observe directly. Therefore, they rely on the living creatures in the world, using the eyes of these creatures to observe the Beyonders acting. However, these creatures are themselves weak, and the power of the three worlds they can bear is limited. Therefore, if a Beyonder wants to complete their acting, they cannot just perform for one creature, they must act in front of a large number of living beings so that the three worlds can use multiple angles to confirm whether the Beyonder's acting is successful. By the same token, if one wants to speed up the success of acting, one must either increase the quantity of the audience or improve the quality of the audience. The stronger these audience members are, the more power of the three worlds they can bear, and naturally, the better they can enable the three worlds to make their judgment. Lewis scribbled in his notebook, feeling that he had grasped the mystery behind it. Now, it depends on whether I can make a further breakthrough and figure out how the three worlds use living beings to observe Beyonders. If I can thoroughly research this point, perhaps in the future, I can get the three worlds to directly come down and watch the Beyonders' performance themselves. In that case, the acting might be completed immediately, and the potion would melt upon entering the mouth. Having determined the research direction for the next stage, Lewis stopped his work. After several days of continuous research, he couldn't sit still anymore. Since no one was rushing him, he decided to go out and relax for a while. Today was Monday, so Lewis simply resumed his original daily routine, and took a new-style carriage to inspect the factory. Surrounded by White and the others, Lewis took a tour inside the factory. During this time, he didn't say anything, just taking everything in. It wasn't until he returned to the office that Lewis spoke to White and the others. Not bad. The factory is being managed very well by you all, and the data in the weekly report is also good. That said, I see that orders have already been scheduled for half a year out, and manufacturing cannot be completed in the short term. I originally thought that since the factory had just gotten on the right track, it wasn't suitable to make any major moves. That's why I didn't immediately approve the idea you submitted to expand the production line. But now it seems that expanding the production line is indeed necessary. However, I still have some concerns about this, concerns about the future of the carriage. White, do you have results on the matter I asked you to investigate earlier? Austin White, who was the factory manager of the carriage factory, had been taking engineers to the patent office to search for patents whenever he had free time under Lewis's instruction. At this moment, when asked by Lewis, he spoke out immediately. During this time, I have carefully studied the patents at the patent office, and have indeed found quite a few patents related to the miniaturization of steam trains. The small, personalized steam locomotive you envisioned is not entirely impossible to build. The high-level executives present had not known about this arrangement of Lewis's before. After hearing what White described, they couldn't wrap their heads around it for a moment. How is that possible? I have taken trains before. When a train starts running, personnel must be assigned to add coal, and once it starts, it's full of smoke and filth everywhere. Right, the subway. Hasn't the kingdom already built a subway in the city? How could they possibly allow those trains to travel on the surface within the city? Lewis waved his hand, signaling everyone not to get excited. No need to be so excited. The reason I had White go to the patent office to investigate is because, while communicating with some upper-class figures previously, I discovered that the construction of steam locomotives is actually theoretically feasible. Do not view steam locomotives simply as miniature trains that require burning large amounts of coal and charcoal on the streets. That is because trains require a lot of fuel to start, and using coal is the most cost-effective method. But don't forget that the kingdom has long possessed technology for the miniaturization of steam equipment. I don't know if any of you here have seen the high-pressure steam rifles equipped in the military. That kind of miniaturized steam equipment can be carried by a single person. If we apply this technology to carriages and let a steam engine replace the horses, do you think it's possible? Completely feasible. It was White who spoke. Having spent time investigating at the patent office, he already had ideas in mind. Now, hearing Lewis ask this, he was naturally the first to speak in agreement. Lewis smiled and looked at the others present. Of course, this is just an idea of mine. After all, whether it can actually succeed is another matter. I have looked at the data on the weekly report, and the profits are quite good, aren't they? I plan to take 2/3 of the profits to expand the existing carriage production lines to further increase the factory's earnings. As for the other third, I plan to take it to build an experimental plant within the factory, prepare personnel and technology, and attempt to build steam locomotives. White, you know more about this, so go back and think about what difficulties are involved, what kind of technology is needed, and what kind of equipment is required. Once White has organized all this content, package it, and hand it over to the operations manager to produce 3 different feasibility plans. Afterward, we will discuss the plans together. If the discussion passes, HR will recruit personnel according to the plan, purchasing will be responsible for buying equipment and materials, and accounting will be responsible for auditing the reasonableness of the funds. As for sales, you also have things to do. That is, while selling carriages, investigate our clients to see which aspects of the existing carriages they are most satisfied with, and what areas they feel need improvement. Afterward, we will analyze these surveys to see which points can be compensated for by steam locomotives. That will be our selling point in the future. As for the secretary, you will keep an eye on the progress of this matter for me. If there are any difficulties or problems, communicate with me in a timely manner. If this matter succeeds, I will not treat you all here unfairly. White should know this. I will not be stingy with the shares in my hand. If it really can succeed, you all can also own shares in the factory in the future. All right, today's meeting ends here. After the meeting, you can all think about it more on your own. That's all. Dismissed. Lewis was not talking nonsense. He had chatted with Audrey about this matter, and knew that Viscount Glaine's family started in the steel and coal business, and their family held 30% of the shares in the railway connecting to Backlund. Previously, the reason Lewis hadn't paid attention to steam locomotives was that he was thinking about whether he could find oil. He didn't want someone else to manufacture a fuel-powered car, just as he had finished developing his steam car. As a result, reading Roselle Gustav's diary previously let Lewis know that there was no oil in this world, only coal, which put his mind at ease. As for the fact that coal can also be refined into kerosene to develop machines that use this heavy oil, it was not a big deal in Lewis's view. After all, refining kerosene still requires costs. It's not as convenient as directly using coal to boil water. By the way, Lewis had previously learned about related technologies, and found that the phlogiston theory was still prevalent here. Lewis felt that once his steam car was manufactured, it shouldn't be replaced by other technologies in the short term. After finishing with matters here, Lewis went to the shooting club, and fired 200 or 300 shots to his heart's content, venting the pent-up frustration from his previous experiments. All right, Reed, get ready to go home. Lewis was halfway through speaking when he suddenly sent a chakra mark he had left behind not far away, moving rapidly towards him. With just one sensing, Lewis confirmed the owner of that mark. It was the thief he had met once on the street. "Sir, sir." Seeing Lewis suddenly pause, Reed whispered a reminder from the side. "Oh, it's nothing, let's get in the car." On the surface, Lewis was closing his eyes and meditating in the carriage, but in reality, he had switched on his Byakugan to observe the situation in the distance. He saw that the thief, who had originally been stealing in the East Borough, was now fleeing in a panic. His back, shoulders, forearms, and thighs all had obvious wounds. It looked more like gunshot wounds. Sure enough, as Lewis continued to expand his vision, he saw a man holding a revolver behind the thief, chasing him relentlessly. It was strange to say, but the firearm in the gun-wielding man's hand clearly emitted smoke and air waves every time it fired, yet there was no sound of gunfire. Even just 10 steps away, where it was clearly a bustling street, no one knew that an abnormal chase scene was taking place here. Lewis was curious, because he noticed one thing, although it was the pursuer behind who was firing and hitting the thief in front. Lewis saw clearly that a wound had simultaneously appeared on the pursuer behind as well, although the injury was lighter compared to the thief, who had been shot in front. What is this situation? Does that thief have the ability to reflect damage? It doesn't look like it. Chapter 43 MI9, for K, the thief in front, every time he tried to rush out of the back alley, would be forced back by the person behind him using a gun. Lewis noticed at this moment that the thief in front was in a very bad state. This bad state was not because of the gunshot wounds on his body, but because he himself had been severely injured. It was an internal injury. At this point, Lewis was no longer like before, when he didn't have much understanding of these beyonders. He could tell that the thief in front was likely on the verge of losing control. Furthermore, this loss of control was not caused by the person chasing him, that person behind was just there to pick up the scraps. Because Lewis himself didn't know exactly what was going on with these two, or if there were any hidden circumstances, he had no intention of intervening. He simply watched the two fight, preparing to use this opportunity to confirm the actual combat strength of the Beyonders in this world, and see who was stronger or weaker compared to Chakra. The fleeing thief, in the process of escaping, had used the power of theft to steal the revolver from the hand of the person behind him for a short time. But for some reason, the person behind used some method, and that revolver actually flew back on its own. Additionally, Lewis also noticed that the thief had used mental interference on the pursuer, causing him to temporarily hallucinate. It was hard to tell just how much the pursuer hated the thief in front, as he had actually broken the hallucination control by shooting himself. Although the pursuer behind had tried his best to block him, the length of the back alley was ultimately limited. Seeing that the thief in front was about to enter the main street, Lewis noticed that both he and the pursuer behind paused slightly. Immediately after, he saw the person behind's eyes light up, and he shouted at the thief in front, "Leaving is forbidden here." It seems this person is indeed from the Arbiter pathway. I just don't know the specific sequence. It looks like the possibility of being a sequence 6 judge is quite high. Then the thief in front is more likely to be a sequence 5. Yes, judging from the abilities he used, there is a high probability he is a sequence 5. That being said, the fight between the two should have lasted at least half an hour. After all, judging by their performance, it should be that the thief in front stole the pursuer's ability to issue prohibitions. If I remember correctly, the Marauder Pathway's Sequence 5 Dream Stealer can steal someone else's ability for half an hour. Although the Sequence 6 Prometheus can also steal others' abilities, in the case of the same sequence, with one party on the verge of losing control, it shouldn't be this difficult to fight, right? Because he didn't know the exact sequences of the two, Lewis could only guess as he watched. But based only on what he was seeing now, Lewis had a rough estimate of the combat strength of the potion system. They say that ninjas who use chakra have high attack but low defense, but compared to these people who drink potions, their defense is actually relatively thick. These Beyonders' abilities are indeed incredibly bizarre, but their physical defense is truly too poor. Just as Lewis began to have some random associations, the situation on the scene changed again. Theft is forbidden here. Perhaps sensing that the thief in front was preparing to steal his ability again, the pursuer issued a prohibition a step ahead. The thief's loss of control was clearly becoming more severe than before. Now that some of his abilities were sealed, he was visibly being forced into a desperate situation. Perhaps knowing he could no longer escape, the thief instead stood his ground, turned around, and stood face to face with the person chasing him. Neither of them spoke, but instead stared intently at each other's bodies. Any movement would trigger the next round of intense battle. This stalling strategy was clearly disadvantageous to the thief. Even from a distance, Lewis could feel that the other person's condition was deteriorating. It wasn't just Lewis who could see this, the pursuer opposite the thief could see it very clearly as well. Yet, facing the mutation of the person in front of him, the pursuer did not take advantage of his illness to kill him, but instead took a step back. Just as Lewis was puzzled, he saw the thief, contrary to his previous fleeing, rush forward and pounce on the pursuer. And the original pursuer turned and ran the moment the thief made his move. This sudden change made Lewis couldn't help but scratch his head. The result was that he scratched his velvet top hat, leaving obvious scratch marks on the originally smooth and shiny velvet surface. "Sir, please give me the top hat. I put a horsehair brush in the carriage earlier." Lewis, with his eyes closed, handed the top hat on his head to Reed beside him, while his gaze never shifted from the two, one chasing and one fleeing. Watching the thief's body start to insectify, Lewis couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Could I have guessed wrong? This isn't some Sequence 5 dream stealer, but a sequence for Parasite. Although he didn't look back, the pursuer running in front accelerated again when the thief began to insectify, and the revolver in his hand kept firing backward without a moment's pause. Lewis understood at this time that revolver must be a Beyonder item. The bullets it fired didn't need to be aimed at all, they could automatically target and curve. Lewis watched as the pursuer's muzzle was pointed way off, yet the bullets fired from the chamber could still hit the thief after making a large curve. However, correspondingly, this revolver must have side effects. Every time a bullet hit the thief behind, a wound would appear in a random location on the pursuer's own body. This side effect of randomly appearing wounds wasn't huge, but it wasn't small either. Because just a moment ago, a wound appeared randomly on the pursuer's ankle. This sudden wound caused the pursuer, who was running at full speed, to stagger and almost fall directly. Afterward, it was unknown what method he used, but all the wounds on his body disappeared in a short time, though his face suddenly became very pale. And having eliminated all his injuries, the pursuer's running speed rose another notch, and he actually managed to escape from the thief's pursuit. Unlike when the thief was fleeing earlier, the sound from the pursuer's revolver would not spread outside the alley. After the two swapped roles, the pursuer's revolver regained its gunfire sound. The successive gunshots immediately alarmed the nearby citizens, and people fled in the direction away from the gunfire. So much so that when the thief finally gave up chasing the pursuer, and wanted to find someone nearby to parasitize, he realized there wasn't a single living person around him. But his body had been hit by dozens of shots just moments ago. Although his partial insectification meant he wouldn't die easily, one shouldn't forget that he had always been on the verge of losing control. Before, he relied entirely on a belief to support him, wanting to take revenge on the pursuer, but now that the pursuer had completely escaped, he could no longer maintain mental stability. Seeing that he was about to completely collapse, he had no choice but to set his sights on a mouse scurrying in the back alley, gritted his teeth, and directly parasitized the mouse. Lewis watched the whole process and could only find it incredible. That pursuer shouldn't be a Sequence 5 disciplinary knight. In other words, he, as a Sequence 6, managed to chase a Sequence 4 parasite all the way. Although there was the premise that the Sequence 4 was in a bad state, it's still quite incredible. Killing across levels like that, could it be that the pursuer is actually the male protagonist of this world? Knowing that the thief was a Sequence 4, Lewis was very happy. Although he was seriously injured, judging from his performance, this is too pathetic. Even if other pathways are stronger than this, I don't think they'll be much stronger. You have to know, this is a saint among Beyonders. His body is already transforming towards a mythical creature. Converted to chakra, does it mean his body has already developed characteristics of the Otsutsuki clan? Excluding the protagonist's factor of killing across levels, I think chakra should be stronger than Beyonders in this regard. With a bottom line in mind, Lewis's gaze remained on the mouse and the fleeing pursuer in the distance. After running for a distance, the pursuer took out a golden mask from his bosom and placed it directly on his face. This mask, Lewis had also seen several times before while using the Byakugan to observe Backlund. One of those times was when he was sitting in a carriage on the main street playing GG. It was also at that time that he learned this belonged to the military's Beyonder attire. Later in the occult knowledge submitted by Count Hall, there was also a part related to them, stating that they were Beyonders from MI9, the military intelligence organization of the Lone Kingdom. These people were loyal to the Lone royal family, and the Beyonders within were mainly from the lawyer pathway and the arbiter pathway. The intelligence of MI9 was top secret in the kingdom. It was unknown what powerhouses were inside, only vaguely guessed that there were demigod powerhouses sitting in charge. Now Lewis's gaze followed the pursuer to a normal building in the West District. On the surface there was nothing different, and even Lewis's Byakugan did not detect any abnormalities. But the next moment, he knew where the problem lay. He saw the person come to the basement of the building and open a hidden door on the floor. As the hidden door was pulled open, Lewis's Byakugan could finally see the situation inside. Below was a network of secret passages extending in all directions. As for why he hadn't discovered anything unusual when using the Byakugan earlier, the reason was very simple. The walls of these secret passages were covered with dense occult runes. Under the effect of spirituality, these runes were connected to each other, so when Lewis's gaze looked over, he would only take it as ordinary ground. Of course, the premise is that Lewis didn't originally know the situation below. Like now, even if the hidden door was closed again, and the runes in the entire secret passage were connected again, they could no longer block Lewis's gaze. It was like a layer of cognitive barrier. Before breaking through that barrier, no matter how Lewis checked this land, he would subconsciously ignore it. But once that barrier disappeared, Lewis would be alert as to why he hadn't discovered the abnormality here before. Clearly, the area under other houses wasn't entirely just land, there were also some buried pipelines. But the house here had a large piece of solid land underneath. Wasn't that, in contrast, an abnormality? But before poking through this layer of window paper, Lewis just couldn't think of this point. But now, as Lewis expanded the visual range of his Byakugan, just in the West District alone, he saw 7 underground secret rooms of a similar style. Before Lewis could investigate further, he suddenly discovered that in the underground secret room, where the pursuer was, a gem on the wall suddenly shattered. Immediately after, a person inside manually pulled down a ring. At the same time, a burst of steam rushed forward along the pipe behind the ring, finally blowing a steam whistle in the distance. Oh no, an outsider is spying. Quickly destroy the confidential documents. The moment the steam whistle sounded, the people in the underground secret room fell into chaos. It was called chaos, but it was actually just a large number of people acting at the same time. In reality, each of them had their own goals and things to do. Not only in the underground secret room in front of him, but the other underground secret rooms discovered by Lewis's gaze also appeared similar situations one after another. Interesting, this world actually has the ability to detect others' gazes. It's truly magical. Since there was no useful information to be seen at MI9 for the time being, Lewis naturally turned his gaze to the mouse. It was unknown if it was because it wasn't used to suddenly becoming a mouse, or because it was originally on the verge of losing control, but after so long, the mouse was still huddled in the corner, motionless. Saying it was motionless wasn't quite right. To be precise, the mouse's body didn't move, but its head was shaking constantly. Lewis noticed that the mouse's originally brownish-black pupils had now turned blood red. "Sir, we have arrived." "Oh, okay, let's go back." Before Lewis could decide whether to observe the mouse up close, Reed spoke up first, interrupting his thoughts. Getting off the carriage, Lewis walked back to the mansion, lost in thought. In the end, he decided to take action. After all, such a saint-level material placed right in front of him, he might never find it again if he missed it. Therefore, taking the time to return to his room to change clothes, Lewis opened a space rift, grabbed the mouse that was still shaking its head, and threw it into his divine tree space. Although Lewis watched with his own eyes as the thief parasitized the mouse, he still couldn't see it as a person. He saw that the moment Lewis threw the mouse over, he gave it a bath with a stream of water, washing away all the filth the mouse had picked up on the street. Not only the mouse's body surface, Lewis also carefully cleaned his own palm that had just grabbed the mouse several times. The mouse wanted to resist the moment it was caught by Lewis. But the mouse was astonished to find that it couldn't move at all. Just as it thought it had been targeted, and would inevitably die, and even started to miss its family in its heart, it was slapped by a mass of water. That water seemed to have self-awareness, spontaneously flowing over its body, cleaning away all the dirty parts. When all those water flows had drained away, the originally grayish, matted, and dirty mouse had completely changed its appearance. A coat of fluffy, grayish-white short fur, plus red eyes that clearly revealed confusion, actually made it look a bit cute. Chapter 40 For the Castrated Thief's Path, 4K. After finishing his dinner as usual, Lewis came to the divine tree space. However, this time he did not go to see his little rabbits. Instead, he diverted his path to find the newly arrived rat. The rat was in a very bad state. Even now, it remained in a rigid, motionless condition. If not for the fact that Lewis could sense the violently active spirit within its body, he might have mistaken it for an ordinary sick rat. Considering that this rat that thief had already been on the verge of losing control, and had now parasitized the body of a rat. For the sake of safety, Lewis followed his usual routine, and created a clone. All contact and examination of the rat would be carried out by the clone. While the clone was working, Lewis's main body did not remain idle, and went to record the data of the group of Beyonder rabbits. Since the few Beyonder rabbits in his possession had already digested their Sequence 9 potions, Lewis was prepared to conduct further experiments. However, due to the fact that Lewis only had 2 Sequence 8 Trickmaster Beyonder crystals on hand for the time being, only 2 rabbits could attempt to advance. Lewis stood by and recorded their states as the 2 rabbits consumed the Beyonder crystals. Because they only began to ascend to the next sequence after completely digesting their potions, their condition was completely different from the last time Lewis forced a rabbit to advance. During the previous experiment, although that rabbit only completely lost control and died upon consuming the Sequence 7 Astrologer Beyonder crystal, in reality, its spirit had already become chaotic upon consuming the Sequence 8 Trickmaster Beyonder crystal, though the situation was not particularly severe. But this time, no such problem occurred. Not only did the entire process go smoothly, but Lewis also noticed that both rabbits received power from the spirit world, increasing their own spirituality. It was just that due to the nature of the Beyonder crystals themselves, the magnitude of the increase was not as great as it would have been from consuming a standard Sequence 8 potion. Next, Lewis separated the 2 rabbits. He had a normal rabbit act as a spectator for one, and a Beyonder rabbit act as a spectator for the other. Lewis wanted to try and see exactly how much of a difference there was between a Sequence 9 Beyonder rabbit and an ordinary rabbit in the eyes of the 3 realms. After dealing with the situation with the Beyonder rabbits, the clone had also finished its examination. Lewis checked the status of the clone, and after confirming there were no abnormalities, dismissed the clone and examined the returned memories. After standing still for a few dozen seconds, Lewis opened his eyes and looked at the rat with a gaze of pity. However, immediately afterward, Lewis discovered something unusual in the other party's memories. The rat before him, originally named Flora Jacob, was a descendant of the Jacob family from the 4th epoch. During the 4th epoch, the Jacob family controlled the Marauder pathway and supported the establishment of the Tudor Empire. They were one of the 5 great families, second only to the Blood Emperor. Later, when the Blood Emperor fell, their family was also hunted down by the Church of the 7 Gods. Although the family's situation was not what it once was, they were, after all, a top-tier family that had produced angels, so they had actually survived quite well even when facing the Church of the 7 Gods. But there was one problem. The 5 great families of that time were the Abraham family, the Ammon family, the Antigonus family, the Tamara family, and the Jacob family. Among these 5 great families, both the Jacob family and the Ammon family followed the marauder pathway. According to the 3 laws of Beyonder characteristics, these 2 families were in a conflict of paths, absolutely irreconcilable. These families already had dealings with each other. Unlike the 7 churches that attacked from the outside, the Ammon family seized an opportunity to give the Jacob family a fierce backstab. At that time, the entire Jacob family was nearly wiped out directly by the Ammon family. The reason it was so severe was because the marauder pathway they followed possessed the ability to parasitize and steal identities. Once the opponent seized an opportunity to steal the identity of one person in the family, they could easily infiltrate their interior and wipe out everyone else. To avoid such things from continuing to happen, the surviving members of the Jacob family at the time split the original large family into small, unconnected family units. In this way, they did indeed avoid the Ammon family taking the opportunity to wipe them all out at once, but it also limited their opportunities to band together and strengthen themselves. Thus, the once flourishing Jacob family completely declined. Someone like the Flora Jacob before him was the last member of her small Jacob family unit. Judging by this person's memories, because her family had been fleeing and wandering for years, most of their heritage had been lost. Not only were the potion formulas incomplete, but there was not much of the corresponding Beyonder knowledge left either. By Flora Jacob's generation, the only complete potion formula the family had was up to sequence 7, cryptologist. Because of the pursuit by the Orthodox churches, she had actually managed to advance all the way to sequence 5, dream stealer, on her own, relying on half-baked occult knowledge. While watching this part of the memories, Lewis discovered something. The abilities possessed by marauders were all castrated, and it was the core stealing ability that had been castrated. It was only after Flora Jacob dug open the outer layer of the treasure left behind by the Jacob family in the suburbs of Backland and found and consumed the sequence 4 parasite potion that she learned the truth. It turned out that starting from sequence 8, the marauder pathway they were on had its core abilities castrated due to the malicious influence of high-level sequence beyonders. Starting from sequence 9, marauder, they possessed an ability called excellent observation, which allowed them to directly sense valuable items within 10 meters, though they could not distinguish exactly what they were. Normally, by sequence 8, swindler, this ability would be further enhanced. Not only would the sensing range increase, but they would also be able to distinguish the types of valuable items to a certain extent. But due to the castration, this part of the enhancement disappeared, and they could still only vaguely sense valuable items within 10 meters of themselves, just like at sequence 9. Similarly, by sequence 7, cryptologist, this ability should have been further enhanced, with additional observation of subtle clues and traces, but as a result of the castration, these did not exist either. By sequence 6, Prometheus, this situation became even more severe. Normally, they could briefly steal the Beyonder abilities of targets within a 50-meter range for their own use, secretly steal items from others from a distance, or conversely, plant dangerous items into the target's hands. As a result of the castration, the sequence 6 Prometheus only had the first half of the ability remaining. The ability to steal items and hide things in the back was gone. After advancing to sequence 5, Dream Stealer, the original stealing ability would be further enhanced. Not only would the stealing range increase to 80 meters, and the duration of use increase from the 10 minutes of sequence 6 to half an hour, but if they only stole it without using it, they could even forcibly strip this ability from the opponent for a week. As a result, after the castration, the latter part stripping it for a week simply disappeared. However, this was not the most serious part. The core ability that was truly stripped away was the ability called disguise. This ability allowed a dream stealer to disguise themselves as a believer of other deities, bypass defenses, steal responses, create various types of charms, or in battle, through longer incantations or prior arrangements, steal responses to obtain certain enhancements or use certain abilities. All the above abilities were only released again after advancing to sequence 4, Parasite. This was only because their life had partially undergone mythical creature transformation, and their connection with the spirit world had deepened further, so it could no longer be easily concealed as before. In fact, this pattern of castrating abilities earlier and returning them all at once at sequence 4 was also a trap. When advancing from sequence 5 to sequence 4, the partial mythical creature transformation of the life essence was already a threshold that was quite difficult to cross. At this time, the spirit world forcing in a large amount of extra information would naturally make the advancement more prone to failure. Flora Jacob was just such a case. Because the inherited information was incomplete, when she opened the family treasury, she did not know the corresponding trap layout. Not only did she suffer some injuries, but she also activated the seal within. In order to successfully escape, Flora Jacob immediately consumed the Beyonder characteristic on the spot, wanting to use her new abilities to escape from there. The result, however, was that she was struck by a massive amount of spirit world information, nearly causing a mental breakdown. It was from this moment on that she was already on the verge of losing control. At this time, although Flora Jacob's condition was not good, if she had been given time, she could have used the parasite ability to parasitize someone else's body. Over time, she could have completely stabilized her condition and recovered from her injuries. But when she had opened the family treasury earlier, she had made quite a loud noise while activating those traps, which had attracted the attention of MI9 personnel. At that time, because of her mental loss of control, Flora Jacob had subconsciously launched an attack on that MI9 personnel, directly stealing their forbidden ability. That was why the two of them had started fighting. The reason Lewis frowned was that he discovered that his previous assessment of Beyonder combat power, based on the fight between Flora Jacob and that MI9 personnel, had been too one-sided. After reading Flora Jacob's memories, Lewis finally knew what abilities she had actually obtained from the spirit world after advancing to Sequence 4 Parasite. Not only could she steal abilities and items on a large scale, but she could even steal the thoughts of others. It was only because Flora Jacob's condition was truly too poor at the time, and she had completely failed to utilize her newly acquired abilities, otherwise, that MI9 personnel would likely have been taken down in a single exchange. After all, she is a saint transforming towards a mythical creature. By analogy, she should have the strength of a ninja with partial atavistic Otsutsuki bloodline, like someone possessing a Tensigan or Rinnegan. This comparison seems much more normal. Understanding Flora Jacob's situation, Lewis began to struggle with how exactly to deal with her. She had, after all, contributed first-hand research data, giving him a further understanding of saints, the marauder pathway, and Beyonder loss of control. It wouldn't do to just throw her to the divine tree to be devoured. After thinking it over, Lewis decided to create a clone, and have it attempt to partition Flora Jacob's memories and spirit. He prepared to first categorize all of her memories, then extract a portion and seal away another portion. He wanted to see if he could alleviate the mental pressure on her through this method, thereby pulling her back from the edge of losing control. If it succeeded, it would count as experience for Lewis and a reward for obtaining those previous experimental data. As for failure, that could only be attributed to her bad luck. After all, her current state was not much different from death. Si Wei Shen Hai Wu Yin Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique. In a private hunting ground in the western suburbs of Backlund, Audrey was demonstrating the power of the fire release she had learned to Earl Hall, her mother, and her eldest brother. Because Audrey was not proficient in this ninjutsu, she could not control the amount of chakra input when releasing it. She had actually poured almost all the chakra in her body into this ninjutsu all at once. After all this chakra gathered in her throat, Audrey spat a huge fireball from her mouth forward, and then her whole body went limp and she was about to fall backward. It was her eldest brother who was quick-eyed and fast-handed. He stepped forward and supported her, preventing Audrey from actually falling. Although in a real combat situation, releasing ninjutsu without reservation like this was no different from courting death, it had to be said that the effect was truly good. When the fireball first flew out of Audrey's mouth, its diameter was only a few centimeters, but after flying 3 meters away, its diameter expanded to half a meter. When it finally took shape, it was shockingly a huge fireball with a diameter of over 5 meters. The huge fireball flew for about 20 meters before landing on the grass with a boom. One must know that this fire release, Great Fireball Technique, was not just spitting out a ball of fire. The fireball would explode from the inside out upon hitting the target. After the fireball landed, it blasted out a large crater with a diameter of 7 or 8 meters, leaving Earl Hall and the others fascinated. Audrey, what about the other ninjutsu? Do they all have this kind of effect? Facing her father's inquiry, Audrey was a bit coy. Father, besides this fire release, I have only learned one clone technique. I am still learning the others. After catching her breath for a while, Audrey's physical strength had recovered a bit, and she immediately extracted chakra again. As Audrey formed hand seals with her fingers, a puff of smoke rose from the ground. When the smoke dissipated, Earl Hall saw two identical daughters standing before him. However, immediately afterward, Earl Hall observed that one of the Audreys looked somewhat illusory, especially in some parts facing the light, where the reflection looked particularly unnatural. So Earl Hall tentatively reached out his hand, but as soon as he touched the other party, this Audrey, in front of him, shattered directly into a puff of smoke. Having her clone easily seen through by her family, Audrey was a bit frustrated, and puffed out her cheeks slightly. Fortunately, she quickly calmed down and took the initiative to explain to the group. Mine is just the lowest level E-rank clone technique. While it's called a clone, it's actually just an afterimage. It has no physical form and no consciousness, cannot attack, and shatters upon the slightest touch. However, Mr. Six Paths said that although this clone technique is low level, it is the foundation for all other clone techniques with physical forms. Only by mastering it can one learn other clone techniques like shadow clone or lightning clone. The ones created by those clone techniques are true clones. They have their own physical forms and consciousness, can perform simple tasks, or even replicate the abilities of the caster's main body. Chakra is truly amazing. Chapter 45, Mr. A's Gathering for K. This Beyonder potion system is truly amazing. Lewis would replace his clones from time to keep track of their research progress on Flora Jacob in real time. It was also thanks to the Otsutsuki clan, which possessed quite powerful talents in soul manipulation. After a simple study, he discovered that since she was parasitizing a mouse, the mouse's limited brain capacity and meager body energy would significantly slow down Flora Jacob's recovery process. Consequently, the clone waved a hand and directly extracted Flora Jacob's soul from the mouse's body. Without the mouse's body acting as insulation, Flora Jacob's soul began to undergo wormification visibly to the naked eye. Fortunately, Lewis had already accumulated some experience in dealing with Beyonder loss of control, and he immediately placed a barrier around Flora Jacob's soul. The function of this barrier was very simple. It cut off her soul's connection to the spirit world. Sure enough, the moment the barrier rose, the wormification progress of Flora Jacob's soul slowed down immediately. However, it only slowed down, it did not stop completely. Lewis was suspicious of this and immediately placed another barrier. This barrier was different from the previous layer. Lewis borrowed the power of Otsutsuki Shirbai and used a divine technique. Sure enough, after this divine technique barrier rose, the wormification progress of Flora Jacob's soul became slower and slower, until it finally came to a complete halt. As expected, is it the astral world? As Lewis learned more about this world, the material world and the spirit world gradually became no longer mysterious to him, but the astral world still left him somewhat confused. After trying several methods and failing to find the location of the astral world, Lewis had to admit that his exploration of this world still needed improvement. However, being unable to probe the astral world did not mean that Lewis could not influence it. For example, just now, after Lewis confirmed that he had severed Flora Jacob's connection to the spirit world and the material world, and her wormification progress still hadn't stopped, he guessed that the astral world was at play. Therefore, he tried using a divine technique to create an independent space within the divine tree space that had absolutely no connection to the outside world. After verification, this method proved to be feasible, and Flora Jacob's wormification process finally stopped. However, correspondingly, Lewis also made a new discovery. With the isolation of these two layers of barriers, most of Flora Jacob's original Beyonder abilities became unusable. Sure enough, the essence of these powers does not belong to these Beyonders themselves. They merely obtained the authorization to use this power from the three realms. Once the channel between them and the source of their abilities is cut off, even if they still hold that authorization in their hands, they still cannot do anything. With further investigation, Lewis discovered that his previous conclusion had been a bit too hasty. It should be said that those who can become high-sequence beyonders are not mediocre. In the process of using those abilities over the years, they had actually mastered some superficial knowledge. Take Flora Jacob before him, for example. Even if her connection to the three realms was severed, she could still forcibly use some of her original abilities by consuming a large amount of spirituality. However, both in terms of power and proficiency, it was far from comparable to before. As for why Flora Jacob lost so many abilities, it was entirely because she had just become a Sequence 4, and was not yet proficient in the application of the corresponding abilities. If she were given a few years to explore, she should be able to imitate and use one or two of them. This discovery was also very important to Lewis, but it was not the focus at this stage. In this completely enclosed space, Lewis began to perform surgery on Flora Jacob's soul. Or perhaps death by 1,000 cuts would be more appropriate. This was because Flora Jacob's originally unified soul had now been dismantled into tens of thousands of fragments in Lewis's hands. There was no help for it. Lewis didn't actually know which part of the knowledge was causing the most severe corruption to Flora Jacob, so he could only try to separate her soul as much as possible, and then inject those pieces of knowledge into the fragments one by one. After separating these memories and knowledge, Lewis began to try unsealing the outer barriers, allowing the powers of the spirit world and the astral world to enter in batches. He observed what kind of changes would occur in these soul fragments that carried different memories and knowledge. Fortunately, Lewis had been prepared and had acted in advance to block all of Flora Jacob's senses, and he did not let her record any subsequent memories. Otherwise, it would be hard to say whether the mental damage caused by Lewis's experiments was greater, or if the damage caused by letting her be under loss of control run wild was worse. To avoid causing additional harm to Flora Jacob, even though Lewis had the ability to act directly on the soul, he still busied himself for a long time. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it was Thursday night. Previously, after Audrey and Viscount Glaint told Furs Wall their plan to rescue Xioderi Cha, they let her make the choice herself. Furs Wall still wanted to argue, saying that what she had provided for the two was the key to stepping into the Beyonder world, and its value could not be measured by merely finding a lawyer and a doctor. But after knowing in advance from Audrey that he could definitely become a Beyonder if he was willing, Viscount Glaint's attitude was very firm. He also stated that it was impossible for nobles like them not to have relevant heritage. What he actually wanted was just a new Beyonder gathering. In the end, Furs Wall had no choice but to compromise, stating that she chose the latter option, and was willing to accept the conditions. Having negotiated the terms, Viscount Glaint prepared to tell Audrey this news, and have a detailed discussion with her about becoming a Beyonder. But to Viscount Glaint's surprise, what he saw after arriving at the door was not Audrey but Earl Hall. That's right, because Audrey was afraid that she wouldn't be able to grasp the degree of involvement, she simply told Earl Hall about this matter. After considering it, Earl Hall felt that finding another close ally in the Beyonder field for their family was not a bad thing. He simply took this matter upon himself and decided to negotiate with Viscount Glaint in person. Just like that, Viscount Glaint became a temporary member of the Akatsuki organization, and would be able to officially join after passing the assessment. With Viscount Glaint's matter settled, the next step was to rescue Xioderi Cha. After learning the details, Earl Hall fell into deep thought. Unlike Viscount Glaint and Audrey, Earl Hall, as a powerful member of the kingdom's parliament, was not afraid of offending any high-ranking police officials. What he was really thinking about was whether to take advantage of this opportunity to use that so-called const to verify the effects of those healing charms. One must know that this was Backland, the true center of the kingdom, and anything that happened here would actually be seen by others. Especially since this matter involved high-ranking police officials, it would naturally attract the attention of interested parties. By then, the fact that someone who was originally lying in bed waiting to die could jump around and go to the police station to close the case the next day would naturally enter the line of sight of those interested parties. What Earl Hall was thinking about was whether his family should take this opportunity to reveal a portion of the power they possessed. After confirming that the one standing behind him was Lewis, this god on earth, Earl Hall was truly fearless. It was only because he was worried that his rash actions might displease Lewis, otherwise, Earl Hall would have really loved to make this news public. It was just because he knew what kind of people these upper-class individuals, who were the same as him, actually were behind the scenes. Faced with possible threats, those people might resist or be wary, but when there was profit to be made, these people would immediately change into another face. So, was Lewis's appearance beneficial to these people? That was truly too beneficial. A possible newborn god, or at the very least a top-tier demigod, the kind of turmoil they could bring to the kingdom, and even the entire continent, could be completely foreseen. Not to mention anything else, just the intense turmoil it would cause was enough for those upper-class figures to pursue it. One must know that they had now reached the peak of power they could attain, and if they wanted to ascend further, they could only wait for those above them to vacate their positions. However, they couldn't enjoy all the benefits. Those existences already at the very top would naturally take action to suppress it, such as the royal family or the Orthodox churches. It was precisely because of this that Earl Hall hesitated. He did not know if he could consolidate enough power and influence within a short time, after making it public, to resist the suppression from the very top. However, immediately afterwards, he turned his attention to the series of charms, such as the animation charm. Perhaps I don't have to be so aggressive, and can simply disguise it as having obtained the ability to heal others. After all, even for the royal family, they only possess the power of a demigod within the family, and most of the others are just ordinary people. So at this time, I imagine no one would refuse this kind of healing ability that has almost no side effects. The only problem now is how much strength to reveal by taking this opportunity to dispel external prying eyes. It's a pity. If Audrey had already learned medical ninjutsu, I wouldn't have to struggle with this. Although he was still struggling with this, Earl Hall ultimately decided to give it a try, and let Audrey bring the animation charm to treat Const. The reason for this choice was that Lewis was very accommodating. He had taken the originally paper-like animation charm, and following the appearance of charms in this world, crafted it into a bright silver square charm. Now, when Earl Hall took it out for others to use in the future, he could make an excuse, and say it was purchased from a beyonder who was skilled in making charms. As for why it was used on Const, it was to verify the specific effects of these charms and so on. Of course, how many people would believe this superficial excuse, and to what extent, was hard to say. However, with this plausible excuse on the surface, and relying on the current power of Earl Hall's family, others would not be able to take action against them openly. As for underhanded methods, Earl Hall might have been afraid before, but ever since he saw the ninjutsu released by Audrey, he had set his mind at ease. One must know that recently, in order to extract chakra as soon as possible, Earl Hall had even shortened the time he spent handling government affairs. There was no help for it. Who told his wife, Countess Hall, to have already taken a step ahead of him and successfully extracted chakra. Watching his spouse become a beyonder overnight, Earl Hall didn't say anything, but he was anxious inside. Especially when Countess Hall successfully extracted chakra, and felt the vitality stimulated in her body by this power, Earl Hall had almost screamed for help in the bedroom that night. It was only because Countess Hall knew the limits, otherwise, the headline the next morning would surely have been changed to news of Earl Hall dying miserably in bed. Earl Hall had originally thought that after this ordeal, his wife would be able to settle down for a few days. But this was actually just the beginning. After Countess Hall extracted chakra and practiced with Audrey for a few days, she exchanged for a chakra fruit from the Akatsuki organization. Facing the look his wife gave him, Earl Hall, because of heavy government affairs that day, didn't even return home, and slept directly at the city hall. In order to restore his prestige as the head of the family, Earl Hall had recently tried his best to eliminate unnecessary social interactions and focused entirely on cultivation. It was just that Earl Hall might be older, and his talent was a bit lacking. After so many days, even though Const had almost recovered and gone to the police station to close the case, he still hadn't been able to extract chakra. After the case was closed, Furs Wall and Zio Dericha came to find Audrey and Viscount Glaint this evening to take them to participate in the Beyonder gathering they knew about. The four of them dressed up, concealed their faces and features that might be exposed, and then took a carriage without any identification marks, winding their way to the outside of an ordinary residential house. After getting off the carriage, Furswall walked in front and gently knocked on the door with a secret code of 3 long and 2 short knocks. The group waited for a few minutes, and the wooden door creaked open from the inside. Through the open door, one could see that there were already quite a few people gathered in the living room behind it. Clearly, these people were also here to attend the Beyonder gathering. After Furswall led the 2 of them inside, she took the initiative to introduce them. That is Mr. A powerful Beyonder and the convener of this secret gathering. The 2 looked in the direction Furswall pointed, only to see a person whose entire body was covered in a black cloak. He was sitting alone on a single sofa, clearly just looking straight ahead at everyone present in silence. But Audrey felt that this person had a sense of looking down from a position of superiority. When Audrey and the others looked towards Mr. A, the other party also looked over at the same time. Almost in an instant, Audrey felt as if she had been targeted by a venomous snake. Uncomfortably, she moved her shoulders, and Audrey whispered to ask Furswall and Xiao-Deri-Cha. "What sequence is this, Mr.? I feel like he is very strong." It was Xiao-Deri-Cha who answered Audrey, her tone very serious and solemn. "We don't know the specific sequence, we only know that there have been sequence 8 or even sequence 7 Beyonders who intended to make a move against Mr. A in the past. As for the result, Mr. A is still sitting here, while those who had ill intentions have never appeared again." Chapter 46, Mist of Stagnation. For K, Audrey and Viscount Glaint actually had absolutely no concept of just how strong a sequence 8 or sequence 7 was. However, listening to the undisguised admiration in Xiao-Deri-Cha's tone, the 2 could still understand that this Mr. A must be truly quite powerful. Even if this Mr. A is powerful, he couldn't possibly compare to Mr. Six Paths. No, judging by the situation at this gathering, he shouldn't be able to compare to Mr. Fool either. According to what Mr. Six Paths said, Mr. Fool should be a hidden saint, so Mr. A should at most be no higher than sequence 5, right? After they entered the living room, they noticed a blackboard placed on each side. Seeing their gazes, Furswall began to introduce them. "These are the needs of the gathering members. Sometimes, if you don't want others to know what you want to buy or sell, you can write it on a piece of paper and hand it to the staff here. They will help you write it on the blackboard anonymously, which can, to a certain extent, isolate any potential prying eyes." Audrey looked at the blackboard and found that there were requests for materials, people selling materials, and quite a few people directly seeking potion formulas. After looking at the items and prices on these blackboards, Audrey had only one thought: these things were too cheap. Although she had similar thoughts when reviewing the exchange list for the Akatsuki organization compiled by Lewis. But at that time, she thought this was a benefit Lewis provided for internal members, and even thought that Lewis was truly kind and generous. Looking at it now, it seems she had previously imagined the value of Beyonder-related items to be too high. The prices of these items were nothing more than this. During their conversation, Audrey noticed that Mr. A would glance at her from time to time. After acquiring chakra, her senses were much better than before, so she was very sensitive to such gazes. At this moment, Mr. A's attendant came to the 4 of them and spoke in a low voice, trying to disturb others as little as possible. "You can write your needs on paper and hand them to me, or during the upcoming break, you can go to the small room over there and write the items you wish to sell on the blackboard." Audrey cast her gaze toward Viscount Glaint, signaling him to proceed according to plan. Previously, when having Glaint join the Akatsuki organization, she had informed him that he needed to undergo an assessment. After learning the details of this Beyonder gathering hosted by Mr. A from Xiao-Deri-Cha and the other, Lewis decided to make this his assessment task. He was to collect as much information from within the gathering as possible. After passing the assessment, he would serve as an Akatsuki organization member, lurking here long-term to obtain information and materials for the organization. Therefore, after Glaint took the note from the attendant, he began to write on it. Need telepathist potion formula, selling apprentice and trickmaster potion formulas. Specific prices can be discussed in detail. As the assessor for Glaint's current task, Audrey had already told him in advance about some of the items the Akatsuki organization could sell externally. Of course, because he had not yet joined the organization, the only thing he actually knew was its name. But even so, the potion names Audrey had previously told Glaint reached as high as sequence 5. However, after observing most of the transactions here, Glaint judged that the sequence levels of the vast majority of people here were not high, and sequence 9 and sequence 8 items should be the common transaction levels here. While transcribing the content of the note onto the blackboard, the attendant would also read the content aloud 3 times. If anyone was interested, they could apply for a trade. But after waiting for a while, no one stood up, so Glaint took the initiative to contact the attendant and selected a few items from the blackboard to trade. In order not to be too conspicuous, Glaint only purchased 2 portions of potion materials, in addition to 2 sequence 9 potion formulas, Lawyer and Hunter. Glaint's act of purchasing sequence 9 formulas caught Mr. A's attention. After staring at him for a while, he ultimately made no move. The items Glaint purchased this time totaled less than 600 gold pounds. This was already him deliberately holding back to avoid attracting attention. But in reality, such actions still attracted the attention of others. It was mainly because Glaint was joining the gathering for the first time, and since he was purchasing sequence 9 potion formulas, it inevitably gave others the impression that he was a wealthy ordinary person. Although they were a group of 4, 2 of them had been seen before, and could be considered veterans of this gathering. This could only lead them to believe that Glaint and his group had spent money to ask Zyodericha to introduce them. Some of the items on the blackboard had been posted more than once, so everyone present knew in their hearts that the 4 items that had suddenly been purchased were clearly the work of this newcomer. After another period of time, the free trading time ended, and it entered the exchange session. Most people remained silent, with only a few people speaking to converse or ask questions. Just like that, after about half an hour, Mr. A's gathering ended, and everyone left in batches under the arrangement of the attendants. Among them, Zyodericha and Furs Wall were in one group, while Audrey and Glaint were in another. The 2 left through the back door of the house under the guidance of the attendant. The carriage that had brought the 4 of them earlier was still waiting nearby. Just as the 2 identified the direction, and were preparing to board the carriage to leave, Audrey suddenly felt a malicious gaze, which made the hair on her entire body stand on end. Sensing that something was wrong with Audrey's state, Glaint also looked serious. He was an ordinary person himself and did not know what had happened, but he could guess that something must have gone wrong. Therefore Glaint reached into his coat, and pulled out the pistol he had prepared long ago from his armpit holster. He was not a naive person. After knowing that he would be facing a group of outlaws upon arriving here, he had made preparations early on. Not only did he carry a gun, but the carriage driver waiting there was also equipped with firearms. Once he opened fire, the people in the carriage would come to support him immediately. By then, even if he couldn't defeat a Beyonder, he thought he would be able to buy himself some time to escape. As long as he could escape a certain distance outward, there was a second group of people he had arranged outside. In order not to attract the attention of those Beyonders, Glaint did not let these people get close, but he was a viscount after all. How could he easily risk himself? Necessary protection was still needed. The person observing in the dark from a distance was also surprised after seeing the 2's actions. He had originally observed and discovered that the 2 should be ordinary people, or at least had no experience in fighting others. Dealing with such people, he considered it a sure win. But he didn't expect that just as he revealed his malice, the other side would actually notice it and take corresponding measures. Dealing with the same people, being prepared or unprepared are 2 different levels of difficulty. Especially since this was close to Mr. A's gathering place, he did not want to make a scene. After all, he was still very wary of Mr. A's power. In fact, there were far more people than just him lingering in the vicinity to observe. It was just that the rest of the people had no intention of making a move, at least not now. They were prepared to observe the development of the situation, let those who couldn't hold their breath make the first move, and then decide how to proceed based on the situation. In fact, Mr. A, who was hosting the gathering, knew exactly what these people were thinking, but he was not prepared to stop them. Instead, he stood in front of the window on the second floor, looking far away at where everyone was. One must know that in this world, the existence of beyonders is strictly prohibited on the surface, and all extraordinary powers are controlled by the authorities. Under these circumstances, these people were still able to break through layers of obstacles to become beyonders. It is conceivable what kind of people they were. Even the authorities couldn't control them, so Mr. A naturally couldn't either. Therefore, as long as these people did not make a move at his gathering or around his house, he would pretend not to see it, and this was originally an unspoken rule that everyone knew. In fact, not only Audrey and her group, but almost 80% of the members in the gathering now had gone through similar experiences when they first joined. Even he, the host, had once been targeted by a few blind guys, and they had all paid the corresponding price for their actions. Audrey and Glaint walked toward the carriage while remaining vigilant of their surroundings. During this process, Furs Wall and Xiaoderi Cha, who had left from another direction, were moving toward Audrey and her group's position. These two were veterans of the gathering and naturally knew what consequences Glaint's actions would bring here. In fact, from a certain perspective, this could be considered something the two had done deliberately. In their view, the two had already purchased 2 potion formulas this time. Although they had not yet purchased the corresponding potions, that could be done through other channels. By letting Audrey and the other experience the dangers of the path of beyonders, they thought that those of noble birth would give up and go back to living their noble lives in peace. Afterward, Furs Wall and Xiaoderi Cha would save the two to completely repay the full cost of rescuing Xiaoderi Cha from prison earlier. From then on, they would owe each other nothing and have no further interaction. But before the two could arrive, they heard several gunshots from afar, followed immediately by flames shooting into the sky in the distance, and several loud explosions following closely behind. Just as Audrey and Glaint walked out of the street where Mr. A's Beyonder gathering was held, a plume of black smoke sprayed out from the shadows on the side in front of them. This change came too abruptly, and the alley they were in was very narrow, leaving them no place to dodge. The moment she was enveloped by this black smoke, Audrey sensed something was wrong. She only felt that her limbs were heavy, and her thinking had become slow. The short sword originally held in Audrey's hand was now rapidly enlarging. This was Audrey's subconscious reaction after encountering danger, wanting to turn her bracelet into a huge wooden shield to protect herself. But before the bracelet could fully enlarge, the assassin hidden in the dark had already rushed to the front of the two, heading through the black smoke. Audrey only felt her arm sink. Her small round shield, which had just enlarged to the size of a basin, was slashed by the opponent's blade. Originally, upon seeing the wooden shield in Audrey's hand rapidly enlarging, the assassin felt something was wrong and suspected that it was a Beyonder item. But after all, it looked like a wooden item, and the assassin felt that his reinforced, formidable body, combined with the scimitar in his hand, should be able to break through this wooden shield with full force. But to his surprise, not only was the wooden shield not cleaved open, but even the person holding the shield had actually withstood his full force strike. In fact, Audrey was not having a good time either. The opponent's previous slash was powerful and heavy, and it also carried the kinetic energy from his sprint. Although Audrey had withstood the opponent's attack thanks to the massive physical enhancement brought by chakra, she now only felt her arm in sharp pain, and even movement was restricted as a result. In fact, it was not just her arm. Although the wooden shield blocked all of the opponent's attacks, everything was converted into impact, which not only injured Audrey's arm, but also incidentally struck her chest. This impact left her unable to even cry out in pain, and she almost fainted from being winded. As for why she felt her arm in sharp pain, that was also quite normal. After all, the wooden shield formed from the divine tree did not have any cushioning effect, directly causing her forearm to fracture. However, the surging adrenaline at this moment allowed Audrey to mask these pains for a short time, and her mind was filled only with the fact that she had been attacked. The moment the black smoke enveloped them, Glaint wanted to shoot, but as an ordinary person with absolutely no enhancement, he was affected even more by the black smoke. His thinking was almost instantly stagnated, until a muffled sound came from beside him, which woke him from the state of his brain being completely blank. He fired several shots at the creature shrouded in black smoke before him, which could only be vaguely seen as a human figure. In Glaine's consciousness, he was firing continuously, but under the influence of the black smoke, there was at least a 1-second interval between each shot. But even so, at such a close distance, and in a relatively enclosed place like an alley, the difficulty of dodging bullets was quite high. When the assassin originally slashed at Audrey, he thought he would cleave both the person and the shield in one stroke, but he didn't expect to be directly blocked by Audrey with the wooden shield. The action of force is mutual. Audrey suffered a fractured arm, and 2 of her ribs were also directly broken by the impact. The assassin naturally did not have a good time either. He only felt a huge force rebounding along the scimitar, and the tip of the blade flicked backward, almost directly injuring his own face. That was not all. His arms were numb, and his wrists were almost numb to the point of feeling nothing. It was impossible to swing the blade to slash again in the short term. Just at this moment, a bullet shot from the side, directly piercing his left chest and flying out from his left acromion position. The assassin had the heart to slay Glaint with one blade, but his arms were powerless, and coupled with this sudden gunshot wound, he really couldn't continue to attack, and had to helplessly dodge, temporarily retreating backward. Chapter 47 Summoning Animal. For K, the assassin's plan was to retreat temporarily and rely on his physique, which far exceeded that of an ordinary person, to recover the use of his hands in no time. By then, even if the opponent had a gun, with his fog of sluggishness, he would surely be the one to emerge victorious. However, what he did not expect was that this retreat would completely seal his fate. Audrey did not know how many people were attacking her. She only knew that the black smoke in front of her was severely affecting her thoughts and movements. The only ninjutsu she knew now were 2, the basic clone technique and the fire release, great fireball technique. In this situation, she didn't even need to think about which jutsu to use. The massive fireball released by the fire release, great fireball technique, would not only attack the enemy but also clear away the black mist before her. Snake, ram, monkey, boar, horse, tiger, fire release, great fireball technique. In the assassin's astonished gaze, the small flame spat out from Audrey's mouth grew larger and larger, not only dispersing the black smoke, but also completely filling the entire alleyway. The fireball exploded directly in the alley, not only shattering the brick walls on both sides but also leaving the ground covered in flames. Watching the flames rising into the sky, Mr. A, standing at the second-floor window, was quite surprised. Is this a fire mage? In fact, this development not only surprised Mr. A, but also the onlookers who were watching the battle. Looking at the raging flames, they subconsciously felt relieved for their choice, grateful that they had been cautious, and had not gone up to test the skills of those 2 newcomers. As for Audrey, she did not know what those people outside were thinking. Fearing that the opponent might not be dead, she immediately pulled out an explosive tag and threw it at him. Following Count Hall's request last time, Lewis had learned that the charms in this world were generally not made of paper. Consequently, he had kept up with the times and crafted all charms, including explosive tags, into the style of badges. The explosive tag thrown by Audrey at this moment, according to the naming conventions of this world, should actually be called an explosive charm. It was hexagonal in shape, slightly larger than a gold coin, and was quite convenient to use as a shuriken. At this moment, this explosive charm was activated by Audrey using chakra and sent flying. The assassin had relied on his fast legs to avoid being hit directly by the fireball, but he still could not escape the subsequent explosion. The scimitar in his hand snapped right at the hilt, and the blade had flown off to who knows where. Crawling up from the ground, the black clothes he originally wore had turned into rags. At the same time, due to internal organ damage, he could only taste the metallic tang of blood in his mouth and nose. Because Audrey had never practiced throwing hidden weapons, the explosive charm she threw did not actually land on the assassin but flew over him, and landed behind him. But it didn't matter, the explosive charm itself caused area damage. After it exploded, the assassin, who had been completely caught off guard, was severely injured and sent flying toward Audrey and her companion by the shockwave. Seeing the assassin flying toward them, Glailant's first reaction was that the enemy was going to continue the attack, so he immediately fired all the remaining bullets in his gun. Cough, cough, ugh. As the assassin in front of her died, Audrey felt a wave of discomfort throughout her body. Her chest hurt, her arm hurt, and she felt nauseous and dizzy inside. This nausea and urge to vomit were not due to any discomfort from killing someone, but simply the aftereffects of her adrenaline spike earlier. Glaylant, however, could not worry about Audrey at the moment. He quickly reloaded, preparing to put a few more shots into the person on the ground. But before he could fire, he noticed that the blood flowing out from the person on the ground was no longer red, but mixed with black and blue. Before long, this black and blue blood pooled together, eventually forming a dark black heart leaking blue blood. Glaylant instinctively raised his gun to shoot the heart, but he was stopped by Audrey beside him. Wait, that is the Beyonder characteristic. Do not touch it directly, let me handle it. Audrey used a makeup case she carried with her to store the heart. During the process, she did not forget what Lewis had told her before, to use spiritual power or chakra to isolate it, and not let these Beyonder characteristics come into direct contact with other items. After Audrey finished dealing with the heart on the ground, Glaylant helped her walk toward the carriage. They ran straight into the carriage driver, who was approaching after hearing the gunshots. With the support of the two, Audrey returned to the carriage. Glaylant immediately ordered the coachman, "Quick, get out of here." Audrey began to treat her injuries in the carriage. Since there were other people present, she couldn't pull open her clothes to examine them. Fortunately, chakra itself was a means of sensing, which allowed her to know that she had fractured her ribs and radius. Although Audrey did not know medical ninjutsu, chakra itself was a cure-all, and had some healing capabilities, though compared to true medical ninjutsu, the effect was far inferior. But no matter how poor the healing effect was, it was still faster than recovering without any treatment. Most importantly, Audrey could use chakra to stabilize her broken bones, thereby avoiding secondary injury. As for the activation charm, it was not true mystical palm technique after all. It could only repair superficial injuries, and was helpless against the internal injuries Audrey had sustained. Unless Audrey was willing to be ruthless and cut open the surface of her arm and chest cavity to expose the broken bones inside. In that case, she could use the activation charm to treat them. In fact, if Audrey were truly willing, while this method of treatment looked bloody, it would be genuinely fast to recover, at least much faster than relying on her own chakra for healing. Previously, because her safety was threatened, Audrey had no mind to think about so much, but now that she had calmed down, she felt a lingering fear. Before this, whether from the hangman or others, she had understood the cruelty of the path of a Beyonder, but that understanding had been limited. Only at this moment did she truly and vividly feel what this path was like. It was completely different from what she had initially imagined. It wasn't romantic at all. Audrey, is this the kind of life you really want? At this moment, her heart was filled with confusion, and she didn't know if everything she had worked so hard to achieve was really worth it. But she also knew that there was no turning back. Not only because she was already a Beyonder, but also because she now had the entire family behind her. Having already pledged the entire family to Mr. Six Paths, they had no possibility of retreating, and could only continue walking this path. Because of this, Audrey inevitably felt guilty toward her family, feeling that it was because of her that they were also forced into this path full of cruelty and bloodshed. Of course, what Audrey did not know was that her father, Count Hall, was eager to walk this path. After a period of melancholy, Audrey began to review her recent battle. That black smoke blocked my vision as soon as it appeared, making my Sharingan useless. Of course, I didn't react in time to use the Sharingan either. Otherwise, I only needed to make eye contact with him, and this battle could have ended immediately. Besides the Sharingan, there was also a problem with how I cast the fire release, great fireball technique. I should have aimed higher so it would hit the opponent directly, instead of hitting the ground first, and relying on the subsequent explosion to injure him. As for the explosive charm, the problem was even bigger. It seems I need to find a shuriken master later, and learn from him how to throw shuriken. While Audrey closed her eyes in contemplation, Glaylant in the carriage looked at her with a different kind of gaze. Although he already knew that Audrey had become a Beyonder, he had not expected that she could spit out such a huge fireball in one breath. Although Glayland's original intention for wanting to become a Beyonder was to gain a healthier body and a longer lifespan, so that he could better enjoy his noble life. But after seeing the power Audrey displayed so casually, he was tempted again. He felt that as a powerful noble, wanting it all was the most normal thing in the world. It can only be said that power and strength are truly the best rejuvenation medicine for men. Ever since Glayland inherited his family title and obtained wealth that he couldn't spend in several lifetimes, he had actually been lacking fighting spirit. After all, he felt that he already had everything and lacked nothing, and there was no need to strive for anything in the rest of his life, he just needed to enjoy it. But now, after seeing the power Audrey possessed, he felt he had realized something. His pursuit in life would be to climb as far as possible on the path of the extraordinary. However, immediately after, Glayland began to worry. After all, the gathering tonight was, to put it plainly, his assessment task. It was testing whether he had the ability to lurk in this gathering for a long time, and obtain intelligence and supplies for the Akatsuki organization. But this was only his first day, and he was already intercepted and killed by someone in the gathering. If not for Audrey, he would have died here today. After witnessing the power of a Beyonder, how could he be willing to go back to being an ordinary person? Thinking of this, Glayland reached out and pressed his chest pocket, where he kept the 2 potion formulas he had previously purchased from Mr. If he failed this assessment, these 2 formulas would be his foundation for entering the circle of the extraordinary in the future. However, if possible, he still wanted to join the Akatsuki organization. Not to mention that as a high-ranking member, he understood deeply how much influence having the support of an organization had. He knew Audrey, she hadn't been a Beyonder for long, yet looking at the previous battle, even though the opponent had the advantage of a surprise attack, she was still able to turn defeat into victory. As for whether she was injured because of this, Glayland didn't really care. When treating Const before, he had seen with his own eyes how Audrey made a semi-paralyzed person stand up from the bed. Conversely, those scattered Beyonders without an organization behind them might have stronger individual strength and sharper combat awareness, but in terms of functionality, they absolutely could not compare to having the backing of an entire organization. What's more, even from the perspective of strength, Audrey was not necessarily weaker than those scattered Beyonders. The 2 soon parted ways, and Lewis also received the mission briefing sent by Audrey. After learning that Audrey had been injured during the mission, Lewis opened a space rift for her to enter. When Audrey arrived at the Divine Tree space, she saw Lewis posting a newly written member benefit notice on the display board in the library. All members of Genin rank and above who are injured while performing missions may choose to receive free treatment provided by the organization. Members injured during non-mission periods can also enjoy half-price benefits. This matter could be promoted. It could also be considered a byproduct of Lewis's research on that parasite saint during this period. By helping this saint recover, Lewis had gained a deeper understanding of the soul. Saying understanding might not be accurate, it should be said to be mastery. Although Lewis had obtained this knowledge from Otsutsuki Shirbai, he only knew it, but had not really operated it himself. It was like learning a knowledge point from a book, but when actually solving a problem, one would find it to be a completely different matter. Lewis was in a similar situation. Because of Otsutsuki Shirbai, he had directly learned all ninjutsu and divine arts. In fact, this kind of knowing was not simply like learning a knowledge point from a book, it was more like he had repeated it thousands of times, and it had skillfully merged into his soul. But seeming was just seeming before actually performing it once, the 2 feelings were completely different. Now, Lewis was taking advantage of this rare opportunity to regain mastery over soul manipulation. Thus, in this Divine Tree space, in addition to those Beyonder rabbits, there was now a group of ninja rabbits. Each of these ninja rabbits had a decent amount of chakra in its body. That was not all. The key was that Lewis had directly branded knowledge about chakra extraction and some ninjutsu into their souls. With this group of rabbits to practice on, if the members of the Akatsuki organization were willing, Lewis could allow people to learn ninjutsu with one click in the future. After being implanted with different ninjutsu, these ninja rabbits naturally divided into 3 groups. The first group of rabbits wore white coats, nurse caps, an armband with the Akatsuki character engraved on it, and a small cloth bag with a red cross embroidered on it slung across their waists. They had all been implanted with medical ninjutsu and related knowledge by Lewis, and could completely replace a mature medical ninja. The second group of rabbits wore postman caps with a badge engraved with the Akatsuki character in the middle, small green vests, and a small brown leather bag on their sides. The main role of these rabbits was communication and delivering supplies, so they were best at the summoning technique and reverse summoning technique, in addition to other small ninjutsu that facilitated movement. As for the last wave of rabbits, they were dressed in all sorts of ways. Some wore headbands, some wore vests, some held calligraphy brushes, and some carried huge carrots on their backs. These rabbits were good at everything, some specialized in assassination, head-on combat, side skirmishing, sensing, or sealing. In short, they were skilled in battle. Lewis planned to have all members of Jonin rank and above sign a contract with a ninja rabbit in the future. In this way, whether it was allowing members to come to this divine tree space or exchanging supplies for members in the future, it would only require these ninja rabbits, and he would no longer need to do it himself. Chapter 48, The Ninja Rabbit Clan. 4K, seeing Audrey arrive, Lewis nodded habitually and gestured for her to sit over there. Lewis snapped his fingers, and a small rabbit dressed as a nurse appeared directly beside him. Go help Audrey treat the injuries on her body. No problem, boss. Lewis felt helpless regarding the way this group of rabbits addressed him. I have said it before, do not call me boss, it makes me sound like some kind of gangster thug. Okay, boss. The little rabbit did not stay by Lewis's side at all and hopped right over to Audrey. Hello, I am Mao-E, a ninja rabbit specialized in healing. Let me see where you are injured. Looking at the cute little rabbit in front of her, Audrey's eyes lit up. Hello Mao-E, I am Audrey Hall. Seeing that Audrey was preparing to bow to it, Mao-E immediately stepped forward to stop her. Hey, stop moving around. You really are a troublesome patient. Let me see what injuries you have sustained first. We cannot let your condition worsen because of this. Listening to this cute rabbit, which was actually shorter than her forearm, speak words of concern in a tone of disdain, Audrey found it amusing. If this were at the Hall family mansion, she would certainly have tried to communicate with it, but this was the Divine Tree Space, a place she considered the kingdom of God. Plus, with Lewis sitting not far away, Audrey did nothing and obediently let the little rabbit examine her. 2 fractures for hairline fractures, multiple muscle tears, and large areas of bruising. Very well, none of these are major issues, so I will begin the treatment. The little rabbit talked to itself, and before Audrey could react, it reached out its soft, fleshy paw and pressed it directly onto her injured arm. Just as Audrey was about to cry out in pain, she felt a numbness in her arm, followed by an itching sensation inside, as if a group of tiny insects were crawling around. You do not need to worry. I am using the palm sage technique, which will help you heal completely very soon. The principle of this technique is, simply put, using chakra to stimulate the cells in your body. It either makes them grow rapidly or makes them devour and eliminate foreign viruses and bacteria. In short, it is a technique that strengthens the body's original vitality to achieve healing. Therefore, while this technique heals, it also consumes your body's energy. However, your injuries are very light, so it will not consume too much. At most, you will feel a little hungry afterward. The little rabbit adjusted the chakra output from its paws while assessing the injuries, all while talking to Audrey to distract the patient. The entire treatment process took only 5 or 6 minutes, and then the rabbit wiped sweat that did not actually exist from its forehead. All right, you are completely healed. Be more careful in the future and try not to get injured again. Seeing the rabbit preparing to leave, Audrey hurriedly stood up to express her gratitude. Lewis did not stop her, or rather, this was exactly what he wanted to see. Getting to know each other more and fostering a relationship is a good thing. After all, Maui is the best at medical care among the Ninja Rabbit clan, and you will inevitably need it to help you with treatment in the future. Having said that, Lewis began to ask Audrey about the situation at Mr. A's gathering today. Is that so? I understand. Although this mission had its twists and turns, you at least returned in one piece, and managed to purchase 2 potion formulas and 2 sets of potion materials, so I will barely consider it a pass. As for the potion formulas and materials, hand them over to the ninja rabbits later, they will store them in the warehouse. Also in the future, whether you want to exchange for items from the warehouse or hand over items, you can do so through the ninja rabbits. They will keep records, and I have given them this authority. As for the expenses for purchasing supplies, the ninja rabbits will confirm and evaluate them later, and they will be reimbursed once there are no issues. As the two spoke, Audrey took out that makeup box from the side pocket of her clothes. 6 paths, this is the Beyonder characteristic that precipitated after the person who attacked us died. Seeing her hand over the spoils, Lewis originally wanted to say that this was their loot, and they could handle it themselves. But he suddenly realized that this was the perfect opportunity to teach her the summoning technique. So Lewis opened the makeup box directly and took out the black heart. It is a Beyonder characteristic of a sequence. Very well, according to the rules of the Akatsuki organization, I will not take your things for free. You just saw Maui, it is a medical ninja rabbit. Besides that, there are combat ninja rabbits, messenger ninja rabbits, sensory ninja rabbits, and so on. If such a group of ninja rabbits who know ninjutsu were your partners, I think it would be of great help to you, wouldn't it? Ah, really? Can I be partners with Maui and the others? Lewis reached out and grabbed a scroll from the distant library. Come, sign your name here first, then prick your finger and press a blood thumbprint. Good, with this, you have signed a contract with the entire Ninja Rabbit clan. And this is the summoning technique. You can learn it here later. It mainly records the summoning technique and the reverse summoning technique. Once you have learned the techniques recorded within, you will be able to summon the Ninja Rabbit clan from here to help you in battle or with other matters. Moreover, if you want to come here, you can also have the ninja rabbits use the reverse summoning technique in the future, so you can come over. Additionally, you will not be the only one signing this scroll in the future. This actually has both pros and cons. The good side is that you can quickly transmit messages and supplies through the summoning between ninja rabbits and even quickly reach each other's side. As for the bad side, the ninja rabbits here are each unique. If you summon one, others cannot summon it. They have to choose a different one. Of course, there are many factors that influence which specific summoning they choose to respond to. On one hand, it is the amount of chakra you use when performing the summoning technique. On the other hand, it is the relationship you have with these ninja rabbits. The better the relationship, the more likely they are to respond to you. Alright, I will not teach you the specifics of how to use this summoning technique. You can go find the ninja rabbits over there. They all know this technique, and you can ask them. Thank you, Mr. Six Paths, I will definitely get along well with the ninja rabbits in the future. Wait a moment, there is one more thing. Saying this, Lewis grabbed a small scroll from the library and tossed it directly to Audrey. I just checked the Beyonder characteristic you handed over and found that there is one sequence 8 and one sequence 9. Since that is the case, I will give this sealing scroll to you. How to use it is in the library. It is very simple, just go and learn it yourself. I have tested it before. These Beyonder characteristics can also be stored using a sealing scroll, so you do not have to do what you did just now, having to temporarily maintain it in the makeup box with chakra. Audrey took the sealing scroll and felt that the size was just right. The length was only slightly wider than her palm, so it would not be conspicuous whether she kept it on her person or hid it somewhere. Furthermore, besides Beyonder items, other items could also be stored, and the internal storage space was not small. She could completely seal some of her more important items inside and carry them with her. After placing the sealing scroll close to her body, Audrey followed the direction Lewis had pointed out earlier to find those ninja rabbits. Because she had already had contact with Maui, it was the first one Audrey sought out. Upon learning that it was Lewis who asked Audrey to find them, Maui, despite looking very disdainful on its face, still took Audrey to meet the other ninja rabbits. Maui pointed to a rabbit that was lying on the grass, chewing on a cabbage leaf, its body obviously several times fatter than the other rabbits. This is Mao Lu. Do not judge it by its appearance, it possesses the would-release bloodline limit. Furthermore, Boss has also taught it many would-release ninjutsu, so its strength is actually quite good. Look at that one over there, the one wearing black sunglasses. It is called Maojio, and it raises insects. Do not get close to it if you do not have to, both it and its insects are highly poisonous. Someone with your level of strength would likely not even have time to wait for us to save you if you were poisoned. Also, look at that one with the pink butterfly on its clothes, it is called Maochio. Do not look at how small it is now, it is proficient in the expansion technique, and can instantly grow to over 10 meters tall. Turn your head again, look. Just like that, under Mao Yi's introduction, Audrey met more than half of the members of the Ninja Rabbit clan. The reason it was only more than half was that some of the ninja rabbits who were good at the transformation technique had been thrown by Lewis onto the Rörsted archipelago in the Berserk Sea. He had these rabbits use the transformation technique to turn into humans and pretend to be members of the Akatsuki organization to carry out activities there. Of course, if one were to be precise, these rabbits were already members of the Akatsuki organization, so it was not entirely fake. Audrey did not stay at Lewis's place for too long. After saying goodbye to the group of ninja rabbits, she went back, as she still had to tell Glaylant the good news about passing the assessment. As for Lewis, he was currently researching that dark black heart under the divine tree. Unlike the previous Beyonder characteristics, those Beyonder characteristics all belonged to the 3 pathways for which the light gate had told him the formulas. Therefore, Lewis was not particularly interested in the hidden information within them, but this dark black heart was different, it belonged entirely to a brand new pathway, and was very worthy of research. Lewis thought for a moment and still decided to feed this Beyonder characteristic to the divine tree, but this time he strengthened his control over the divine tree, and focused his full attention on the residual spirituality within the Beyonder characteristic. Under the grinding of the seemingly endless resentment within the divine tree, the spirituality within the Beyonder characteristic was torn into countless fragments in an instant. At this very moment, Lewis forcibly controlled the divine tree to stop it from continuing to grind away the spirituality. Taking advantage of this time, Lewis instantly spread his spiritual power and quickly checked the memories contained within these spiritual fragments. Oh, found it. Let me see what this is. Sequence 9, Criminal. The main materials are the head of a savage dog and the crystal feather of a murderous black crow. As for the auxiliary materials, this person did not use auxiliary materials but consumed the main materials raw. That is truly fierce. As for the abilities, physical enhancement, proficiency with various weapons, and becoming more indifferent in emotions, I assent this almost equivalent to having nothing. Sequence 8, Unwinged Angel. This name is quite poetic, but why do I feel that this pathway is a bit off? I only feel that this person's heart has become increasingly dark. Oh, I have it. Besides losing more of their conscience and having stronger physical fitness, this person also gained a magic mist of slowness, which can make the opponent slow down from both the perspective of thinking and the physical body. What about the potion formula? Why didn't I find the potion formula? It couldn't be that I just happened to tear that part apart, when I was tearing the spirituality, right? Unfortunately, after a search, Lewis only found the main material formula for the Sequence 9, Criminal, but since it was free, he would not demand anything more. As for the 2 Beyonder crystals obtained this time, Lewis did not let the rabbits consume them. It was mainly because he felt that this pathway was not very good, and was not easy to act out. He could not just have a rabbit go and slaughter its own kind, could he? It was not that it could not be done, it was mainly that he felt that doing so would be equivalent to creating a pervert with his own hands, which made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. Of course, these 2 Beyonder crystals would not be wasted. Lewis's idea was to try to manufacture ninja tools, or rather, the ability to create divine artifacts. On this point, whether it was the original ninjas or the Otsutsuki clan, there were people who were quite skilled. For instance, Otsutsuki Hagoromo had even forged a series of 6 paths ninja tools. Not to mention their power, the main thing was that they all had different characteristics. For example, the golden canopy rope, the 7-star sword, and the crimson gourd, when used together, they could achieve a surprise kill effect by sealing the opponent's speech. There was also the banana fan, which could ignore one's own chakra nature and release all 5 nature transformations: fire, water, lightning, wind, and earth at once. There was also the amber purifying pot, which would seal anyone who responded to the holder's words, and so on. And the treasure tool plow that could transport people through time and space, the boshin that could create various weapons using chakra, the red light fishing rod that could hook chakra out of the opponent's body, the red light fish basket for storing and converting chakra, and so on. Lewis felt that if he combined the technology of manufacturing Beyonder items using Beyonder characteristics from this world, he might be able to create even more unique ninja tools. Perhaps these ninja tools would not have very strong power on their own, but they should all have quite interesting abilities. As for the materials needed to forge ninja tools, they were actually very easy to solve. The divine tree in front of him was the best material for crafting ninja tools. Thus, following the bracelet he had bestowed upon Audrey, Lewis laid his hands on the divine tree once again, breaking off a small piece from its roots. Chapter 49 Awakening. For K, following Lewis's attempts, he easily crafted his first piece of ninja tool. Calling it an attempt was actually more like a logical progression of practice. He had already rehearsed it countless times in his mind, the properties of various materials, the flow paths of chakra, and the arrangements of sealing jutsu were all deeply ingrained in his heart. Therefore, when he actually started, his movements were unexpectedly smooth, as if he were simply tracing a blueprint already drawn in his mind into reality. At first glance, this ninja tool looked similar to Audrey's bracelet, or one could simply call it a plus version of that bracelet. Its main body appeared to be an inconspicuous matte dagger, with a blade no longer than an adult's palm, and the handle was wrapped in non-slip dark leather, giving it an overall low-key and understated design. However, once the user injected chakra into it, the dagger would seem to come alive, and the blade would flow, extend, and reshape like mercury. Eventually, it would transform into various weapon forms: scimitars, short swords, battle axes, longbows, chains, and even some exotic weapons whose names he couldn't identify. More importantly, Lewis had integrated the Beyonder characteristic of Sequence 9, Criminal, into it, an operation that endowed the ninja tool with almost inconceivable abilities. As long as the user held the weapon, their spirituality would instantly establish a secret connection with the spirit world, and then, from that vast and chaotic spirit world, obtain the skills to use the corresponding weapon. This was not a simple transmission of muscle memory, but an almost instinctive infusion. The person holding the blade would understand how to swing with the least effort, and the person drawing the bow would know how to aim with the greatest precision. Simply put, by transforming this dagger into a longbow, the user could, with the help of the spirit world, temporarily become an archery master in a very short time. It wouldn't be as exaggerated as making the user hit the target every time, or piercing a willow leaf from 100 paces, but at least within normal combat distances, the hit rate would far exceed that of ordinary people who had only undergone conventional training. If it transformed into a longsword, the wielder would automatically master a series of swordsmanship techniques such as parrying, thrusting, and deflecting, as if these movements had been practiced thousands of times. Furthermore, with long-term use of the same weapon, even when not using this ninja tool, the user would subconsciously use those acquired memories, though the effect would be much worse due to the lack of real-time adjustments from the spirit world. However, there is ultimately no such thing as perfection in this world. Correspondingly, there existed a small but undeniable problem during the process of using this ninja tool. The user's mind would be continuously eroded and influenced by the chaotic aura of the spirit world. At the beginning, the change might not be obvious. One would just become calmer than usual, emotional fluctuations would be significantly weakened, and fear, anger, and excitement would all fade away. This was actually very beneficial for combat, as it allowed one to remain undisturbed by unnecessary emotions, and maintain the most rational judgment at all times. But if used for too long, this calmness would gradually deteriorate. The user would slowly lose normal emotions, no longer care about those around them, lose interest in things they once loved, and even gradually stop viewing life as life, whether it was the enemy's or their own. By that time, the boundary between killing and compassion would become blurred, and the scales of ethics and morality would begin to tilt. Once this stage was crossed, the true and most terrifying side effect of this ninja tool would manifest without reservation. The user would completely become a slave to evil desires, and those primitive impulses deep within, long suppressed by civilization and upbringing, would gush out like water from a broken dam. To satisfy their own evil desires, they would commit crimes without hesitation, robbing, harming, betraying. All actions they once disdained would become matters of course. Lewis was actually not satisfied with this. He even doubted at one point that he had made a mistake during the crafting process, so he repeatedly recast the ninja tool several times, adjusting the structure of the internal seals, changing the way the crystal was embedded, and trying different paths for guiding chakra. However, after several attempts, he finally realized with resignation that this side effect could never be avoided no matter how he modified the external techniques. As long as the core ability remained unchanged, the aftereffects would be as stubborn as bone-eating gangrene. After all, this was not a design flaw of the weapon itself, but stemmed from a fundamental premise. As long as the user wanted to obtain the skills to use various weapons through this ninja tool, they had to establish a connection with the spirit world. Those aftereffects were not a curse attached to the equipment, but the aura that the spirit world itself carried. That chaotic realm, filled with countless fragmented consciousnesses and primitive desires, would quietly leave its mark on your heart while opening its database to you. Lewis ultimately did not destroy it, but named it Weapon Master, and carefully stored it deep within his treasury. However, he did not stop there. He went on to craft several additional ninja tools, pure ninja tools. Each one was infused with different ideas and attempts. Some focused on functionality, some explored new material combinations, and some attempted to bypass the deadlock of the spirit world connection. In all these subsequently crafted ninja tools, Lewis implanted an intricate seal. What was stored inside the seal was not a beyonder characteristic, but a specific, complete memory. That was a piece of pure information regarding the usage techniques of a certain weapon, refined and organized by Lewis himself. As long as the user injected chakra into the ninja tool, the seal would automatically activate, and that memory would emerge in the user's mind like a brand, allowing them to instantly master the usage method of the corresponding weapon. These ninja tools had absolutely no side effects of altering the user's temperament, and were safe and stable to use. But correspondingly, compared to the free-willed transformation ability of Weapon Master, they could not change forms at will. Each ninja tool could only be fixed as one type of weapon. A dagger was a dagger, a spear was a spear, and they could not be switched freely during combat like the former. It wasn't that it was truly impossible to make one ninja tool possess multiple forms. For example, based on Audrey's bracelet, Lewis could further seal a large number of memory fragments within it and set the corresponding conditions. When the ninja tool transformed into a longbow form, it would activate archery memory. When it became a short blade form, it would activate blade technique memory. When it became a chain form, it would activate binding techniques. As long as the complexity of the sealing jutsu was high enough, it was theoretically achievable. But compared to the previous method of directly injecting the criminal, beyonder characteristic into the weapon, this method was very troublesome. After all, beyonder items, to put it simply, were just like beyonders. They only obtained the authorization to use the corresponding abilities, while the true underlying abilities and knowledge were not actually stored inside the beyonder item. It was equivalent to saying that the beyonder item itself was just a hyperlink. One only needed to paste the link corresponding to the true ability onto the item, and it was considered finished. However, for Lewis's ninja tools, if one wanted to achieve the corresponding abilities, one really needed to burn all the content behind the link into it. It wasn't that it couldn't be done, but which of these two methods was simple, and which was difficult was truly self-evident. As for the remaining beyonder characteristic of Sequence 8, Unwinged Angel, Lewis, having gained previous experience, crafted it into a fan. The style of this fan resembled a European court fan, with a gorgeous ivory handle at the bottom, and a row of peacock feathers on the fan surface above. When waving the fan, it could fan out a large mass of black mist, and this black mist was not simple. It not only combined the slow mist of the previous assassin, but also combined it with illusion darkness jutsu. In this way, the person enveloped by the black mist would lose their vision at the first moment and be unable to see any light. After being deprived of vision, due to the lack of interaction with the outside world, it would cause the attacked person to ignore that their own thinking and body were becoming sluggish. By the time they realized it, they would already be too deeply poisoned to recover in a short time. Besides this black mist, the fan could also fan out a ball of flames, and this ball of flames was ghostly green. At first, Lewis felt strange about the suddenly appearing flame ability. Later, after his analysis, he discovered that this actually still stemmed from the power of Sequence 8, Unwinged Angel. It turned out that Sequence 8, Unwinged Angel, besides being able to release black mist, could also allow one to obtain the ability to release poison fire and the curse ability of evil words injuring people. The common point of these powers was that they would all make people sluggish, only the external forms were different. Like the previous assassin, who only obtained the ability to create black smoke from it. So Lewis simply integrated ninjutsu into it, fire release flame bullet. It wasn't to regenerate a ball of flames, but to utilize the first half of this ninjutsu, which was using chakra to create chakra oil. Combined with this chakra oil, the poison fire would not only become larger in scale, but also increase its adhesive ability. Once it fell on the enemy, unless they peeled off a layer of skin, they wouldn't think about easily getting rid of these flames. Furthermore, the chakra oil itself could act as a fuel, making the flames even harder to extinguish. Similarly, this fen also had a side effect, which was that after holding it in one's hand, one would subconsciously want to badmouth others. At the beginning, it might just be a few sarcastic remarks, but the words would become increasingly vicious, and in the end, the desire to open one's mouth to curse would even exceed the desire to fight. Relatively speaking, Lewis felt that this badmouthing was easier to solve, so he simply left a seal inside it, making the wielder unable to speak directly. In this way, the wielder's heart would be filled with the desire to pour out their thoughts, but because of the seal he left, they wouldn't be able to say anything. With the two conflicting, it would make the wielder increasingly anxious and irritable, and their emotions would become more agitated, but at least there wouldn't be the situation of standing in place cursing without taking action. Before storing it in the treasury, Lewis gave it a name he considered very suitable: Silent. Just as Lewis satisfied his desire to craft, and was preparing to leave the divine tree space, one of his clones automatically dispersed, transmitting information into his mind. It turned out that the Saint Flora Jacob, whom he had used for practice, had now woken up. Lewis felt a little bit guilty about this. After all, when helping the other party recover, his methods might have been a little rough, to the extent that the other party's soul had been torn into tens of thousands of pieces. Not to mention that during this process, Lewis had also borrowed the other party's soul fragments to conduct many experiments. Later, just to piece those soul fragments back together, Lewis took 3 days, so even Lewis felt surprised that the other party could still wake up. However, since the other party had woken up, it proved that Lewis's treatment was effective. It was fortunate that the treatment was effective, so one couldn't say there was any problem with the previous operations. It could only be said that his treatment methods were relatively special. By the time Lewis arrived in front of Flora Jacob, the other party had already been awake for some time, and naturally had also seen the sky of this divine tree space. Unlike Audrey or Earl Hall and the others, this Flora Jacob was, after all, someone who had advanced all the way to a saint, and was still very familiar with the spirit world. She had even entered the spirit world multiple times by stealing others' abilities. Sometimes it was to escape, and sometimes it was to come here for divination or to obtain resources. And precisely because she understood the spirit world, she knew the incredibility of this area she was in. In her impression, she had never heard of anyone who could possess such a world within the spirit world. Oh no, there were some, but for a moment, she could only think of the underworld and the legendary divine kingdom. Therefore, although she noticed some changes in herself, she didn't make any big moves. She just quietly observed this place, avoiding any actions that might disturb some existence. Watching Flora Jacob, who was looking around on the grassland, Lewis arrived in front of her. "You're awake. How do you feel? Is there anywhere on your body that feels uncomfortable? You are very lucky. I previously discovered someone fighting in a back alley in the West District, and it turned out that on the ground, there was only a rat whose identity had been stolen. And the condition of that rat was extremely poor. It was about to lose control of its beyonder powers. Originally, I actually wasn't prepared to intervene. After all, I didn't know why you were fighting. No one knew what kind of person you were. What if you were a heinous criminal, and the other party was here to sanction you, and I ended up saving you? Wouldn't I have become an accomplice? However, seeing you shaking your head on the ground, as if you couldn't bear it the next moment, if you really lost control of your beyonder powers, I couldn't even imagine how much damage a saint could cause to the citizens in a short time. Out of this consideration, I brought you here and treated you. Although theoretically speaking, as long as you have no problems, this was my first time operating, and the soul is quite a precise existence. As for the specific situation and whether you are truly cured, it depends on your own feelings. Flora Jacob immediately expressed her gratitude to Lewis, thanking Lewis for saving her life and restoring her to human form. It wasn't that Flora Jacob herself was easy to talk to. When Lewis appeared just now, she had already subconsciously used her ability, but not to directly steal, but to first open her spiritual vision to probe Lewis's background. As a result, the moment Flora Jacob opened her spiritual vision, she was terrified by the scene before her. Conventionally, she could sense lights of various colors and brightness on a target. Different colors represented different attributes and properties, while the degree of brightness represented intensity. And in Flora Jacob's eyes, Lewis was terrifyingly bright. In just an instant, it irritated her eyes to the point of tearing up, and in the end, she had to close her eyes. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Novels Wonderland.